Hello, 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 everybody. I am the Cid, and I will be your guide on this journey through Final Fantasy XVI. We're going to hard start with a 2.5-minute cutscene, so we're going to get right into it, and then I'm going to start explaining. So you can start the timer in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, now I have all the time in the world to explain any and everything, because we're going to be here for 7 hours and 40 minutes minimum. If I play a bit sloppy, we'll probably see around a 750. Initially, when I submitted this, the estimate was closer to 810, and that was more in line with my PB. But through grinding it out and practicing quite a bit, like this is my day job, I've managed to get my PB down to 744. So you should see a lot less slop and a lot more professional gameplay? Question mark? Hopefully I can give you the best show possible. The very beginning here, the game wants to show off the Eikon fights, which is, I think, one of their, they thought would be a selling point. They're good casually, but, in a speed run, they're kind of rough because they just take forever to learn. Thank you for your good luck, I appreciate it. You're welcome for the run. I'm glad to see people dropping by to watch this, because 16 is one of those games that's very divisive, unfortunately, so there are a lot of things that make 16 a good game, but there's also a lot of things that make it a bad game, depending on, your viewpoint. So unfortunately, it doesn't get as much respect as it could have. But its combat, in my opinion, is stellar, and that's what keeps me coming back. So early on here, it's just wanting to show us this Eikon fight. Well, the bonus is that 16 was only on PS5 until recently, so it was a luxury of a luxury. But they did finally release it on PC somewhat recently. And the community's already released a few patches and how-to videos to get the settings right so that it runs well on your PC, so there's also that. The 16's a pretty fun game. I'd say the first time through, the story is very good. The only problem is that the story's pacing works out kind of scuff with multiple playthroughs, unfortunately. Rebirth is very good about making multiple playthroughs streamlined and very quick. 16 does not have that same luxury, unfortunately. There's one thing that it does to help you enjoy your multiple experiences. Yeah, that's actually a funny thing. We do whiff some QTEs on purpose. We immediately hit the wrong button because the animation is shorter than the one that we would normally get. So right off the bat here, we're going to skip this cutscene. That right there is the fastest way to skip a cutscene, unfortunately, and the only way to skip one.
I said focus, Wyvern.
The game is littered with cutscenes, and it has several back-to-back, so there's going to be a few times where you just see me skip, and then skip, and then skip.
We don't have time for this.
It's one of the weaknesses of 16, I think. But if you're playing it casually, most of the story you're not going to catch from this speed run. I'll kind of glaze over it every now and again, but for the most part, I feel like the story is very well told in this game, and you actually feel an emotional bond with the characters. They did a really good job with the writing. The problem is just not the amount. Yeah. Wow, who are all these guys? Biggs, Wedge, Stormtrooper number 321? So you're going to see me hopping a lot whenever I can't do movement. It's actually a little bit faster than normal walking speed. You'll see it in a second. It doesn't really make itself obvious until this next area. I want to hang left here because there's going to be a rock that falls on the right and the left. If I go too far right, I'll get this animation to play twice. So just kind of stay to the left to avoid that. Luckily, early game here, there's not a massive amount of things that we can go out of our way to do. Yeah, the ending is very sad, honestly. I will say that. I played it with one of my family members and they cried at the end of it too. Why does it have to end like this? This is stupid. I don't like it. Oh, we do drift the Chocobo. It used to be that the Chocobo was only slightly faster than Clive's normal movement, but the Chocobo is way faster with the movement we do. Okay, because I got kicked back by the rock there. I didn't get there. Yeah, somebody had gaslit me and said that the DLC changed the ending. So I beat the game again, and I was like, I got scammed, dude. So this training is normally unskippable, but if you have a save file, you can skip it. And that saves like 3 minutes of tutorial. Okay. So we're going to be hopping along on Moonlight Bay. We actually got to be careful here. Jumping and talking are the same command, and if we talk to an NPC and they have a side quest, it'll force us to deny or accept the side quest, or if they have some sort of dialogue. If it's just a regular NPC that just says stuff and there's no, like, actual interaction, Clive will stop moving and hold still. Yeah. Honestly, this may be one of the last times I run 16 outside of, you know, practicing for a marathon. Fortunately or unfortunately, I will come back to it if somebody sets up a cutscene skip version of it on the PC. 100%. If there's some way to, like, speed up all these segments where it's just hopping back and forth, you better believe it. I was toying with the idea of other ways to speedrun this. But the one thing I like is New Game's AP curve, where, that's what I was talking about right there, where I accidentally talked to the soldiers so I couldn't jump anymore. But I do appreciate, like, learning and unlearning abilities in a tactical manner and upgrading them and not upgrading them for efficient menuing. It's one thing I do love about New Game, and there's really no other way to get it. You know, if you go to do the action stages, you're just going to be over-leveled anyway. If you go to do Final Fantasy mode for more difficulty, it's the same thing as a New Game playthrough. So, it's unfortunate, but it's a very fun game when you actually get into the combat, which we're about to do. This right here is a very little taste of the combat that we can get throughout the course of the game. I'm going to have to go into the menu here, though, because I have some ability points, and the game wants to teach me how to do the ability point menu and learn my own thing, learn my own abilities, but we're just going to auto-learn for the first few. Popping this menu up early so it doesn't catch me off guard. Got to get rid of some rings here. Those aren't normally equipped unless you start on story mode. Story mode is functionally easy. Enemies have a significantly less HP pool and stagger bar. It's just going to make these fights a lot faster and more consistent. It's more or less the same as normal, except you just have to hit them a few less times. Nope. So, we got Charged Blade and Charged Magic. So if I hold down my triangle button, which is my magic, I can release a Charged Fireball, which will do a non-insignificant amount of damage to enemies. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, this might actually... Dang it. I was trying to get both of them with the, That's annoying. Seriously? Well... We're not saving time here. Luckily, there's 7.5 hours to save time.
Watch out, my lord. Some of their number are spells.
And what a number. We'll all have our hands full here. Show them. Down with you.
I forgot it doesn't auto-target, right? So, one of the things you may notice is I'm thrusting... Oops. I'm thrusting over and over again. You better enjoy it, because we're not going to have it for much longer. Young Clive here can chain thrust together infinitely, and then it goes bye-bye in a little bit. Nice. That's not super uncommon, but it does just feel good when it happens. What hit? Huh? Okay.
And there was one.
So the Gigas here is more or less our first skill check. And the reason I say that is... Thrust slash. Yeah, everybody kind of has their own terms. It's technically called lunge, but I call it thrust. Like, this move I call wing, even though it's Rising Phoenix. Oh, nice! We got a parry. So if you hit an enemy just before they attack, you can parry them, which will increase the amount of stagger damage you do, and increase the amount of damage you do. It's very hard to hit without being in limit status or aiming for it specifically. Yeah, it's definitely a speed tech, just a dialogue skip, yeah? Alright, so this is going to be kind of annoying. Okay, there we go. That always gets the parry, let's go. Okay, good enough. It's very hard to set up getting rid of Gigas and skipping Big Swing, especially when there's so many other things to practice in the game. So, the way that I decided is to just accept that Big Swing is going to happen semi-consistently. And obviously you can parry it at any time if you know the timing. But instead, I have a setup where I dodge, counterattack, and then I aim to time my parry off of that, so that it always sets up for the parry, which will stop Big Swing. Nothing else can stop the Big Swing move besides parry, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it. A lot of rage moves like that are... the only way to stop them is to kill the enemy. Just... Oh, man. I gotta finish Mother 3. So, this first fight we can set up for a parry consistently as long as we just do this fight the same way every time. And you may notice that I'm jumping in the air here. There's actually a reason to that. Aerial combos are faster and do more damage overall than regular grounded combos. The burst combos technically do more damage. This really doesn't matter. I'm being greedy about this for no reason. You'll notice that the HP is lighting up, but not going down. A lot of bosses in this game have HP locks. So we need to set up in such a way that we're min-maxing the stagger time and that HP lock. So like in this case, we wanted to stagger as soon as possible, which we did. This right here is going to show us the cinematic strikes here. I could also get a bounce move, which will let me double jump off enemies, but I don't think I have that learned just yet. Yeah, I don't. What am I doing? That's not good. I might have just messed myself up there. Ah! Okay, never mind. Fixed itself by being bad.
You won't be gone for long.
So normally what I do is I do like 3 combos there before he does that move where he kind of hits all around him. And then I dash back once and use a charged fireball, except my fire didn't charge there, so oopsie doopsie. This phase, absolutely we need to start with wing because we need the cooldown to be reset as much as possible. There is a different combo line, but I'll explain it after this. Alright, decent enough. Wow, this is way different without having my splits open to annoy me that I've played poorly. Who would have thought? Alright. So, it technically is faster to do the Magic Burst combo line, which is another ability. It's attack, magic, attack, magic, attack, magic. The problem is the input window for that is really weird. And there are few, if any, runners that have actually been able to get that, do that combo line efficiently. So, from what I understand and what I've seen, the majority of us stick to the aerial combos because it's just easier. Jump once, 3 hits, that's a full combo, easy peasy. And then you do an additional swing on the way down for some extra damage because there's no reason not to. So this is the one time we will change characters in human form.
I'm afraid so, Your Highness. We must hurry.
We get to play as Joshua here, so I'm pulling up the side. Joshua's attack and magic look the same, but he also has Curaga, which we don't have access to ever. We do have access to a mountain of healing potions, and I do mean a mountain, because this game gives you potions, like, after every fight in dungeons, to the point where it's really hard to die.
What was that?
Outside of boss fights and mid-bosses.
I have to help them.
But Joshua also has magic.
Everything's on fire.
And I'm going to show you why he's better. He actually uses Firaga.
I must do my duty.
This room right here, though, I'm just waiting for that enemy to die, so I just spam Firaga twice. Because the cutscene will happen regardless of whether I'm next to this door or still at the very beginning of the room. This room can be a little bit annoying. It depends on how aggressive Wade is. Alright, we're halfway there. The downside is if Wade takes too long, even if I'm on the other side of the room, Joshua's physical attack won't kill. So we'll have to use another magic spell. Luckily, it's fairly hard for Wade to lollygag enough for it to be a problem in any of these rooms. At least on story. Get in there, Wade! Get in there, Wade! Alright, Wade got him. Perfect timing. And we're done. Back to Clive. Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna get our first exposure to a captain here. These guys have a lot more HP than everything else. So we're going to... that's annoying. We're gonna hit them with Wing to clear them up. So Rising Phoenix is very strong. It's our bare basic move. It's a very good single targeting move. When upgraded, it hits even harder. And it has a 20-second cooldown, which doesn't sound like that's fast, but that's pretty much one of the fastest moves in the game.
You take care of that spellcaster. I'll keep the others occupied.
Okay. No! Oh, I'm so mad. The thrust accidentally pushed the captain away, or else I could have winged both of them with the same hit.
That's them done.
I did a whoopsie
Are you all right?
doopsie.
I'm fine.
I'm not
It's my father and
happy.
Joshua I'm worried about. We should head back.
So this is the first place where they're not going to hold our hand on the cinematic strikes. Dodging this doesn't matter, but the next one will be able to instantly stagger the knight, so we have to hit it correctly.
He's an Imperial dragoon. And you are the shield
Okay, that's my fault. I dodged too soon.
Not that it will save you.
Okay, that kind of could be worse.
Stay still, damn you!
Okay, that was my fault. He shouldn't have been able to jump there, because I could have stopped that from happening by using a charged fire. We're going to lose a little bit of time here, because I'm mad because bad. The jump is basically the time loss that we're going to get. Everything else is fine. Alright, let's try not to do that again. I'm gonna be honest, like, the mini-boss enemies in this game take a fair amount of skill to get through consistently and quickly. Dragoons, Minotaurs, the big axe/hammer guys, they're all very difficult to get through quickly and efficiently. One of the other things you may notice is that I'm circling around him. A lot of the humanoid enemies have really bad hitboxes when they're in staggered state. Okay, that was my fault. Okay, good enough. Unfortunately, you guys don't get to see me go in gamer mode every 5 seconds when I miss an input. It's always funny in my streams where, like, I miss an input and then my head slides off camera because I'm leaning into the gameplay screen like it's gonna somehow help. So we're on the most recent patch here. The reason that this is important is this cutscene right here. We could skip about 30 to 40 seconds of it in earlier patches of the game. For some reason, they patched this in so that you can't skip this part of the cutscene anymore. It is a bit offset because the next area we go to, there's normally a ton of invisible walls, but those have been removed. So optimal movement is a lot quicker in that area, but it's not 30 to 40 seconds worth. There are some tweaks, so like some of the moves cooldowns are quicker, they do more damage, they function better. To my knowledge, none of them really change the route in a significant way to where the most recent patch is the one you want to use. I would say for New Game Plus, you 100% want to use the most recent patch because they added shortcuts to it. So you can set up multiple different icon setups and have full power. So right here, you'll notice I'm shooting out a couple of fireballs pretty lethargically here. This is me just holding down the triangle shoot button. And this is me mashing square with it. So for whatever reason, the square and triangle buttons both attack here. So if you hold down one of them and mash the other, you can just get a lot more damage in these phases with Phoenix. And this is like one of the 2 times we're going to play as Phoenix throughout the course of the run, thankfully. If we hit precision dodges, we also do damage as well. But, we're kind of in this for the long haul. We are going to miss one of the 3 choices here because it's quicker. This first one, however, we're going to hit. Because we're on story mode, at least with icon fights, we're really not, like, struggling to get enough damage in most cases. So we're not too worried about getting the DPS from doing the cutscenes correctly. We're more so looking for shorter cutscenes. And we're not going to wait for the timer to fail with those. We're just going to hit the opposite button immediately. And so, like, the next one is also an R1 dodge. So I'm just going to mash the square button to fail it immediately. Fun fact. The way that the icon fights are changed in hard mode is the button prompts don't pop up. I know that sounds like I'm lying, but that's really how they decided to make icon fights harder, or just fights in general harder in Final Fantasy mode, removing the button prompts at the center of the screen. Yeah, it's a New Game Plus thing, yeah. So the cinematic, they show up, but I'm hitting the button so fast that the prompt is showing up for a few frames at most, because I'm mashing the buttons. If you look really, really hard, you'll notice. If you hit the perfect one, it usually shows up on... Ah, well. I didn't dodge that one, but it doesn't really matter. By the final phase, my fireballs are going to be leveled up, and I can just chew through Ifrit's HP regardless. But yeah, if we had dodged on that second prompt, there's like 5 to 10 seconds of waiting for Ifrit to get back up and start the fight again. But yeah, no button prompts on hard. I'm fairly certain it's just hard that does it. I don't know why they would do that on New Game Plus. That's just obnoxious. But, it's been a while since I've done New Game Plus Story, because I was getting an extra set of all the accessories for a speed run, so I could instantly forge them for hard mode. Problem is like that save file, I have to grind again anyway. So now that we've had the Awakening, our ability to shoot fire is much stronger. So this is why I was saying, like, our initial damage really didn't matter too much. I just need to make sure to get it all here and we're good to go. I want to say they added an additional difficulty, so it might be Final Fantasy or above. Alright, so we hit HP cap here. Now we just want to do enough damage to end this. So I'm just going to be mashing like a madman. Good morning, good morning. And by mashing by like a madman, I'll be like, I'm going to tap square like 3 times and the fight's going to be over. Oh no! He got the spirit fire off. Hellbomb? Hellbomb, I think, sounds more interesting. You know, I've been, like, getting up at 6 in the morning, which is, like, an hour before we started this up, more or less, and walking my dogs. And I was like, oh, I don't have time to walk them today. And I feel so tired. Like, I normally get up at this time. Oh, that's right, I didn't walk for 50 minutes. Luckily, the early game is pretty simple. Alright, so we can pick a couple of different DLC weapons. Almost all of them are free, and they're going to be a plus 85 strength on the sword that we have right now. So we're basically going to have double the stats of the weapon we have. Alright, so we're going to go over here. We're going to redeem for Buster Sword, because I normally run Remake and Rebirth. I'm going to learn some abilities automatically. We're going to throw that Buster Sword on for now, and not accidentally upgrade to Heat Wave. Oh, that's right, I don't have the Strength Tonic yet. Oops. So yeah, this area used to have a ton of invisible walls. Nice. That movement is actually pretty difficult. Not landing on the ground is very hard with Phoenix Shift. But yeah, you'll see them kind of just run behind the corner there. Because normally there's invisible walls that would prevent you from getting up the side of the hill that fast. And it's going to continue to be like that for the next few areas. We don't want to use Phoenix Shift on any like sloped hills like this when we're going up, because we'll land on the ground and get a very long landing lag. Luckily, this area is just wide enough that we can avoid doing any of that nonsense. Or flat enough. We're going to grab some Strength Tonics here. We really don't have much of a choice, but we absolutely want those. Let's see your Strength Tonic here. And up and over. I think that's right. Yep. One thing I have to keep in mind is the Buster Sword's range is a little bit weird.
Avis, care to kill some Iron Blood?
What?
Gladly. Wyvern, you focus on the target. Understood.
There we go. I actually did it right for once. I woke up this morning and then I was like, wait, I should be doing that fight this way, and I realized I was doing it wrong this entire time. We want to make sure to get rid of most of our HP here, which we have. Now I need to get rid of these Iron Bloods while I'm waiting for her to throw ice all over the place.
Orders, Sergeant! Stop gawping and move! Fucking Eikon! I will not have their blood on my hands!
That's annoying. Unfortunate. Very close to correct. So the reason I'm mauling everything is because of the DLC weapon. Like I said, at this point, that's my weapon stats are basically doubled. Weapons will determine your physical damage and your stagger damage. So it's more or less going to be all of your DPS. Nice. Oh, wow, that was really clean. But one thing I gotta keep in mind is the Buster Sword is longer than the other weapons visually. It doesn't actually have as long a reach as it would seem. So it's something I do need to keep in mind. The tip of the sword is basically hollow. It doesn't exist.
I won't.
It's closer to, like, hard edge. Right? So, like, the very tip of the Buster Sword is basically fake.
Betray? I don't recall ever pledging allegiance to your Emperor. My service may have been bought with this brand, but not my loyalty. I just fight to survive.
Alright, let's not mess this up.
And you think I don't? The Empire will have our heads if we return empty-handed. So if you won't take hers, I'll have to take
Gonna wait for him to hit me on purpose here. Cyclone has a neat little thing where if you're hit right before you use it, its cooldown is massively reduced. The way that the game has it written in the menu is weird. It actually says it reduces the cooldown by 33%, which would mean Cyclone's 30-second cooldown goes to like 22, something like that. You know, give or take. But it actually reduces it to 33%. So it takes the cooldown of 30 seconds and puts it down to 10. You know, whatever, give or take. Math, whatever. So a lot of the early game is actually waiting for enemies to bonk us and then using Cyclone so we can move to the next room in that 10 seconds and then do it over and over again. It feels weird, but it's the fastest way to get through everything. There is another way to reset your cooldowns. After every fight, there's an autosave, and you could load that autosave, and because the game doesn't store, like, your cooldown position, it just basically will recharge your cooldowns immediately, but you're going to lose time to loading your save over and over again, and it's usually going to be more time lost loading your save, and then continuing, then letting an enemy hit you, and then walking to the next room. So yeah, it's something we do try and take advantage of with Cyclone throughout the entire game, if possible. It's not something we can always take advantage of, because just being hit before a Cyclone isn't the only prereq. The hit also can't ground you. There's a lot of moves that knock you on your butt and just kind of fling you across the arena. And so those kind of moves won't work because you won't be able to use Cyclone right after getting hit. So it's like a 50-50. And as long as you know which attacks won't knock you over, you can obviously wait for... Or if you know what's going to stop you, you can use a different move instead. Right now we only have the 2 moves, so min-maxing the cooldown on Cyclone is going to be a large majority of our damage. Oops. This cutscene skip's kind of weird. You can't skip until the camera changes. There are some you can skip immediately, and there's some you gotta wait for a camera change. But yeah, hopping on flat ground is a little bit faster, but it's a lot faster when you're going upstairs and going down slopes, from what I understand. But if we're in town, we're basically going to be hopping. But like I said, there's a flip side to it. Your talk and hop button are the same. So sometimes you can accidentally talk to NPCs. Or the worst part is you can get next to like Sharon when you want to like buy potions. Or when you're over at the forge trying to make a weapon, you can end up jumping on them for dominance and not actually opening the menu. It gets kind of frustrating. So we will come back here to the Arete Stone later. I'm actually going to change some of our outfits just for fun. But that's not correct. That's correct. Imagine the one time where you have to hit the giant touchpad in the middle of the controller and you still miss it. Alright, I'm going to do something a little bit awkward looking here. Before we change areas, I want to switch over to Heatwave and Cyclone. Heatwave is going to be good early game, since we don't have more than one icon. Heatwave has a 27-second cooldown. But it actually launches a flaming blade at the enemy. So we can use that to reach enemies that spawn on the other side of the room. And because our DPS from the DLC weapons is so high, we can usually clean the rooms up pretty quick. So we'll use Cyclone on the first set of enemies and try and take them all out. And then as the second set spawns, we'll go for a heat wave to kill them. Some of the rooms we do need to tank a hit so that Cyclone is recharged in time, but you never know. I get these guys spawned immediately. Okay. Or that can happen. I thought I saw him lunging at me, and the freaking game just decided to take a nap instead. Alright, we gotta wait here to try and line these guys up. And I kind of got that. Alright, yeah, it's gonna...
We still have a way to go.
Unfortunately, I'm in such a bad position that it'll cool down in time. Oof. That was a very rough first room, unfortunately.
Let's try and stay out of it.
Remember when I said there were deadly beasts? Well, the shrubs in these parts aren't much better.
What? Okay, we're gonna... What? Huh? Okay, that's very sad.
Well, that's the underground sorted. I'll take it from here.
I cannot say that those rooms went at all as intended. Well. You win some, you lose some. But yeah, normally you clean up 3 or 4 enemies with a heat wave, and you clean up 3 or 4 enemies with a cyclone, but I had a lot of weird movement where enemies were just at the very edge of my attack.
I keep seeing that. Doesn't have to be a friend of yours, does he?
So we're gonna start trying to get precision attacks with Forgel here. If I time his attack at the end of a combo, he'll do a precision sick, which will do a lot of damage, specifically Ravage. Sick is good for hitting a single enemy or not moving them around. Ravage does hit harder when you use the precision attack, and will tend to hit bigger groups of enemies, but it also tends to move enemies around, which is normally a deficit. But early game here, the precision will be nice. Gotta be careful with how high I jump here. I need to make sure to hop pretty high. Normally the game shows this prompt on the other side of the cave, but because my movement was so solid, we get the little prompt over here instead. What? That's...
This is stupid. I like
I don't think they care, Sid.
Okay.
That's enough.
Okay. Not the best. Depending on which way you're looking, you can actually control where enemies spawn, but some of these early rooms, I don't know if that's the case, and it just kind of occurred to me just now. Luckily, I know how to set up the later rooms in the game. Alright, we're gonna pop a strength... Yep. Alright, let's go. I'll explain this after I get done with the fight. It'll be easier that way.
This shouldn't take too long.
So much for your cut.
Still be short, just not quite as quick. But it'll be a damn sight quicker if you help me.
My thoughts exactly.
Okay, I'm...
Aye, someone's got the op.
Okay, unfortunate. You can normally skip spin cycle there, but because I let him hit me with that one swipe, we got spin cycle. Luckily, you can just cancel spin cycle with a charged blade attack like that. It's not too hard to do. It's a little bit easier if you jump, because the Burning Blade hitbox kind of lingers a little bit more. But that could have gone way worse. Yeah, unfortunately, when Clive is younger, the lunge stuff is faster as a kid. So in the demo, you were able to link the lunging together without any sort of, like, lag in between. In their infinite wisdom, for some reason, they removed that movement when Clive is an adult. So we can only do one lunge unless we're in combat. It's pretty frustrating, actually. No, 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 no! I want to lunge this guy. Oh, good, we got a killer, too. That's nice. Yeah, some of the mini-bosses are very hard to read, in my opinion.
Keep your distance, boy. Give them all you've got, boy.
Alright.
Don't let them get away.
So, I wanted to open with the Cyclone there. It would take too long to guarantee getting a hit out of it, but I need to have Cyclone fully recharged for the boss coming up. Yeah, we should be fine. I think. Yeah, we're good. What? Oh, come on. I'm like one step off. Of course. Of course. I'm going to explain this in a second. I actually need to pay attention because I've messed this up the last few runs. There we go. Alright. I actually did it right this time. So, this first phase you want to stagger as soon as possible, so you need to Cyclone first, but you also need to make sure Midnight Raven hits you. Okay. So that your Cyclone recharges fast enough to do that again. This next phase, we're basically aiming to do the same thing. If you upgrade Cyclone, you can actually get Midnight Raven's stagger bar down a little bit lower. But you get the half stagger in that phase, so it really doesn't, you know, save too much time. Because you still get the slowdown on the half stagger, and he takes a while to teleport. So I don't bother upgrading my Cyclone anymore until the next area. We're just gonna head over here and give him the what's what. Not sure if hitting him with a wing would have been faster or not. Unfortunately for this guy, he's functionally dead. We're just gonna wait for the stagger to run out, and that's GG. Unfortunately, even with the DLC weapons, we can't do enough damage to force him to do his final phase immediately. But it is what it is. A lot of the fights are gonna end up being like this. We're either going to be doing our best to avoid additional staggers, so that we don't hit damage caps, or we want to stagger ASAP because we're going to always do enough damage to kill. So, you know what? I probably should have locally recorded this. It's not like I'm going to PB or anything. My PB is 744. There's no way. Not while yapping. So that's the end of Midnight Raven. A lot of this early game goes much quicker because of the DLC weapons. I have done the run without the DLC weapons. And the early part is just less fun. Honestly, a lot of these fights are not any more significantly interesting. They're just longer. Because you're just waiting for cooldowns. And these enemies are not, like, dangerous enough or crafty enough to, like, really complicate the combat. I'd say, like, Shiva might be the worst, because Shiva has a lot of really rough attacks that you can't do anything about. Or Jill, depending on what you want to say. Alright, so we're going to upgrade Cyclone here. We're also going to be grabbing our Badge of Might and heading on out. So we're going to keep that equipped the entire game. That Badge of Might gives us +7 to Strength. We can get an upgraded one about 3 to 4 hours into the game. We're not going to bother grabbing it, though, because it's like a 2 to 3 minute side quest. And in story, that extra, like, 6, 7 strength is not really going to make a big enough difference. Honestly, there's a lot of weapons that would give us a 5-point upgrade that we don't bother grabbing. just because it's not worth it. Okay. Since we're in combat here, I can just dash back to back to back to back. I'm looking for the little icon. Oh, they killed him. Oh, that's interesting. So you can't Phoenix shift or lunge when there's enemies present, or else the game will correct or try to correct your targeting and turn you around. Not much you can do about it, so you just have to chain the dashes instead.
That sounds like a child.
But yeah, I kill a couple of those enemies just to stabilize my AP in the early game. Because there is some situations where the NPCs won't kill enough enemies that your AP will be a little bit lower than you want it to be a few hours in. And you won't be able to upgrade things when you would like to. It's just one of those things that makes your life a little bit easier. And it's usually not that big of a deal. Alright, so we gotta go fight Day here, which is a flying burb. A part of the Garuda Eikon. This fight can be a little bit obnoxious. Day really doesn't have like a hard opening move, and like 50 of her moves will knock us off our feet, and 50% of them won't, so it's like a 50-50 with Cyclone here.
What is that thing?
That won't work.
I think it does. Sid has to explain.
Uh-huh. That will.
Give them all you've got. You better be on your way, Sid.
Decent enough. It really depends on what moves you get there. You can save a little bit more time if she hard opens with something you can counter, because then you'll most likely be able to use the cyclones immediately. But the fact that Phoenix Wing came back basically means the fight was about 20 seconds. Could have been slower, but it was about as fast as I'd want it to be. So I used another Strength Tonic there, which may seem like overkill, and it kind of is. But we have nowhere else to really use it to save time, because the assassin was basically on a cycle timer. You know, there was no way to speed it up at all. And we're going to be able to buy strength potions here. We want to. And burning the strength potion on the Fafnir to try and avoid that additional phase. All I had to do was hit X and skip that one dialogue instead of skipping it this way. There's some dialogues in the game where mashing X is faster, but there's so much dialogue in the game. It would take a while to, like, learn all of those. So that would be, like, the one place I would have done it. I should have skipped XX skip once I got the emblem or whatever. Ooh, yeah, actually, there's one thing that I haven't been doing. Yeah, gym badges. So when you bonk into NPCs, you see that little bit of weird movement. That's actually faster than your normal town movement. Oops, I missed it. So if we can bonk off an NPC, we can start saving little bits of time out of each and every one we do it to. But it's not as easy as it would seem. It's very easy to end up walking into NPCs and then just kind of getting stuck on them. So we're going to have to head over here anyway to progress. And this time the merchant isn't being quiet, so we can actually buy the strength tonics. And now we are headed up and out. Oops.
The road south end. Unless.
Okay.
Another shortcut. You should be so lucky.
Neat. Yeah, so getting out of here is going to actually be kind of difficult. we've got to go up the hill here for quite a bit of time.
Come back to me, my
So,
darling.
yeah, takes a bit to get all the way up there. Unfortunately, because it's a hill, we won't have access to Phoenix Shift for the majority of it. So, oh yeah, it's beautiful. I love it. I jump on a rock just to make sure my Phoenix Shift doesn't make contact with the ground, and I still manage somehow. That's, if you're wondering why you see me like going onto rocks first, it's to get a little bit of extra height to make sure that my Phoenix Shift doesn't hit that ending lag on the ground. Right. Theoretically, I could kill those enemies too, but it's faster to be able to just do this up the hill. That way I don't have to jump dash, jump dash, jump dash. I could just dash all the way up. This is intended to be your dodge move, but it's more or less functions as a dash. Slightly quicker than your other movement options. Am I gonna get punished?
This is one of His Majesty's cunning stunts, and he sent his best to execute it.
So, you're always going to get in a fight there. So, some of these fights I trigger with magic on purpose, so I can thrust towards the enemies and just get it over with instead of fiddling around and getting thrown off by just fights randomly starting. That fight ended so quick I was not ready for it, honestly. But yeah, if we can, we want to thrust into these cutscene triggers. Oh my gosh, did I do it again? No, I barely did that right. There's a big rock on the right side of that area. And if you go too far to the right, you end up getting stuck on it, and then you have to go around to the left. Couple of cutscenes to skip, and now we're into our first dungeon. So we could speed things up here by just reloading our saves after every single fight, but instead we're going to be min-maxing on getting hit right before we use Cyclone. So we get hit, Cyclone, clean the room up immediately, and then move on our way. So this Phoenix Shift may seem weird considering I've been crying about getting stuck on the ground. It actually bugs your movement out here, so I can do these hop dashes the whole way, which saves us quite a bit of time. Otherwise, we have to slow walk this entire area up till we get to this segment.
This gate.
So that's nice. I could do the same thing in the next room, but it's so small, I'm not going to bother. So you kind of see what I was talking about. Also, these show of strengths are super annoying because you can't actually like buffer by holding the R2 and have it start immediately. You have to hit R2 when the prompt shows up, so it's annoying. But yeah. This is what I normally would have been able to do, which still would be faster, but not as fast as the tick dashing. Okay. Need to swap my abilities real quick, so I'll do it right here.
This door only leads to more royalists.
So if we were on one of the older patches, I'd have to manually be changing Rising Wing over to the Heat Wave. Unfortunately, though, this is the only place it'll be efficient, because it won't mirror the other icon slots. I'd have to manually fill those in. So we're just going to go back to doing things the way we used to, and change it manually every single time.
Found the Imperial garrison.
Especially since we have to learn and unlearn abilities. It really messed with the way that the menuing works. That's not what I wanted! Okay. What? I've never seen that magic hit the rampart like that. Okay, that's annoying, but it is what it is. Huh. I didn't even know the magic could hit that thing. I'm learning. Yay. We're just gonna wing here immediately.
Oh, I'm not stable.
Normally I could wait for the counter move here, but we're just trying to get this done. Trust me, this game does enough weird stuff that it's probably gonna happen.
Never were one for half measures, were you, Benedict? These poor souls.
If you hang out long enough, you'll get your blood. Oh, there's a thing that like started happening a lot in like GDQs and stuff where people would be like, that's never happened before. So it's become like a pseudo meme in the speedrun community when you like see something you don't and you're like, well, that's never happened before. I didn't even know that could happen.
Seems they were expecting us.
You don't say.
Alright.
That's enough.
Want to clear this room as quickly as possible. That's why we use Phoenix Wave here. Okay. Do that. Alright. Really good room. Sometimes Heat Wave doesn't clean up that efficiently. Luckily, a lot of them were standing in the Cyclone at the beginning, so it sped things up extensively. Now we get to fight 2 birds. With 1 stone.
Well, Sid.
Wait for it. I wanted to wait for the red one to come over so I could hit them both with Cyclone. The additional damage is really nice. The Precision 6 do extra damage. The aerial combo is faster and does more DPS. So the Precision 6 itself are not really related. Sort of. Like right here, that didn't do that much damage. That did though. But getting the timing on Precision Ravages, you'll get a lot of extra DPS. Okay, that's annoying.
She doesn't look happy, Torgal.
What?
Come on.
The air grounded combos are just slower. What are you doing, game? Come on.
Give them all you've got, boy.
Weird, but whatever.
Keep your distance, boy.
But yeah, the aerial combos just have better DPS. Since it's a 3-hit combo and then you can slash again on the way down to the ground. And if you're feeling really frisky, you actually have a stomp move, so you could jump an additional time and do a second aerial combo. Versus the 4 swings on the ground, which are pretty slow and lethargic. You technically can do more damage by using Magic Burst, so go attack, magic, attack, magic, attack, magic, attack, magic. But the timing for that is so obnoxious that almost nobody can do it consistently. So a lot of runners, if not all the runners, do not do that. But it is more DPS. We use Ravage specifically because it does more damage overall. Torgal, what are you... That's annoying. What are you doing over here, dude? No. There we go. I know that feels slower. I know it looks slower, but it isn't. It just isn't, unfortunately. It takes a long time for 30 seconds to elapse. And even though my ability comes back really soon here, it takes like 20 seconds to get up here. So I'd be standing around for 10 seconds or waiting for a load. The move I'm using here is the taunt ability. You actually can pick up as well, and when you auto-learn, it's one of the abilities that the game auto-learns for you. We use taunt to make enemies chase us in some situations, but we don't use it everywhere. Alright, switch over to this. We're just waiting for somebody to hit us here, and that's about that. Annoying. Okay, Torgal, get him. Torgal! Torgal! Thank you. Nice voice crack, dude. Torgal, no! one last fight, and then we actually have the boss. This is going to go kind of as the one we fought earlier. We're going to be waiting for him to hit us. And then using Cyclone here so that I get the shortened cooldown. So that I can use it a second time. It's going to take me a while to get to the boss, and I need Cyclone cooldown by the top. So if I do it this way... Oh, yeah. If I do it this way, it'll be cooled down by the time I get to the top. And we're not going to be using Wing for the boss, or Rising Phoenix, rather. We're going to be using Heat Wave. So the cooldown for Cyclone is the only one that we're trying to min-max. Okay, fine. Alright, Heat Wave. We're also going to do something a little bit weird here. We're going to degrade Cyclone and upgrade Heat Wave. Garuda uses a lot of ranged attacks. So if we set things up properly here, we can get most of her stagger deleted with Cyclone, and counter one of her ranged attacks with Heat Wave. It may not look like it, but she shot Aurora there, and you have to delay your attack just a little bit to make it work there. But yeah, this is what I was talking about with, like, you may notice some of my swings are missing. Okay. It's fine. I want to back up here, otherwise, she'll scream and push me away, and that'll waste a little bit of time in the animation. But if I back up like that, I can avoid the scream.
Where is he?
So that first phase works out perfectly, that we get to the other side of the room, she hits us immediately, Cyclone gets the cooldown reduction, and then she always follows up with Aurora, and as long as you wait just a little bit with Heat Wave, you instantly get the stagger. Getting the cooldowns on both would be more important in a no DLC run, but since we have any of the DLC weapons with the like additional 85 attack and additional 85 stagger over the weapon we would normally have here, which is functionally double, it basically trivializes Garuda. This next phase is a little bit annoying. Garuda's going to immediately stomp on me and then use some ranged magic spells as long as she's above half stagger. If she's half stagger or below, she'll use Aerial Rain, which she flies around the entire arena very slowly, pelting us, or trying to pelt us with magic attacks. So what we're going to do is try and set this up so that we stagger her before she gets to that phase. And we're good to go. Luckily, she stays on the ground for this phase. Normally, you wouldn't wait to use your special moves, but I do. Yeah, this being the first mature Final Fantasy game, they went all in on the swears, on the blood, on the violence. Honestly, this game would have been just fine if they'd gone for like a 13 grade, or, you know, they didn't really need an M on this. So, it's a bit edgy. So we get a free stagger for the next two phases, so all we're looking for is min-maxing our damage here. Alright, we're gonna throw down our strength tonic here, too. I hit the wrong button. I wanted to use a charged fire up, but I let go of it too soon while I was still in that animation. Oops. Alright, so we're gonna get Torgal back here, so I need to start hitting perfect sick timing for Torgal to make sure that this works out properly. Ideally, we only need this one stagger to get through the rest of Garuda's HP, but as long as I Money routing is not tight at all. You have enough money to buy the moon and the sun if you really wanted to. You could probably buy some elixirs and last potions if you really felt like it was needed, or wild heart tonics. Most runners just use potions, high potions, and strength tonics. And you have enough to buy a lot of armor if you want, but you really don't need it, at least not in story. Alright, good enough. Yeah, the staggers are very nice, but the duration is a cost-benefit analysis in easy. Not always firing off those staggers is useful. There's going to be a lot of places where using a stagger is going to be a problem. And we'll just end up losing us time, so I've got to be very careful when I fire off staggers. If I can, there's a lot of places where I actually have to let off the gas, as it were, and apply some brake, and just stop attacking for a short period of time, so that everything works out properly. There we go. We get a Rising Flame accessory there, so now the Phoenix Wing will do some extra damage. We grabbed the Cyclone accessory while we were in the dungeon, because it was really just right there, and we're going to be using it for a while. Just go. We also upgraded both of our Phoenix abilities, so they're going to hit a lot harder now, and we bought Rook's Gambit. Hopefully I'll be able to show you what Rook's Gambit does in a second here. Okay, there we go. Close enough.
Keep your distance, boy.
There we go. So, Rook's Gambit is either good or bad. And it's in a very binary state. The reason that I say it's one or the other, and it's nothing in between, Rook's Gambit highly depends on your skill level. It's intended to be a counter move, so you need to fire it off just before a move hits you. And then it will drastically reduce the cooldown from, I think it's like 27 seconds or something, to a very low amount. I think it says by 33%, but I think it's like Cyclone, where it's like a 10-second cooldown or something. But the other important part is it does massively more stagger damage and physical damage. But the fact that the cooldown is so low means you can spam it, as long as you can keep the enemy consistently attacking. The like Torgal plushie? I'm sure some of the runners have it, but I do not. So there's a lot of dialogue at the start here. That's why I was doing some other movement. We're actually just going to say fudge it and start running here. If characters are talking 90% of the time, you can't start this run animation here. So runners have to do some... they have to do anything else to move faster. If we could trigger this immediately, it would save so much time. It's very unfortunate that they designed it in this way. I should probably skip the cutscene, huh? So we're coming up to Garuda proper. Yeah, if we could get the run on command, it would probably have saved quite a bit of time, too. This area, we can't, so we're just going to hop up the hill and hope. That's unfortunate. I thought I hit it. If you do your jumping at the right rhythm there, you can actually jump through that little mini cutscene and just jump through Garuda to the other side. Saves, like, 4 seconds or something, but I've spent more of my time focusing on combat rather than other stuff. Oof. So at this point, we can't do anything other than just walk, and it is what it is. So Garuda's a pretty straightforward fight. As of right now, we still don't understand how to use our icon, and we don't even know where the other icon that Joshua fought earlier. Right now, we're still looking for that information, and we won't realize it till after this fight when we transform mid-fight. Because the first time Joshua, or not Joshua, but Clive lost his memories. Right now we're chasing a shade, a figment of ourselves. I'm not really 100% on that. Alright, and now there was Burb. This is part of the reason why we upgraded our damaging moves. We really can't stagger Garuda in one go here, and even if we could, Garuda would HP lock. So what we're aiming for is to do enough damage to trigger this, the attack phase, and then we can stagger right after that. So ideally we hit a Rook's Gambit here.
Where is he? Where is the dominant?
Oh, come on. I hate that so much. So, like, that's what I'm saying. But, like, Rook's Gambit is kind of a pain in the butt. Because it's very hard to... Fine, whatever. I'll take the L here. Yeah, so Rook's Gambit would make it so, like, I could have done that without having to wait for Wing to fully recharge. Would have saved, like, 10-ish seconds. But since I got kicked, it was kind of, like, GG anyway. This fight can be kind of annoying, especially because Garuda's so big. I'm really never sure what is a position that will trigger Rook's Gambit. Even if the timing is right, I'm never sure if I'm actually in the area. It makes getting counters on Garuda a pain. Okay, it doesn't really matter here. I just want to stagger as soon as she starts the next phase, so it's whatever. Wait for it. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do here to save time. We just need to hit a certain amount of HP, and that's very easy to hit without too much effort. I just want to make sure to hit her as soon as the stagger ends so that we end the fight immediately. But this is why I was saying, like, mixing Rook's Gambit here just loses that little bit of time because you're waiting for Phoenix Wing to do enough damage. If you're really good about it, you can manually do enough damage. It's just very hard to do it. That's part of the reason why you just hard start with Phoenix Wing, so even if you miss the Gambit, you're only losing a set amount of time. So these mashing segments may be kind of weird, but there's actually no timer on them. So if you have an issue with mashing, all you have to do is just push the button. You don't actually have to mash at all at any specific rate. You can't fail it ever. You could do one input a minute and you'd be fine. It would just take forever. Oops. I gotta wait till she falls off for this to become a cutscene. Alright, see you later, Burb. So yeah, I am not a super big fan of Rook's Gambit. It's a very high skill cap, and it's very hard to execute properly. But it is what it is. Early game, we don't have any other choices. The ultimate moves that we could equip are too expensive, and Gouge is just awful in terms of DPS and staggering. Takes way too long to do anything with it. Gonna lunge here a few times. So we can just jump through that. We're gonna do a full combo, and then we're actually gonna hesitate here so that we can just do another combo. Excuse me? Excuse me! Stupid bird. So if we just spam immediately when Garuda gets grounded, we'll actually trigger an animation where we throw Garuda, so we want to avoid that. think this should be enough damage. Yep. I gotta be careful here because the final phase Garuda will kind of hop back and be a pain in my back. But hey, Kios, thank you. Let me go. Yeah, boy. I will readily admit my Eikon fights are not good. A lot of these I just kind of YOLO for the most part because I would much prefer to focus on the normal combat than the iconic combat, because I find the iconic combat to be kind of lackluster. Should be fine here. One more line. There we go. Okay, good. Alright, now we are free and clear. The rest of this fight is just going to be interactions. QTEs, mashing, that's it. Went pretty good. Last run that I PB'd in, Garuda actually jumped away on that very last hit and dodged like 6 fireballs. It was very frustrating. It's not even really that the Eikon fights are lackluster. It's just a problem that learning them is very difficult because of these extremely long cutscenes that are baked into the fights. So, like, if you've played the game, Titan Lost takes a very long time, same with Bahamut. So, like, outside of learning the very first phase, you're in for, like, a 20-minute fight. If you're, like, you're trying to learn Shin Bahamut or, like, Internal Titan, it takes forever to practice. And I decided the thing I really was more interested in was the actual combat. So, my movement around the map is going to be kind of scuffed compared to other runners. My iconic fights are just kind of YOLO solos. But I do the best I can. You know, you can't grind the game down to 744 and, like, have bad Eikon fights. Luckily, you know, every run is another practice fight for Eikons, so I've gotten a little bit better. The Eikon fights, unironically, are routed very tightly. Luckily, Garuda's pretty straightforward. As long as you don't just mash your attack, it goes pretty quick. Knowing to, like, attack and then wait a little bit before you attack again, so that you don't grab Garuda and throw her away, makes the fight go much faster. I'm angry! But, the up and down side of these cutscenes is they make practicing a pain, but a lot of these fights have extremely long cutscenes in the middle, which means I could go to the bathroom right now if I wanted to, take my controller with me and just mash square. I don't need to yet, but I probably will disappear during one of these. Because these are... That's the only downside with this game, I would say. Outside of, like, the story kind of pacing being a little bit scuffed in terms of a speedrun, where I have to spend, you know, a lot of time walking from A to B to C to D to E to F. But these iconic fights do offer you, like, restroom breaks or some sort of, like, significant break period. It's just in the middle of a boss fight, which is super weird, but... you know, when you have a 7.5-hour run, you tend to take what you can get. And that is Garuda. So yeah, luckily we have access to 2 Eikons now, so we have a lot more in terms of choices during combat. We didn't use it immediately, but Garuda is going to be the backbone of a lot of our strats here in the near future. And mainly because every Eikon comes with an iconic feat, and a lot of them are very good, and have their own fringe uses. The only one that really doesn't see use at all is Rama. They did speed up how it functions, so, like, it applies the static orbs much faster, and you can move a lot quicker with it now, but you're not going to see it in the speedrun unless I accidentally turn it on. Garuda, however, can grab enemies and pull them close. It doesn't really work on bigger enemies, but it does have some weird interactions with that. And if you half stagger a boss, you can actually grab them with Garuda to extend that half stagger. You shouldn't see it in this run because it's a very long cutscene in almost every fight you do that in. So you really don't want to do that. All right, now we're going to just get out of here. I grabbed some extra strength tonics, even though I don't need to, because it'll make this area a little bit easier. At this point, though, our DLC weapon is kind of falling off a bit. Once you finish Garuda off, you actually get an iconic shard. And the game does like to dole out weapons after you've finished dungeons. So for a lot of the game, we're going to finish a dungeon, buy a weapon, finish a dungeon, buy a weapon, finish a dungeon, buy a weapon. But this shard would give us a weapon with 130 in terms of stats. And our current weapon is 160, so we're not super overpowered anymore. We're getting close, but not all the way. One of the things I do need to do with Torgal, though, is to heal with him, and that'll keep him from knocking enemies away, so that these fights will be fairly consistent. If I get lucky, Torgal just won't knock enemies away, so I won't need to worry about it at all, but the NPCs, AI-controlled NPCs that come with you can make your life awful.
What now?
These guys right here are the reason I usually grab the strength tonics, because I'm really bad at fighting the Minotaurs here, and end up getting slapped around a bit. Luckily, this first attack is always scripted, so getting the counter is something like you should be able to do. We're gonna do this.
Keep your distance, boy. Give them all you've got, boy. Don't let them get away.
Oh, that's a bummer. I should have waited a little bit longer for that initial hit. Oh, good. The fact that I got the half stagger there saved me. I almost got ran over. Kind of like Mega Man, yeah. So, for whatever reason, there has been an icon, Ifrit, that has just come into being. They explain it more later in the game, but Clive is that icon. Initially, it was thought that he was, like, sharing the Phoenix's powers in some way. But it turns out his brother is Phoenix, and he is actually Ifrit, which is an icon that has not shown up. Because up till now, there's been an accounted-for amount of icons. Ifrit is not one of them. Oh, that's gonna be that's super annoying. You need to kill a certain amount of enemies. What is going on here? Hello? Game, please. Why game bug? Using that Rook's Gambit's gonna be really rough. I think I'm just gonna do this, then. The lock-on system was not cycling between the enemies properly. That's what happened. So what you want to do is lock on, grab one of them with Garuda, cycle your lock on again, and the game was refusing to cycle to the other enemies for some reason.
Let me through.
Ugh. I love how it locks on to the frickin' insects. Okay. I should not have done it that way. I actually timed that too slow. Oh, forget. We'll strength pot here.
Keep your distance, boy. Don't let them get away. Give them all you've got, boy.
This should be fine. Okay. Alright, that was a bit awkward, but whatever. So I did load an autosave there to reset my cooldowns, because I wasn't 100% certain I'd have the attacks that I needed to have ready for that fight. Oops. All I had to do was do this. All you had to do was get on the bridge, CJ! Alright, so this fight is pretty simple. I just want to make sure to clean the enemies up as quickly as possible. So, what may initially make you think, why are you using all your attacks if you have to fight a mini-boss here? Isn't that a bad idea? Something that's been happening throughout the course of the game the entire time that I haven't bothered to mention is if these cutscenes are playing, your cooldown is recharging. The even cooler part is your strength potion timer isn't decrementing as well. So the strength potion I used on the Minotaur, the timer has been frozen. Meanwhile, all my special abilities are recharged. Because this cutscene is longer than the 30 seconds for the long enough, or the longest attack. Unfortunately here, we need to make sure the worm's dead, or else the Dragoon's HP will lock at half HP. So we're really dependent on Cid doing his job here. Oh, that... What do you want, game? Why would you even do this? I'm tanking the hit here on purpose so that my Cyclone gets the fast recharge. Okay, we're gonna have to... What? What happened there? Why did you not take damage, bruh?
Sorry, lad. Don't know how much help I'm gonna be.
Oh, this is so awful.
One down, one to go.
Oh, dude. Well, that's neat. Thank God he didn't stagger. Such is the way of life. It's not that big of a deal. I'm being a drama queen right now, to be honest. Ideally, you want to kill on that first stagger instead of having to do all that nonsense. For some reason, the dragon just straight up didn't get hit by one of my attacks, which I have no idea what caused that. But there is no actual elemental, like, affinities in this game, as far as I know. It's basically just big number do big damage, little number do little damage. So regardless of whether you use Phoenix, Ifrit, Shiva, Odin, Bahamut, doesn't matter. They're like, enemies aren't like weak to Daya. Oh, you missed that it wasn't in here. No, yeah, it's not a mechanic. I read the statement wrong, excuse me. It would have been interesting, though. The one thing that's weird is, like, you only have access to Ra spells and not Ga spells, for better or worse. That would have been an interesting mechanic they could have added. Yeah, it is a nice thing that that's not a consideration you have to make. Because the cool thing is, like, instead of having elemental advantages, you can build your playset based on which iconic skills you like more. Like, personally, I didn't like Garuda at all casually. So I really didn't want to use Garuda. I wanted to get rid of it ASAP. I'm gonna grab a strength tonic here. We don't have a better weapon to upgrade to, so we're still on the DLC weapon. Like I said, though, our current weapon would be about 130, and we're at 160 right now, so we're still a little bit overpowered, but not a lot. 30 really doesn't do as much as you'd wish it would. Yeah, the problem, that's mainly the issue I have with early game, is we only have the 2 icons, and when we get the 3rd icon out of the dungeon coming up here, we don't get more slots, we just get more abilities. The abilities are good, but kind of a pooper that I still have 2 slots for the first, like, 3 hours of gameplay. So we're gonna keep doing Phoenix shifts here until the dialogue is finished. Now we can actually run, so I'm gonna run. Unfortunately, we actually have some dialogue at this bridge here, which breaks our run speed and it's just kind of fairly annoying. So I gotta do a couple of Phoenix shifts here too. And now we run again. But yeah, if we could have got this run speed whenever we wanted, the early game would have been a lot quicker. There are some, like, iconic abilities that make for good movement, like with Shiva. Shiva, then you mash it again to get the little cold snap, and then you switch to Phoenix, and then do the Phoenix shift. Actually makes for a very nice movement chain. There's a lot of very complex movement chains, but they require having all the icons for the most part. So you more or less are just going to see me Phoenix shifting 99% of the time. Luckily, we're getting closer and closer to the side quest to get the Chocobo. And once we get the Chocobo side quests, a lot of our movement is going to be on Ambrosia. And it's going to have a really high skill cap. And by high skill cap, I mean, as long as Ambrosia doesn't attack the enemies, it's going to be fast. Yeah, honestly, like, in my opinion, the 6 slots is enough. And I think it's like a perfect balance. But, like, early game, not having all 6 slots is super frustrating. Because you just spend a lot of time going, okay, when is my ability cooldown? Yay, I can kill the enemy now. Unfortunately. The DLC icons are kind of nice, but I haven't had a chance to really play with them too much yet. At one point, I was considering doing final... No, I didn't want to get on the ladder. You can actually jump over the ladder if you do that right.
Come on. There he is.
Excuse me? That was weird. What? Okay, I messed up my inputs there. A little bit of a brain fart. So, Cyclone won't kill there, so I want to grab all the enemies together, then hit them with Wicked Wheel. Wicked Wheel will pull them together and more or less kind of stack them in front of you in a little spot. And then I can follow up with Cyclone from there to make sure they're dead. If I just do Cyclone, it'll hit all the enemies and then knock them back away from me. Then I'll have to pull them back in. The Garuda grabs there were very bad, though. What you're supposed to do is I need to, like, lock onto the enemy, jump in the air, Garuda grab, push the R3 to cycle targets, and then keep doing that until all the enemies are right next to me. And every once in a while, my brain just completely shuts down and hard restarts mid-fight. So sometimes you'll see me doing weird movement like that, where I just, like, which button am I supposed to hit again? Because at this point, like, if I forget which button to hit, I can't remember because it's all muscle memory. That's the one downside of, like, doing both, like, Remake, Rebirth, and this. It's very hard to maintain all 3 speedruns at the same time. Because it is a very specific input, like, order. Like, the lock-on is on the thumbsticks for Remake and Rebirth. But this game, it's on L1. And then, also, you need to cycle through your shortcuts a lot. So, like, you normally just hold the shortcuts open with R1. Versus this one, where it's like you gotta hold R2 and then cycle with L2. Obviously, it's a little bit different depending on who, what your setup is. I use Control Type A. Because when I first started running this, like, they had no different controller setups. It's like you just got what you got. By the time we got custom, I was like, well, I'm already kind of used to this bad controller layout, so whatever. Alright, we're just gonna run from here. Ifrit is technically one of those icons. Ifrit, it shares the spaces with Phoenix, though, so it doesn't actively increase my icon. Yeah, pretty much.
What darkness awaits us?
Ifrit ends up being kind of an extension of Phoenix. And depending on your, like, interpretation of the story, there's a point where, like, Ifrit and Phoenix kind of meld together. So it's not very clear if they're intended to be separate icons or they're, like, part of the same. It's weird. One of the nice things that we do have now, though, is this instant turn in. It gets 2 abilities plus limit. So it depends on how you want to look at it. Both of them are pretty decent, though. Limit is very useful, though. Limit, we'll be getting it shortly. I'll kind of go over real quick now, but I'll talk about it again later. Limit will increase our damage and stagger damage, as well as make us functionally invincible as long as it's still up. Yeah, every icon gets 4 total You get 2 freebies that you can upgrade and master to put on other icons. You get a tertiary ability you can buy for 120. And then that can be upgraded and mastered as well to move to different icons. And then every icon has what people call an ultimate. And those are usually extremely expensive, but they do something very, very well. Except for Aerial Blast. Aerial Blast just blinds you. That's what it does well. Unfortunately. I think a lot of people used it casually, even myself included. Because Garuda's, like, abilities are so bad. Alright, so since we can see an enemy on the screen here, I'm gonna have to switch to regular jumps. No matter what, we were gonna get in that fight anyway, so I just opted to trigger it earlier to get past it quicker. But yeah, sometimes they kill these spiders here, so that's how I end up with extra AP. But that's why I kill the few guards I do earlier, to make sure that I'm not worrying about, like, the random factors here, or considering having to spam buttons on the way up to make Torgal attack or whatever. Just makes it so everything's consistent for a couple extra seconds of firing off a few specials.
Look, the windmills. That must be Eastpool.
Another part where we're going to start running here. It's a little bit faster for a short period. Yeah, Aerial Blast is good. I do like it casually. The problem was it just had so much visual pollution that it makes speedruns functionally impossible. Because you need to see a lot of the enemies that you would use Aerial Blast on, and using it makes the enemies more or less invisible, unfortunately. If Aerial Blast was a lot more transparent, it would be more functional. But the problem is, like, we need to counterattack a lot of the enemies in this game, and not being able to see them is not a good idea.
It should take us all the way to Phoenix Gate.
So we're gonna get a small upgrade here. We grabbed our dad's old clothes. So we've upgraded both our belt and wristlet, which are functionally our armor pieces. And we've upgraded our sword here to the, I think it's the Imperial, I want to say. I can't remember off the top of my head. But it's a 5 stat point increase. But since we don't have to equip it, we just use it. It doesn't really matter. If we had to go out of our way to get this sword, we wouldn't bother getting it. Every other time where we can get a sword that's like a 5-point upgrade, we don't bother. There's some cases where we don't bother with a sword that's like 10 points. Later in the game, you're supposed to use Ice Brand, but I get the Masamune for 2 reasons. One, it looks cool, and it's a 10-point upgrade for like an hour of gameplay, and I'm bad, so I need every crutch I can possibly get. Even at the cost of a couple of minutes, because those fights can go sideways pretty fast without that little bit of extra gasoline in the tank.
I'm sorry, Jill.
At least in my opinion.
Making you do all this.
So this will be the last dungeon we have to use Rook's Gambit, so I won't be crying about it for much longer.
Let's head for the stables.
You could theoretically use Rook's Gambit for a lot longer, because it does do a lot of damage. And its cooldown is fairly quick when you counter with it, so it can be spammed quite a bit. But because it has that high skill ceiling,
Let's just concentrate on finding him.
and a very punishing drop-off if you miss the inputs, it's just too much effort. So a lot of runners don't go that route.
Still no sign.
It just ends up that it's better to go like Wicked Wheel Cyclone, and we'll finally have enough points to master Cyclone and just put it on Garuda here shortly. So I'm going to do this fight in a very specific way. There's going to be a couple of bees that spawn in front of us, and I'm going to kill all of them and keep staring off the edge of the cliff. And what that's going to do is force the dogs to spawn behind us in an advantageous position where we can just grab them all together and make this fight go pretty quickly. Here we go. Alright. Let's grab them all together here. Luckily I put myself in the right position. Normally I grab those other two dogs that spawned in at the very end. But because I was in the right position, I could avoid grabbing both of them. I grabbed one of them just to be safe. And then when I realized they were in the right spot, I just threw the Cyclone out. So yeah, a lot of our fights boil down to grab Wicked Wheel, grab Cyclone, or if enemies are too bulky, grab Wicked Wheel into Cyclone. Unfortunately, doing it this way to get them all together to consistently hit with Cyclone puts us in a position where we can't get hit before we use Cyclone to get the cooldown reduction. So we're kind of in a weird spot where it's like, well, the fight goes faster this way, but our moves take longer to come back. Luckily, dungeons start getting bigger and bigger throughout the rest of the game. And once the more skills we get, the more ways we have to clear fights. And so we have more and more and more and more and more options to the point where we should be good to go.
No animals. No life.
And no monsters. I suppose that's one small mercy.
We won't be able to use any magic
So
here.
we did skip a few lines of dialogue by hopping up this
As if
hill.
the absence of ether didn't cause enough
If you
problems.
do it a little bit optimally, you'll cut off Jill's dialogue while she's spent talking and talk over her, which I find funny, but it's a little bit slower to do it that way. You have to kind of mess up the movement.
I can
If
hardly
you do the
imagine
movement
what this
right,
place
she'll
used
just
to look
finish
like
talking,
before
and then
Blight
Clive will start talking, even though she actually has 2 more lines of dialogue.
It was beautiful.
I could be thrusting here, but because I can't chain them together, I'm not gonna bother. The funny part is like, you want to thrust or lunge into cutscene triggers if possible, because the game will, see what I mean, will automatically start. But if you do it too far away, this happens and you have to wait out the end of it. It's not like a huge time loss, but it just feels bad every time you misjudge the distance. Oh, wow. I just have no notes for this area, huh? Well, luckily or unluckily, we have one of the harder bosses coming up, Shadow Clive.
Could anyone?
It's really gonna, that whole fight and doing it optimally is gonna live and die on me landing my Rook's Gambit counters. So we'll see if the fight goes well or not. We do need Rook's Gambit for one of the mini-bosses as well, too. Oh, I'm a dum-dum. So if you brush up against the ground in any part of your Phoenix... You serious? Any part of your Phoenix shift, you'll get stuck to the ground when you fire it off.
Another gate.
We're gonna get the heck out of here.
This one opens.
So a lot of this dungeon is going to be grab turbo, and it's just a symptom of the way things work. Honestly, it would either be that or rushing around over and over to like hit every individual enemy. So as silly as this is definitely faster. I want to try and jump as low as I can to avoid taking too long to land. This fight's a little bit wonky, though. I'm not going to be able to kill everything in one go, unfortunately. Ooh, my dog has decided to open the door. Excuse me. That really messed with my, Okay, stop it.
How can these things still function?
Yeah, one of my dogs is smart enough to open the door, but I usually leave it closed because they bark, just at nothing. It doesn't really make for a good viewing experience, so I try and leave it closed during marathon runs. But it also means one of them can try and open the door, which will throw me off even more. Unfortunate. Wham! My life is hard because I purchased dogs. Pity me. So a lot of these rooms, like I said, boil down to Wicked Wheel. Oh, and a lot of the routing here is to organize our cooldowns in such a way that we have the one that we need as soon as we need it. This guy right here is going to be our first skill check.
Then let's give it one.
Okay, and we kind of passed it. one I wanted to grab there. Okay, so Rook's Gambit is going to be out of our reach for the rest of this fight, so I got to do this the OG way. Just force damage through and call it a day. Alright, if I hit the counter here, we should be okay. There we go.
Does any of this make sense?
Big number go burr. A lot of the, like, mid-boss in this game are, like, they're just difficult. I'm gonna be honest, like, and in my opinion, they're not, like, that difficult. I think the enemy variety and, like, patterns you get form, like, a good difficulty. And you hate these enemies for the right reason. You know what I mean? Like, they're not unfair, in my opinion.
Whatever they are, I don't think
We're gonna do this, and you'll notice that I wing here. That's because these enemies, the way that wheel works, is that the enemies actually get thrown in a pool in front of you. So you Wicked Wheel, hit them with a wing, and it'll usually catch most of the enemies. It's a really cool thing
had to run this school.
that happens. It just allows you to perform some pretty optimal kills in certain places. Oops. Oops.
Here we
But
go
yeah,
then.
like, a lot of
Will we
people
end up
can't
this
run or won't run this game because it's just so long.
Us, I expect.
But, like, the combat is to die for, really. And that's, like, what keeps me playing this. I'll probably keep submitting this to other events, and if you ever see me playing it again, it'll most likely be because of that. Oops. Alright, let's see if I can counter the first one again.
Don't let them get away.
There we go. If I get lucky here, I can get a... There we go. Hit me. That's nice.
Garuda, lend me your strength. Don't let them get away.
Okay. Get over here. Get over here. Over here, and get out of my face. What? Alright, pretty clean room. Pretty clean. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of enemies. Oh, I did the thing again! Ah! I went the wrong way! Ah! Damn you, door! You've betrayed me for the last time! Well, everything's cooled down. Oops. These guys using Cyclone's gonna be overkill, but it'll set up for a better phase too. Yeah.
There's more of them.
Let's you. We want wheel into Cyclone, and then manual kill, because I need to have Rook's Gambit on deck for the next boss. The Rook's Gambit is one of those where it's like, the timing is super hard. I never used it casually, because I couldn't get the timing right, so... And then, like, the counter to some of this stuff is very difficult, too. The combat in this game is just top tier. Oh wow, just the tip, huh? Whoops. I need to get a counter here, so... You want to, What? Why am I so bad? Send help! Send all the king's men!
Keep your distance, boy.
It's drawing in energy.
Not for long, it isn't.
With me. Give them all you've got, boy. There. It's down.
This is our chance.
Wake wins.
Alright. I've missed that so many times recently, I was ready for it. I shouldn't have sat on those. Yeah, I appreciate it. Appreciate everybody sending out their energy. I do. Yeah, a lot of the reason that I'm like crying about Rook's Gambit is because it's legitimately hard to hit the timing. I'm not sure if it's mainly that I disagree with like the timing that they gave everything. Oh, 657, huh? So that means I've got 10 less AP than normal here. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I could have avoided that if I was paying attention, but whatever. Hopefully we get an attack here right off the bat that I can just tank with Cyclone and speed this up a little bit, but we'll see. Okay, that's perfect, actually. So I'll be able to get the cooldown recovery on this. It's kind of greedy to do that, but when it works, it works. Okay.
What the hell was that thing? It wasn't like the others.
It would seem this place holds even more secrets than we thought.
But yeah, the combat is what keeps me coming back to this game. If there's, like, that's why I was saying very early on, if there's, like, a cutscene remover or something for this game that speeds up a lot of this stuff, I will come back in a heartbeat. But yeah, you're gonna see, Rook's Gambit is the, is the backbone of our Ifrit fight here. And the timing on like all of these charge moves that Ifrit starts every phase with is just a little bit different. Oops. So it's hard to like really express it, but like the first Ifrit, you basically have to wait till Big Ifrit's right on top of you. The Shadow one, you have to wait until it's right on top of you, but then once it gets the limit break, you have to wait until it's like halfway across instead. Each one of them's kind of like all over the place. You have to like feel it more than you can react to it. Excuse me? Okay. I did save a strength potion. I'm going to be using that in the later phases of Ifrit here. If I forget to use it, I forget to use it. Ideally, I don't. If I do forget it, I'll probably use it on East Pool instead to make my life a little bit easier. This one's pretty funny because you can actually activate the prompt while it's still coming up. It feels good when you do it, though. You gotta take the little wins here. So Ifrit is a completely different beast to everything we've fought so far. Since we're more or less on level and our weapon is what the game gives us for this portion, we have no more like power overwhelming. We're gonna have to just work for our lunch here. Let's get this cutscene real quick. What? I didn't upgrade Wicked Wheel! Ooh, this is gonna stink! This is gonna be a rough fight. Alright, well, it doesn't matter anyway, because I mistimed that. We're definitely getting a stagger, though. Unfortunately, mid-fight, we can't upgrade it. I probably could... Yeah, we're kind of... Wait, what? Huh. Alright, so the fight is not going to go the way that I expect it to. Without upgraded Rook's Gambit here, our stagger and damage is going to be really, really rough. It's going to come into being a problem in the next few phases. I have no idea how this fight's going to work out, so this is the first time I forgot upgrading Rook's Gambit here. I'm going to have to hit more Rook's Gambits than normal then. That's going to be kind of rough. This is definitely not gonna stagger though, so.
Even when the truth's staring right at you. Come on, Clive. Face your fears.
Well, it doesn't matter if I miss. Oh, I already cycloned, duh. This is gonna be a rough fight. Clive is one of the worst ones with that hitbox I was yapping about. Sneaking a little bit extra damage there. Well, worst case scenario, now that it's this way, I can't mess up the strat because there's no strat for this. It is what it is. I think I'll probably grab him on the half stagger. I think that's the right play.
I see.
That's bad. Gonna do this to extend the stagger. One, two, three. Dang it! That's rough. Alright, we're gonna have a hard time with damage for sure then. We're gonna have to do this the super duper 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 slow way. Just in case. That is definitely not intended. Mad 'cause bad. I thought I was further away from that flame pillar than I was, but I guess I wasn't. Well, this is definitely a Shadow Clive fight. At least I can't get mad about missing the strat. Because I never could hit it.
No escape.
Yeah, but you may notice that I missed some of those Rook's Gambits anyway.
I'm done running from you.
The timing on his Rook's Gambits is kind of like, each and every one has a very specific point where you need to counter with it. And it puts you in a position where it's very hard. Because, like, it's not very consistent. He's just visually at different spots each time you want to counter. Luckily, we get infinite limit here, so we have a lot of extra damage. And it's literally impossible to die.
Show yourself, Ifrit.
Well, at least that I didn't get a stagger there. Well, that was fun. I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break and continue mashing through this while I have a chance to cool down. Oh.
Truth of it now. You are not afraid. I am.
to say that it's like me waking up this early or, you know, it's me doing commentary. It's probably the commentary. I kind of got a little bit stuck in it. It's because I'm used to getting my Rook's Gambit at that very spot where I went into the menu and not later. But it all is forgiven. We're past the point where we need Rook's Gambit anymore, so we're just gonna remove it anyway and start upgrading other stuff. At this point, Rook's Gambit is just too high risk, low reward. Or high risk, high reward. But if you miss it, it really messes with everything. So we're actually going to go a different route now. So this fight right here is really annoying to practice. And there's a few fights like it. For some reason, if you save in this area, it will always spawn you in at this top of the hill instead of next to the fence where you would need to go to progress. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to be degrading everything here, setting it back to standard. And we're going to be grabbing two very important things. Flames of Rebirth, which is a very strong ultimate that we're going to be using on and off throughout the course of the entire run. And then it also gives us...
So, what next?
We also are going to be buying Ignition, which is one of the Ifrit abilities. Ifrit comes with three things. Limit, which can be upgraded for 1,000 and then again for 2,000. Limit, stock standard has 2 bars. The 1,000 point gives you a 3rd bar. The 2,000 gives you a 4th bar. We won't be able to afford that until very late into the game, so we're going to have to make do with the 2 limit bars that we have 90% of the time. And it also comes with Will of the Wikes, which just summons some fireballs around you that hits the enemies passively. Personally, I like that skill. I used it a lot casually. And then it also gives us Ignition. Ignition, think of it as a giant snowmobile, or snowplow. It will catch all the enemies next to you and drag them with you. And then on the finishing slash, it will kill all the enemies that are in front of you, more or less. So Ignition is going to be our babe the entire run. We are not getting rid of Ignition ever. It's 22-second cooldown, does a ton of damage, and it's really good at crowd control. Alright, perfect. We're going to actually mess up the entire fight. That's going to be fun. That's a big issue. We really didn't want to do that. Alright, Ignition, you're gonna have to do some heavy lifting because I did it bad. You want to use Flames of Rebirth on all the enemies here, but if you're a big dum-dum like me, you fire off Flames of Rebirth under the slightest amount of pressure. Come here. Alright. We're gonna be using Ignition here to get most of our... Ooh, that's really bad, actually. Alright, we're gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to wait for another Ignition here, so I'm gonna come up here and start grabbing enemies. Okay. Wait for it. Normally you want to Flames of Rebirth this entire room, but I accidentally fired it off too soon. Unfortunate. I'm not gonna say that I haven't seen that before. Other runners have done it as well. Even world record holders do that sometimes. So ideally, you round up all the enemies here and just Flames of Rebirth all of them in one go.
All must burn.
Shrug.
The bearers and those who sheltered them. By Empress Annibella's command.
I intended to attack with Gouge there, but I had complete brain fart. Ignition.
Right.
Alright, whatever. But yeah, Flames of Rebirth is a really good clean move that'll clear up an entire dungeon real quick. We'll use it a little bit in the next dungeon, but and I'll actually use it right. Oh, sure, Flames of Rebirth. Sounds good. So I'm going to show off a neat thing here. You can actually cancel the Flames of Rebirth animation with your limit, and it'll still keep doing damage the entire time. Yeah, it's 2 minutes. It's a 2-minute cooldown for Flames of Rebirth. Once you get the cooldown accessory, it does reduce 24 seconds of it and makes it a 100-second cooldown. Flames of Rebirth can be abused pretty heavily if you use it, kill all the enemies, and then load the autosave that is made after killing enemies. We're going to be abusing it a lot in the endgame. Yeah, Willow, I liked the entire game. Ignition's very good, though. As you can tell, like, Ignition saved me there. Quite literally. Without Ignition, that fight would have taken forever. It definitely took longer than it should have, but without Ignition, being able to, like, just catch 20 enemies... Wait, what am I doing? Stormcry... wait, what? Huh? Excuse me?
I see I'm busy here. So, what'll it be?
Something... He's not forging... Flame Tongue?
I heard Otto barking.
Excuse me?
earlier.
Alright, if he refuses to forge Flame Tongue here, I'm just gonna load a save. Because I don't know how bad not having it will work. I have the Flame Shard, so what's supposed to happen is you forge with the wing from Garuda, and then you take that and then forge the Flame Tongue with that. So, like, iconic swords kind of stack on top of each other. So I just loaded a save there, because I'm hoping maybe that'll fix it. I have no idea what's going on here. I've never had this issue. Because if he doesn't forge it here, I don't know what other things he'll refuse to forge as well. Okay, look. Buddy, pal. I don't know what your damage is, but there it is.
Should last you a good while. No scratches, all right?
Maybe I didn't have the meteorites? I don't have to forge the sword, but it's a pretty... Damn it. It's a pretty decent damage bonus that I don't know how it's going to affect the fights. It would make my life a lot harder. I could pick up the Coral Whisker in the next dungeon instead, but it would be past most of the fights that I want the Flame Tongue for. And if he's not going to forge the Flame Tongue, what else could be bugged out is more so what I'm worried about. The current implications are not that big of a deal, but the later implications terrify me. Luckily, the way that I run this, I only get one other icon sword, the Leviathan Bolt, or Levy Bolt, after this. That is not where you want to go. Alright, whatever. I can fix this. You want to warp over here, because it's much closer. It does, however, cancel the dialogue here, so I can run immediately. Alright, give me a second. I gotta close the door, because my dogs decided to open it and then bark. There we go, I locked... That's not the right direction! Well, this is just a 10 out of 10. Oh, no. So, the antelopes are usually not aggressive, but apparently if you touch them, they are. Who would have thought? And here I thought I could simply shut my door while I was running from A to B.
The soldiers used to speak of a brothel.
This is a very interesting cacophony of circumstances. Alright, at this point, I'm gonna say that's never happened before. I have never seen him refuse to forge something.
You say
Yeah, I ran into the gazelle. That's what caused that to happen. I just didn't know that walking into the gazelle would cause it. I always had assumed, like, attacking them causes it. I didn't realize bumping into them was enough. I mean, I guess I'd be angry, too, if I was just kind of sitting there grazing, and some dude just walked into me for no reason. I'd be a little annoyed. I can get down with that. Yeah, that's... The only thing I can guess is I didn't have the 20 meteorites required to forge the Flame Tongue, and Sid gives you enough to forge it. But I didn't... I don't know if that's actually the case. Because that's the only, like, reasonable explanation. Or Sid gives you the other forging item. I'm not 100. Yeah. Oh, it's a known bug? Okay, yeah. Luckily, I don't bother with the ice brand, but at this point, I use both the Flame Tongue and the Levy Bolt for this portion, and I'd be in a really rough situation not having either of them. Because early game, you have so little DPS that not having your upgraded weapons is a big issue. Later in the game, you could probably get around it, but yeah. I didn't realize there was a known bug with crafting. That's the first time I've seen it. Fortunately, unfortunately, I think I would have rather not knowing. So yeah, once again, I should have been bouncing off some of the NPCs at the beginning of town, but I was a little bit out of sorts with how weird that segment went. We're gonna ignition here because there's dialogue, so that will let me maintain full speed. So I'm gonna be very careful here. The green chocobos, the blue-green chocobos are aggressive. The brown ones are not. So if you get too close to a blue-green one, it will start combat. And running won't happen while you're in combat, so kind of working around that. Soon enough, we'll have 3 icons, so we'll have plenty of options to recover fights at that point. I'm just glad that loading the autosave worked there. That's the one nice thing about this game. It's really hard to lose time. It really is. Outside of dying in a boss, for the most part, like, every combat has a load right after it. And as long as your game doesn't crash before, like, a story flag is set to save, put an autosave down, at most you're losing, like, maybe a minute. Unless the game crashes in some sort of segment where you're doing a lot of town movement.
It smells of death here, Togo. Wolves. We can't let them get any closer to the village.
Okay. Oh, come on. What are you... Dude, just cancel it already, bruh! I hate Gouge so much. I only used Gouge there because I thought it had a wider range, but the frickin' dog jumped back. You could just Flames of Rebirth that fight, but it's not enough to kill the dogs anyway. I need to stop being greedy there and just start grabbing them. No. The auto turn-in is faster in every instance that the game allows you to activate it, but you need to be careful. If you open the map, a lot of times, like a checkpoint or warp point will spawn in, and you'll waste a bunch of time. We're trying to open the map as few times as possible and only use it when we have to warp somewhere. Hey, a meteorite. So, we're heading into one of my less favorite dungeons. Any dungeon that has a dragon in, I'm not a super big fan of it. Dragons are really hard to deal with. The main issue is, like, the auto-targeting likes to target the head, which does get you additional damage. But in real life, if you had a sword, would you be trying to stab the dragon in the belly or in the head? You know, get your answers in now. Oh, nice. Kept full speed movement for a lot more than normal there. So, the auto-targeting, like, actively makes dragon fights harder than it needs to be. You know? So, you have to kind of do an uphill fight there to clear dragons efficiently. Yeah, I mean, that's actually the right choice. I'd run like hell. That's actually correct. The first two choices were false. They're wrong. Haha, both the choices were incorrect, you fool. But yeah, dragons are very difficult in this game because of that. So the auto-targeting is pretty cursed here.
This way.
Unfortunately, after this, we're gonna be getting Rama's abilities. Rama has some very strong abilities overall. Thunderstorm hits kind of like a truck, and auto-targets. The other ability, Pile Drive, is basically a glorified AoE like Cyclone and Wicked Wheel, except it has no gimmick advantage that makes it work better. Like, Wicked Wheel has a slightly quicker cooldown, and Cyclone has the quicker cooldown if you get hit. So we're going to be doing that limit stuff here again, and then I'm going to cancel out of the limit early so that I don't waste too much of it.
Perfect plans.
Alright, so let's see here. Unlearn, upgrade, master.
Stood a chance.
Got it.
You're welcome.
So we're going to unlearn Flames of Rebirth. It's a nice little strat for that room since we have it anyway. And then we're going to actually master Cyclone here. And the reason we do that is so we can put Cyclone over Gouge here. So we no longer have to deal with Gouge's middling damage.
The main tunnel.
That would be my guess.
Unfortunately, we have a very good chance when fighting a dragon in this game, but you're going to have to work for it. So yeah, there is an upgraded weapon we can grab before the dragon fight, so I would have been fine for that one fight. But not having Levy Bolt would have affected a long stretch of time where we would have been a lot weaker than we needed to be. The Flame Tongue is really, like, important in this area, because there's a lot of enemies that are really tanky. Alright, so we want to grab the whole room here. No. Where's the captain? Can I grab him? Nope. Alright. Get down here. Is what it is. That room could have been a little bit better, but... Alright. Going for parries here to massively increase the amount of damage. Come on, swing again, buddy. Alright. Pit dragons love garlic sauce. The dragon conversation has devolved into discussing food preferences. I love it. Alright, so I don't have enough limit to get the stagger here, so we're gonna have to do it with our burning blade instead. Ah, unfortunate. That's gonna slow down the fight quite a bit. Alright, we're just gonna fire off our limit here. And just phase tank the hits. If I turn my limit off here, it doesn't matter. I'll lose my entire bar, so we're not worried about that. I should have used ignition earlier, actually. Yeah, actually, no, we're fine. Wheel clears. Alright. Yeah. I would give my opinion about pineapple on pizza, but I don't want to make the entire chat leave by telling them pineapple should be on pizza and is in fact a superior topping for fresh pizza.
It is a death sentence in this place. Not that Sylvester cares.
Luckily, the thing is, with our limit, it's bound to L3 and R3, so you can inadvertently turn it on sometimes, which is very frustrating. It's, luckily you can turn it back off, but it will consume the bar you are currently on. So even if I have a little sliver on one of the two bars, as long as I turn it off before it ticks into the next one, I can avoid losing my limit, at least one of my bars. Ideally, I don't accidentally fat finger limits on this, or else my life is going to be really rough. Alright, we're going to start grabbing these enemies together, cleaning up this room if possible. Oh, no, get over here. Okay, we're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way then. That's kind of annoying. What? Okay, I can just thrust through this guy then. Alright, that wasn't a good room, but wasn't a bad room either.
Never mind. If ever there was a reason to up sticks.
A lot of these rooms is going to be trying to get the enemies together and just bringing them to the other side with ignition. If we can't clear the room with ignition, ideally grab the rest of the enemies up and clear them with a wicked wheel into a cyclone. I do want to upgrade my charged magic here, but I'm going to wait until after this room, because then I should have enough AP for it. Alright, we want to make sure to grab this guy ASAP to prevent that from happening. Ugh. Alright. We're gonna start cleaning this room up. Alright, I guess I'll clean this. Right. Alright, now I have enough guaranteed for this. And we're also gonna swap out the Rising Flame accessory for ignition. And this is more or less gonna be our accessory setup for the rest of the game. I will be giving up the Cyclone damage boost for a very important accessory for the entire run. The Wages of Warcraft accessory. That will increase our AP earned in every non-boss fight by 20%, and it adds up. We're going to be able to buy a lot of abilities that we would otherwise have to buy and then unlearn over and over again to just be able to keep them, so we don't have to worry about anything. I probably should not have done it this way. Can you attack, please? Okay, we're good. Ignition. So, Ignition's still very good. It's a 22-second cooldown. It can grab groups of enemies and bring them with us. It's super nice. Yeah, I should have used wheel a lot or up this a lot sooner. Oh, that's annoying. Dude, you had like one. Okay. Alright, well. Alright. Sorry, I'm gonna have a lot of my, like, thoughts cut short because I have to focus. When I'm in combat, it's very hard to, like, maintain a stream of consciousness and focus. So I'm gonna do my best to try and cover the combat pre and post. And if I have enough brain power, I'll do it during fights.
On the count of three?
Ugh. I'm gonna be honest, I like this joke here. It makes me laugh.
What happened to two?
Ask one.
I don't know why, but Sid, like, delivers that in such a dry manner that it always makes me laugh. For boss fights, we're definitely gonna get mid-cutscene or, like, post-fight commentary. It's just straight up impossible to focus on commentary because a lot of these boss fights are so tightly wound that a single mistake will unwind the entire fight.
Well,
Like, with Ifrit, I should have been focusing, but since I missed my Rook's Gambit upgrade, I just kind of was like, you know, let's just have some fun with this. The dragon, however, is going to be a very tight fight. We want to make sure to do enough damage to make Dragon use Dragon Drive. There's two different attacks the Akashic Dragon actually uses. One where it flies away and then comes back after, like, billowing flame on the entire arena. And then another one called Dragon Dance. And we want to make sure to wait so that we stagger right after those moves rather than prior, because those will remove some HP locks so that we can min-max our damage. So this is going to be one of those fights where, like, if everything goes right, it won't seem like Hey, close to war, thanks. Thanks, Vinny. Appreciate the raid. I need to focus just enough to make sure that I'm doing the damage right, but also so that I'm not accidentally triggering the stagger too soon. Where are you at, buddy? There you are. You gonna hit me? No, of course not. That'd be too much fun. Okay, we're gonna limit here. I took that on purpose because I was trying to get the cooldown reduction. Unfortunately, I mistimed it. This area is a little bit easier to get the whole room clear because we have both Jill and Sid with us. Okay, I need a... Unfortunate. Well, that's weird. I'm gonna be honest, I have not seen the enemies survive that long in that room ever. I did need to micromanage my limit there, though. I really have to go into the dragon fight with at least 1 bar, but 2 puts me in a pretty good position. I'm also going to burn my strength tonic before this fight starts, because I find doing it that way just makes the fight a lot easier, because I don't have to worry about using the strength tonic for 10%. I can just focus on the fight. So we'll use it and head on in. Hello? I said head on in. Thank you. All right. Let's go. Wing, ignition, cyclone wheel. Got it. 1, 2. Limit. Okay, that's a very weird camera angle. Thanks, game. All right, well. Okay, that's a little bit scuffed, but whatever. All right, this should be enough to push that phase I was yapping about. Good. Okay, I did activate charge magic, so we're good to go. I want to try and get some charge firas here on this phase while he's flying about to push a little bit of damage. Not on me, on him! All right, a potion up here. All right, this is going to take a couple extra fires because I messed up the stagger management. All right, it's fine. All right, shrink potion isn't up yet. Now it is. Okay, that was incorrect, but whatever. You got to be very careful with how you do the combo lines here. Because you want to always start with Cyclone, or Wing and Ignition. Oh, I forgot to use my limit. Oops. It's whatever. Normally, you can just tank this stuff if you really want to. And I guess I'm going to be doing that anyway, because I can. Alright, this could have gone a little bit better, but we are through the fight, most part. Brain? Hello? Wow, how did I miss so much of that? Whatever, as long as he doesn't fly away, I'm happy. So you're supposed to use limit 3 times. That second stagger after the flame I was supposed to limit, but my tiny little brain just decided to check out. You get a little bit too focused on the conga line of combos, So the way that you want to handle fights is you really want to focus on getting the low cooldown moves out first, if possible, and then go into the longer cooldown moves, so that while those moves are going out, their cooldown is coming back. So, like, you want to go with Wing first, because it's 20 seconds, into Ignition, which is 22, then you want to follow up with Cyclone and Wicked Wheel, which have much longer cooldowns, and you're most likely not going to have it come back, but you can then punctuate that combo with an additional Wing and Ignition right after it. So I think a lot of people's issue with this game was the quick time events, is what I've heard from some people. The story having like too many side quests in it rather than just main quests. A lot of people have told me the side quests feel unfulfilling. And pacing. Personally, my issue is I do have issues with all of those, but the main one I find is the worst is the pacing and having like some side quests in the main quests that kind of don't need to be there.
What do you want?
So it kind of slows down the pacing. Overall, like, the combat in this game is very good. It's some of the best combat I have experienced in modern games, honestly. If I really had to, like, you put a gun to my head, I might even say this combat is better than Rebirth. For some reasons. Rebirth is still very good, but for a solo combat game, this game is very strong. Hello? Thank you. But the first playthrough, this game is very good. So I'm going to do something really weird here and use this limit to tank the hit, which didn't work out because I didn't have enough limit. That's frustrating. Okay. Oops. So when you're in limit, you have super armor. I knew I was going to get hit by that. I was hoping my limit would last long enough for that to not be a problem. The reason I went with it, I tried to do what I did there, is if I use limit after grabbing the enemies, they'll end up getting pushed away by me using my limit like this. It'll push enemies away. So we're going to start just grabbing people here until we have as many as we possibly can. Alright, so Typhon is both really easy and really hard. And I mean that by, like, if you miss a single input, the Typhon fight spirals really fast. So hopefully this goes right. Typhon Phase 1 should go very quickly, as long as I don't allow my brain to completely shut off. Yeah, sure. I don't even know if that loses time, honestly. Oh, yeah, we were discussing that earlier, Plexel. The lack of elemental affinities is kind of weird. It would have been nice if they had implemented that in some way. Because, like, changing your magic really doesn't do anything. Like, oh man, Phyra and Daira do the same exact thing. The only thing cool is that the Holy Element doesn't heal the enemies. Or it does damage to everything instead. I think the other thing, too, is, like, the Eikon fights are interesting, but they are a bit slow. Around mid-game, the Eikon fights get a little bit too... up their own arse, as they say, you know? It's a little bit more in, like, service of looking cool rather than being extremely fun. And some of these may look like cutscenes, but they're completely not skippable. If I open up the menu, I'm just going to lose time because I can't start skipping them. By the way, I am playing on performance instead of graphics. I did run on graphics for a while, but because of the lower frame rate, the game takes less inputs. So it's a bad idea to do that. If I had a PS5 Pro, or rather, if I had $800 to burn, I probably would, but, you know. We're going to get some more abilities here, because the first time we played with Ifrit, it was more or less a tutorial fight. Alright, let's do a full combo here. And then we're gonna basically... Huh. I thought I had enough hits to force that out. Alright, we want to just skip this. Ah, that's annoying. I forgot about that warp. Okay. You want to come to me, that's fine, too. So there's a couple of different ways you can do a combo finisher here. With this normal combo, the backdraft finish is pretty nice. But you want to make sure that you hit the button as the combo thing pops up. Each one of them has their own timing. If you do 3 hits and then magic, you'll do a different combo where you launch yourself airborne. And then when you're doing the aerial combo, it's 3 hits, then magic, and you'll get a finisher that way as well. The aerial combo and the one that launches you in the air, you need to, like, hit the magic button really early, in my experience. But the grounded combo, you really can't hit the magic button too soon. You need to wait for the combo thing to pop up, and you'll 100% hit it. This is another cutscene. I could take a bathroom break, but I don't feel like I need one right now. This is one of the other issues. Like, our breaks in a speedrun are mainly in these, like, mid-fight cutscenes that are unskippable. So it's a bit frustrating. The thing is there's some segments where you have a lot of combat back to back to back to back, which is nice. But there's a lot of cooling down where, like, you do 1, maybe 2 dungeons, and then there's, like, 30 minutes of story. That's one of the major issues, too. Yeah, the music in this is just great. Just great. The Ifrit fights, though, are a little bit frustrating because you don't get abilities until the next fight, and you only get, like, 1 ability for, like, 2 of the iconic fights. The only one where you're really at full power is the very final fight, icon fight.
As you wish.
Probably plug in my controller, actually. So this guy is always going to warp away at the start here, so I want a hard start with fire res. I want to jump out of the way here early so I don't get the precision dodge, because there's no benefit to doing it that way. Yeah, we're going to get hit. Oh, we didn't. Nice. Okay. Just gonna warp away here. If I do this right, I can get behind Demon Wall. Nice, I did it right for once. I've messed this up in the last few runs. Not too happy to say. Nope. Alright, GG easy. No re. Alright, so the HP is going to cap here. I just want to hit as soon as stagger ends. So yeah, getting behind Demon Wall is the major portion to, like, speeding this fight up. Right now is also another place I could take a break. I could just be mashing square and get through these. For every fight I do bad, there's another fight I do really, really well. Yeah, the gameplay is very good. If and nothing else, like, the arcade mode, I think, offers a very good replay loop that can keep you in playing the action portions of the game without worrying about the story. Personally, like, I love the ability routing in New Game and not being too overpowered at the very start. The downside is just having to go through the story. And the problem is, like, you have the arcade mode as a optional side thing you can do at the monoliths. Which, actually, that reminds me, I want to change my outfit. But the downside is, like, your level isn't set for those replay modes. So, unfortunately, you can't... Yeah, so... once he gets to half stagger, he'll warp away and try and demon wall. So you just want to start dashing at him immediately, and then get through that first one, and the second opening will be on the right side like that. Make sure you don't try to go straight into Typhon, because that little purple aura around will knock you back. So you have to make sure to stay where I was and further off to the side to get around Demon Wall. But yeah, you can basically sit back there and spam, you know, fire over and over and over again. I'm gonna be honest, when I was playing through this casually, I did start skipping and mashing through certain dialogues. So, I'm not immune to it. It definitely was something that I kind of got sick of at a certain point. The big side quest in this is like the potion upgrading side quests. Those are the ones that have the highest value. There's a few endgame ones that you can do, like closer to right before the final dungeon, that offer some very useful accessories and upgrades. For better or worse, though, those side quests have to be done to access the DLC anyway. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you have access to the cutscene skip the entire game, so I don't think anybody should not consider using it. If you're not having fun with a certain portion of the game, you don't need to interact with it, right? Okay, we're gonna just grab all you guys. That's close enough.
Outlaws in here! Bring me his head!
Yeah, that's... Yeah, the crafting side quests are useful too, but they take a while to get through, for sure. Ooh, wow, Jill, I think, just made that perfect. 10 out of 10, Jill. GG. Alright, I'm gonna do this fight as it's routed, and if it blows up in my face, it blows up in my face. Luckily, the cutscenes in between these phases are long enough that no matter how many abilities I use, they'll be fully recharged for Kitty Cat here. We would like to pick up Lightning Rod before this fight, but there's not an opportunity to do so, so it is what it is. Yeah, you do get some nice swords from the crafting side quests. Okay. That's... Damn it. I said I was going to do it the right way, and I did it the wrong way anyway. Okay. Thunderstorm. Mission. Whatever, as long as we kill before stagger. So this is the one fight that is routed in such a way that we're going to always get this medal for not getting hit. Every other fight we do not care about. It's actually slower to get that in any other situation. But that's the one fight we know hit in pretty much every route. I was supposed to start with Phoenix Wing at the very beginning and then use Cyclone on the counter. Not wait for the counter, but... I guess Chill is pretty cool, too. That's fair. I'm gonna be honest. The characters in this game are written extremely well. And I really didn't dislike any of them, other than the villains that you're supposed to dislike anyway.
Let's go and see him.
Honestly, maybe surprisingly, I think Dion's the best character in the game, though. And, like, is the most well-written. It's very interesting, though, the way that the characters are written in such a way where, like... The characters are their own, and there are no, like, specific traits. Right? Like, the characters just feel like they actually have character. So one of the things we're going to be picking up here shortly is we're actually getting to a point in the game where we actually can start earning renown. That is a separate currency, I guess, depending on how you want to look at it, that can be turned in for rewards at the vendor that sells, that deals in renown. It's more or less like a threshold if you get extra free items after completing certain things. And we're going to be using it to buy some extra AP to speed things up as well. Speaking of buying AP, last run I forgot the Wages of Warcraft until after the Fire and Ice chapter, and I was not happy. That was a very weird run.
Gav will be back soon.
Oh yeah, Barnabas has some very weird character traits that you would not expect because like a hardened, stalwart, I guess God-fearing man, since Ultima is technically God, is very interesting. Yeah, we're gonna buy some extra potions here. I do tend to pick up extra potions and high potions if my HP is low. Did I? No, I didn't get the Wages of Warcraft. I need to get Leavenbolt first and then backtrack.
Not bad. If I do say
Alright,
so
yeah.
myself.
So, I forgot it again, actually. This is the one time we buy accessories, not potions. So we're gonna buy the Wages of Warcraft here. We no longer have the accessory that upgrades our Cyclone. But that extra AP is gonna help us throughout the course of the game. So there you go, you got the best outfits in the game, GG. Runs over.
Have you been to the toll?
Burnt Black looks really nice, and Jill's Snow White is the tippity-tippest of top tier. It is a time loss to grab those, but I do not care, because they look cool. Excuse me? I don't know why I did want to read that. I never really thought of it that way with the voice actor, yeah.
Master Clive.
All right. Let me see here. Yeah, we're gonna warp back. Oh, yeah, that's right. You can't warp in this initial segment. Sometimes it's faster to warp back than walk it out. In this particular instance, we can't warp at all, so... one interesting thing, though, is now we have access to a lot more side quests. And where we spawned in initially, the Oarsmen will actually give us a side quest that has pretty high value. It would give us a Badge of Might +1, which is an additional 6 strength. But in story, we just don't need that extra damage, really, ever. Matter of fact, there's a lot of places where we can upgrade our weapon for 5 additional attack and stagger damage. But we just don't... Okay.
We need to find the others.
I'm trying to bonk off the NPCs here to get a little bit of a speed boost, but I keep messing it up. So something we skipped over earlier is we went over to this church to send some medicine to some slaves, ex-slaves. In this world, magic is a somewhat rare commodity, but it comes at the cost of slowly petrifying your entire body. So mages have been more or less turned into slaves for the convenience of other people. And the only other way to access magic is by buying crystals, which have a certain amount of magic in them. Crystals themselves are slowly killing the world and turning the land into uninhabitable, poisoned areas, more or less, that can't be, nothing can grow in them. They basically just turn into just dead land. So if that keeps happening, it's going to be uninhabitable soon enough. Yeah, that side quest is actually nice. But, if it was normal, we probably would get it. The extra strength is nice. But in story, the stats are low enough that that extra 6 points isn't enough. If we were going to use it instead of the ignition accessory, in addition to the regular Badge of Might, I would probably get it. But since we don't, and we use it to replace the Badge of Might, making it only like 6 attack points, then it's whatever.
Are we too late?
There might still be someone inside.
But yeah, basically they're showing us that somebody's going around killing these former slaves and magic casters. We're not sure why, but it's pretty despicable, so we're gonna deal with it. I want a Wicked Wheel here, because the Cyclone isn't enough to kill the big enemy in the middle. So we Ignition to grab them all together, hit them with a Wicked Wheel, and then hit them with a Cyclone. Alright, we're at 700 AP, which means my AP route is fine. It is not messed up at all. Yeah, my previous run that I PB'd, 744, I forgot to buy Wages of Warcraft until we did the Kupka side quest. Or we did this Kupka main quest. So I ended up having to kill a few extra enemies with Flames of Rebirth to catch up on AP. And I wasn't even sure how much I was short, so I ended up just killing quite a few extra enemies because I was nervous. The thing is, by the end game, you need to buy some very expensive abilities, and not having access to them is going to ruin your day. We got to head over to the Abbey here to collect the ashes. I'm neither going to confirm nor deny that I've killed a few runs by forgetting to grab the ashes there, to the point where I have a split specifically for it, and a split for Ambrosia after. Let's see here. Yeah, we're just gonna mission down. So there is a slightly faster way to move downhill with the Odin icon. Unfortunately, we don't get Odin until really late, so we don't get access to that movement. Depending on how I'm feeling, I might show the movement off anyway, because it's fun. It's faster to do Chocobo movement in almost every area. And there's one area where I would have access to Odin, and I might do it just for funsies. But it would lose time. But I do enjoy the movement because it's fun. It depends on how bad the fight before it goes, because that really reflects my mood. Yeah, Cock and Balls is actually the name of the side quest that gives us the Badge of Might +1. So, I mean, make of that what you will. I'm not sure why the devs decided to give it that particular name. I'm sure... Wow, that was really fast. I don't normally get away from that hunt that quick. Huh. I'm not gonna complain. Just gonna... Yeah, normally you can't Phoenix shift that whole area because you're still in that hunt. That is one of the... No, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Normally we map warp to town here, but because we have the auto turn in, I'm supposed to wait for that. That's why I was yelling at myself there in like the third person. Because this spawns us right in front of Martha, but if I do the map warp, I have to walk inside the inn. It's one of those things that's kind of hard to remember, because it's a more recent thing. I ran, or at least learned most of this near launch, and then a few things changed because of, like the auto turn-in and Chocobo movement. Chocobo movement is nowhere near as recent, but there's a lot of movement with Ambrosia to make the Chocobo not only just a little bit faster, but a lot faster, but you gotta work hard for it. Ambrosia movement is very cathartic when it goes right, but it feels so bad when it goes wrong. You'll see in the next area. The problem is a lot of the areas we want to take Ambrosia through are very tight corridors that will make it very hard to get the optimal movement. We want to, like, run with Ambrosia, drift, which requires braking and turning into the brake. And that will give us a temporary speed boost. And then we can help maintain that speed boost a bit longer by using the attack button or kicking.
Like they went that way.
The problem is it's an attack, so the game sometimes likes to home in on enemies to the point where you end up in a position where sometimes Ambrosia will just turn 180 degrees and start kicking at enemies that you've ran past. It can be very frustrating. Speaking of running past things... Okay, good. We do have Lightning Rod on. Wanted to make sure. If you don't have Lightning Rod here, this fight kind of stinks. Because it's going to be a lot of the damage here. Okay. Doesn't matter as long as I kill all but one of those guys, I can move on. We're trying to get over here before this axe guy fully spawns in. Okay, yeah. No. Alright. clean as can be. So, Lightning Rod is simultaneously one of the best abilities we have access to, and the worst ability we have access to. If you've played the game and used Lightning Rod, you may know why. But I'm going to start explaining it now because Lightning Rod is a very weird ability that's kind of hard to explain. So ideally, if we can get an enemy to consistently attack the Lightning Rod, they'll get hit by it. And if an enemy hits it instead of you, it does more damage. There are some bosses that will use like multi-hit AoE, Kamehameha type moves that we can drop the Lightning Rod in and have them just melt their own HP bar. Unfortunately, we can't really get away with that with a lot of enemies, but some of the, like, more or less, like, mid-boss type enemies that are a little bit bulkier than the rest of the enemies in the fight have the, you'll want to hit the rod, so they take a lot of damage and a lot of stagger from it, but it's not something we can set up consistently. So a lot of the time, we're going to have to hit the Lightning Rod ourselves. The devs, in their infinite wisdom, if you're not currently locked onto an enemy, your lock-on will default to the Lightning Rod. And if you lock on, it will stay on the Lightning Rod, and you'll have to cycle it to something else. So there is a very high risk that I have the Lightning Rod placed across the room or something, and I accidentally lock onto it, and hit the Lightning Rod instead of the enemy. So, like, for example, I could be trying to hit a big bulky enemy in front of me, but Lightning Rod is, like, placed on the other side of the room for whatever reason. And then I go to use Thunderstorm, and now Thunderstorm's hitting the Lightning Rod on the other side of the room instead of the enemy right in front of me. It's very frustrating. It's definitely a huge skill check that can ruin your day. Also, that last slash with Ignition, we really would like to cancel that before it comes out to min-max the time save from Ignition. But it's not something you can consistently do. Well, it is something you can consistently do, but if you're slightly greedy with your movement, you'll get punished for it. Okay, this Ignition should reach. Nice. It auto-canceled. One of the other big things with Lightning Rod is a lot of fights will have cutscenes or some sort of in-between animation, then the next wave will spawn. This is very important for Lightning Rod, because if we can avoid hitting Lightning Rod the max number of times, which I think is like 30 or something, and we avoid letting it dissolve, because it can only stay up for like 30 seconds out of its 55-second cooldown. If we start the next wave before the Lightning Rod disappears for whichever of those reasons, it will actually get fully refunded, and we can use the Lightning Rod again immediately in the next wave. And we're going to need to be using that in the next fight, as long as things go correct. That's going to save us a lot of time and energy. Alright, so now we got to do some really goofy stuff here. Okay, I'm going to have to take this easy.
What do you think is waking them?
So our speed kicks when we kick after a dash will be pretty oh man, this is not... This area is super hard to move through. Because the problem is once you start kicking, Ambrosia is really hard to adjust. And you kind of get in this situation where it's like, it's forward or nothing. You kind of have like a 10-degree range of movement.
More of my mother's men.
Well, it could have been worse. Ambrosia didn't turn around on us, so I'll take what I can get. Got a fight right here, so we're going to want to grab everything with Ignition if possible. Okay, we're just going to grab you. No, grab you. Okay, I don't know why you have so much HP, but... unfortunate. Ideally, we just Ignition and Wicked Wheel and Cyclone, but sometimes the enemies fall off Ignition, which is kind of the downside of Ignition if you're looking for something to complain about. That's kind of the thing you could complain about the most, is that Ignition isn't 100% consistent in keeping enemies with you, unless your movement is very loose and you don't take any tight turns, not shallow turns. Yeah. So yeah, our movement's going to be a lot faster on the overworld now that we have Ambrosia, but it's not going to be easier. Whenever we're in a segment where we have a lot of dialogue going, we're going to just spam the attack button with Ambrosia, because the kicks are a little bit faster than just walking. Okay, there's also enemies over here to the side that I would like to activate, if possible. Not far enough to the left, unfortunate. But yeah, unfortunately the break... Ooh, nice. Actually, we got it. So you may notice that, like, one of those kicks went a lot further than the other. I call those hyper kicks, and the rest of them are speed kicks. If an enemy is present while you kick after doing the drift bonus, Ambrosia launches way further, as long as the enemy is around Ambrosia in, like, a certain range. So combat actually makes Ambrosia's attacks faster, but it comes with that higher risk that I was talking about with Ambrosia turning around on the kick. So it's something you have to keep in mind. Ugh, I missed that combat somehow? Okay. Yeah, because you see right there, those first couple ones like got a lot faster, and then I kind of like slow down and speed up, slow down and speed up. That's the hyper kicks activating.
Into this place.
My mother.
Okay. That's nice. Sure. This is faster than anything else.
That's the main gate. And it looks like we're not the only ones hoping to...
If I kick here, Ambrosia will turn back towards the spider. So I just gotta let it go. So I'm not charging magic as much as I used to, because it has the confliction with your special abilities being on square and triangle. So if I go to charge magic, what's going to end up happening is I just end up having to fight the game into letting me charge it. And if I'm holding it, I might launch the fire in a place that's inconvenient. Or it can actively stop me from using my triangle moves. So it's something I got to keep in mind. And since Ignition is going to be like 99% of my enemy killing, I just want Ignition to be available ASAP. And then everything else comes after Ignition, since it's so good at grabbing and cleaning up groups of enemies. So a lot of fights just open with Thrust, and then Ignition to get everybody together. Okay. Enemies blasted. So yeah, it's kind of hard to notice, but I am getting that 20% AP bonus on every single fight here. So each one of these fights is slowly but surely just giving me a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more AP. There's actually very few boss fights in the game, to the point where like this just builds up a lot of AP, and it'll make it so that I can afford things like Max Giga Flare and Flames of Rebirth at the same time, so that a lot of these dungeons will go a lot quicker, and I don't need to unlearn and learn things to make all that work. It's just a super nice little change of pace. It, like I said, it does... The only accessories we would probably use would be like the wing accessory or the cyclone accessory. We also do get a damage boost accessory for Wind Up or Thunderstorm later, which would be usable too, but we end up not using... I'll use the Thunderstorm accessory for Endgame and take off Wages of Warcraft once we get to the final two bosses, because at that point I'm not getting any extra AP anyway. And we'll go in on a more aggro setup.
On your command, my lord.
Alright, these guys can be a little bit annoying. I'm trying to grab all of them with a single ignition, but sometimes one of them gets caught on the monument and it gets really annoying. Okay, we got lucky. Well, not lucky. We got... Alright, so I want to throw this lightning rod as late as possible here, so that I have the full cooldown available. Are you serious? That's super annoying. I just want you to hurt yourself on the lightning rod, dude! Okay, fine. This is not good at all. Gonna have to do this. Okay, this is really bad, actually. Come here. Come here. Come here. We're gonna have to use ignition now. Okay, I really want my lightning rod, but I may have taken too long. Normally, you want the worm to hit the lightning rod and do a ton of damage to itself, but it managed to whiff the lightning rod like 3 times in a row there.
You have but proven our point.
Please. Oh, I'm in a really bad spot here. This fight is not gonna go well, I don't think, because I'm pretty sure I don't have lightning rod. Yep. What am I gonna do here? Okay. Alright, at least I got it now. We're gonna have to hold off here for a bit. There we go. No, over here. Dude! Like I said, lightning rod's cursed. Alright. Well, that was awful. So ideally what happens is you hold lightning rod in between those 2 phases. And then you drop it, he hits it, and then you just pound the Dragoon into the dirt with the lightning rod plus your normal attacks. Well, I guess if there's a fight to mess up on, that's probably like the least offensive fight. It feels bad, but it could definitely be a lot worse. Luckily, Dragoon is a pretty lightweight enemy to mess up. If I really wanted to, I could have just ignitioned immediately. But you want to save some sort of AoE attack for those other enemies that spawn in once you get through most of Dragoon's HP. The funny thing is like, I still think I can PB, because I really haven't lost a ton of time to really silly stuff. And there was one point in my run where I threw away like 90 seconds in one of the dungeons. The main part, like, your main time losses are 100% in the back, like, 2 or 3 hours of the game. Because the fights get a lot tighter, and you really don't have as much leeway.
Probably make an educated
Okay.
guess.
So, we could have picked up the upgraded AP from the counter before that fight, but we would have had to come all the way over here when we didn't really have a reason to. So we're going to actually head over there now and pick up that AP instead of later.
See if Jill's ready.
There's going to be 2 points we come over here. There's actually a few items that you can get at the renown counter that are pretty nice. This first one, and then I believe there's one for like 400 renowned that gives you another 800 AP, and that one gives you 400. I should have worked. Whatever. And you also can get the Berserk Ring, which will basically give you a temporary limit break if you precision dodge an enemy's attack. That we do not want to get because it's not that good. We don't do a lot of precision dodging. And the fact that it triggers a longer cutscene every time you dodge is a big time loss. The amount of damage it gives is not enough. The real important one is the Genji Glove, which gives you a 5% damage bonus just across the board. If we could get that, we would. But you have to go out of your way to clear pretty much all the hunts and side quests to get enough renown for that. I think you have a little bit of slush renown, but you basically have to clear everything to get it. Okay. We're going to use ignition in the first fight, but we use it here immediately because it takes us like 20 seconds to get over there anyway. And it saves a little bit of time. So this is where the fights start getting a lot more integral, and I really start having a lot of fun with the game. Earlier fights were alright, but at this point, everything strings together in a very particular way. So we have to be very careful about how we handle everything. Come here. So we are on Drake's Fang here. Actually, maybe I should get to that part of my notes. That would probably help, huh? We have quite a few mini-bosses here. And a very hard main boss, Liquid Flame. I have him called Liquid, a different Liquid, in my notes. Definitely not a fan of Liquid Flame. If the fight doesn't go exactly correctly, you end up having to wait out a couple other attacks at the very end, which is super annoying. But the main problem is Liquid likes to get knocked back a lot. That's super annoying. Okay. We're gonna replace this. Dag nabbit! I get so annoyed with stuff like that. Alright. Make sure this is placed correctly. Ignition. I can't use Thunder here, even though it's recharged. I need it for the boss. Okay. The only way that I'd be able to use Thunder there and not mess up the next boss fight would be if I loaded the autosave at the end of the fight, but that loses some time, so we're gonna just hold off and do the fight a little bit slower. Alright. Thunder, Cyclone, Rod, Wing. Yeah, you remember this.
Just like old times. You sure to keep clear of its ball? Don't breathe it in.
Okay. I want to make sure to not stagger until he goes underground here, or else the whole fight goes up in smoke. Alright, we should be clear. I shouldn't have got pushed back there. I was too close. But this right here, the stagger bar locks... Oh, wait, that's not right. That's incorrect. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna turn off my limit here, even though I don't need to, just to save it. Hey, Wells. Good to see you, good to see you. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out and watching this. In my experience with, like, streaming and practicing 16, it is not very popular. Unfortunately, not a lot of people are very interested in it, so I'm glad that you guys are hanging out and watching it, and I'm very happy that I get the chance to showcase what, like, 16 actually looks like. Because it's not a very, very popular run. It's very long, so a lot of people don't get into it. But it does have a very high skill cap once you actually get into it. Like, getting to, like, where my PB is now, 744, is still, like, 45 minutes slower than the best runs out there. That's very annoying. Alright, I'm gonna have to ask you to get over... Fine. Okay... That's not an issue. That just kind of makes me feel bad. Appreciate it, Wells. I appreciate it. Well, that feels bad, but it's not too big of a deal. Normally, if you do that room correct anyway, your ignition won't be fully charged by the time you finish that up. It may look weird that I'm kind of wiggling there, but I do that on purpose. If you get too greedy with your movement and try and use ignition all the way down that slope, those enemies will end up sliding off and you're going to have to turn around and kill them like I did with that first room. No naughty words, bad Clive. Bad Ben Star. No naughty words. They really leaned into the M rating, unfortunately. I don't think it really, like, ruins the game in any significant way, but I don't think it makes it any better. Alright, so we're going to grab up this entire room. I want to grab with Torgal here. We're going to do something kind of weird, where I'm going to use Rising Flame instead of Scarlet Cyclone, because otherwise the bombs have too much... I think there's... It's just you? Okay, I'm being silly. I should have ignitioned this one Scorpion, but for some reason I thought one of the bombs was still alive. Alright, so now we've got a little mini-boss here, and we're actually going to be grabbing an armor upgrade. We haven't grabbed one for quite a while, so let's go. Alright, buddy. Rising Flame. Come over here. Cyclone. Down. Cyclone. There we go. There's no, we're not really worried about losing out on a limit here, because we're going to get plenty from killing the guy. Oh, wait. Did I burn a strength? Uh-oh. Actually, that's fine. Normally using a... That's silly. I did this the wrong way. Okay, so normally using that strength tonic would be a big issue, but I actually have it routed that I only use one here, so it's not that big of a problem. It's just a little bit of a unfortunate... Could you... Yeah. So I have to re-grab this, because I actually need to save load to reset my cooldowns. So that was going to happen anyway.
Why attack us then? They're peaceful creatures.
Then this one must be the exception.
Oh, that's annoying. Alright, we should be able to get one tick here. We're gonna go full limit here for extra damage. Yeah, we're gonna turn this off, because with the strength potion, I think I'm pretty good. I want to make sure I have my limit for the next room to do it faster. Wow! That strength potion just melted the HP on this guy. Woo! Maybe this is where I'm gonna use it. Oh, no. Yeah, we have an HP lock. Oops. Alright, yeah, we're not gonna... Alright. Oopsie. Okay. Yeah, I think ever since, like, 13, that's kind of been the thing, I would say. 13 and its entries, 15, 16, they've all been extremely divisive, unfortunately. And they're none of them are really bad games. They just have a very specific
We'll enter the Comric by the hand
play style that not everybody enjoys.
Sounds like we'll have a hard time staying out of sight.
We won't have to.
And I think it's just more so that
Someone there I should burn.
Final Fantasy has shifted more and more into a action RPG franchise, while Dragon Quest has been the one that remained turn-based. So, at this point, I think that's just the design philosophy. So, we grab Flames of Rebirth here again.
Come on.
It's gonna seem weird, but there's a reason for all this.
All right.
This is why I wanted the limit for this room,
Here's our welcoming
because we're gonna do some interesting stuff here. Alright, they're all spawned in. I'm gonna use my limit here, so that I can actually move during the Flames of Rebirth animation. Okay, good. And I can get to this side of the room really fast. Clean these guys up. GG. We need to... Not sure if I need to unpoint this, but we will. I mean, they're still Final Fantasies. They're just... It's just a different type of Final Fantasy, right? You can choose to not like them, but unfortunately, that's the name that's on the box, and that's what you're gonna get. I did the thing again! This is bad. Okay, so I did a really stupid thing there. This is rough. I think we're just gonna have to use Ignition here. I actually took Flames of Rebirth off, but I forgot to get my old ability, or put Wing back on. Nope. You know... Come here. We're actually just going to take you to the other side of the room the hard way. Okay, let's put that back on. I wish I could say that I've never done that before, but there's been a few practice attempts where I've done that. Luckily, I've done it enough to the point where it's like, I know what to expect. What? No you don't, dude. Okay. Alright, well, we recovered. As much as one can recover.
There's something I need you to know.
I'll be participating a little bit more in chat in a second here. Unfortunately, we're getting to the end of the dungeon, so I need to put on my lock-in cap and get going. Because things don't get any easier from here. There we go. This is how this fight's supposed to go. Bop. There we go. So we want to save ignition for the other enemies coming up here. Right. We're gonna... And then this will drag me over here. I'm gonna do a quick save reload here so that I can reset my cooldown, and we're gonna head into Liquid Flame, which is like fast, but also one of the hardest bosses to do right. Alright. That's not correct. I don't need to do that.
She won't be able to hold that halfway forever. You better make this quick.
Huh? Oh, that's not bad, but not supposed to happen like that. If this fight works out correctly, my strength potion's gonna last all the way to the final phase anyway. So it really doesn't matter how I do this. I need to be on this one. Okay. So luckily, firing off that strength potion earlier didn't really affect much of anything. Inatara. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So Liquid Flame can be countered with a Burning Blade, which is the Charge Slash, but I find it very hard to do here, so I'm actually going to use my limit at the very beginning of this fight to make it more consistent, but I'm going to turn it off part of the way into the combo line so that I can maintain enough to trigger limit at the very end of the fight as well. Might not be enough. Alright, so we're gonna face tank a bunch of hits here on purpose to fill limit. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter what's going on here. Juggle! Combo! There we go. That worked out pretty well. Ooh, nice. Oh, whew. We barely did that correctly. So you have just enough time to kill before Liquid Flame initiates its next attack, which will prevent it from... it'll perform 3 attacks that it's unkillable in, and then on the 3rd attack, you can actually kill it. So you just have to watch it sit there with 1 HP, jumping around, being like, yeah, you can't hurt me. Nee, 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 nee. But, yeah. Yeah, 12 does play different, too. I really, personally, I'm a big fan of 12 because of the Gambit system. I'm not a big fan of the way that they've designed games in the modern era, where it's, more of like, here's the AI, this is what you get, have fun. I'm gonna buy this platinum sword. That'll be a big upgrade. Grab a potion here, refill my strength tonics, and then I'm gonna head over here to forge this platinum sword. But yeah, I really wish the Gambit system would return in a significant way, because I feel like the AI is not as granular as it could be. But yeah, some people definitely are not fans of 12. That's the thing, is like at some point, I think after like 10, the game started getting very divisive in different ways. I think like in general, people enjoy like the 1 through 6 quite a bit. But once it hits a certain, like once it hits 12, things start getting different, because 12 is also like pseudo action, because like the turn-based combat is a lot more like in real time. So we're gonna warp here just so we can get to the Toto thing a little bit quicker. "13 is like a really weird one. Like, I don't like it myself, but it's... The problem with 13 is, like, you have to understand how it functions at, like, a very, very granular level, and it's very hard to, Yeah, that's one way to look at it, that it was an offline MMO. Honestly, from what I understand of MMOs, this plays closer to an MMO than an action RPG in certain ways, where, like, the cooldown is a thing that's, like, in every MMO. I think Final Fantasy mode was quite fun, personally. I had considered, running it. All the Eikon fights are faster, actually, because you get access to both of your skills, I think, as soon as Typhon. The only one you don't get your skills on is on, Garuda, which is more or less a tutorial.
Nothing. Clive,
Okay.
we can get through here.
The one nice thing is this is a point where we get like 2 dungeons back to back. So we get a lot of gameplay here. That ignition almost never clears that room, so you end up following up with a cyclone. If you do that right, you fall right through to the very bottom floor. Alright, so this next room is very cursed. There's gonna be 3 dogs and 1 sorcerer that spawns in from the right side of this room. And sometimes the sorcerer doesn't fall down. So what I am gonna do is wait for him to do protect like that, and that will cause him to fall down so I can actually clean this up pretty quick. Alright, we want to... Get over here. Get over here! Damn it! What? Why does it reach so pathetic? I feel like a small child reaching for something on the top shelf, which is an experience I don't normally have, being 6'4". But that's pretty much how I felt about that. Okay, that's nice, actually. Alright. Free drop. Thunder. Cleaned room. Alright. One of the things you want to make sure to do here is to kill or break your lightning rod. Otherwise, your phoenix shifts and all that stuff will try and target the lightning rod behind you. Auto leveling, yeah. Revenant Wings doesn't exist. Oof.
Get out of my city or die.
I will say that some of the side series in the Final Fantasy universe are very good. Okay, so I want to just grab Flames of Rebirth now that I have the points. Throw it on here, and let's get good or die trying. So Flames of Rebirth is going to clean up this this main room very quickly, but at the consequence of losing Rising Flame, because Flames of Rebirth can only be equipped on Phoenix, so we have to give up something, and Ignition's way better. Okay, we're gonna have to... I need to kill a certain number of enemies to get the rest to spawn. No, that's very bad. Okay, you get over here. Get over here. That's gonna bite me in the butt. But we're gonna have to take it one step at a time. Alright. This cat, this is not gonna go the way that it's intended. Free rod. Okay, I mean that works okay, but not as intended. Alright. This is going to be very scuff overall. I think this is okay to use. No, it's not. I should not have done that. I'm not going to have that Cyclone back in time. Okay, we have Wicked Wheel, which is okay.
It's building up to something.
I have to go for Wicked Wheel instead.
It's down.
Then let's make this count.
We're kind of YOLOing here, I'm gonna be honest. That Cyclone in the Gauntlet fight messed things up. Alright, not a bad YOLO. Luckily, our cooldowns are gonna get reset because of a cutscene here. I kind of want to play Type 0. I just haven't had a chance to play it that much. I got it on, like, the PlayStation 3 version and just never had a chance to boot it up. It did look very interesting. I caught a little bit of it during the relay, and it seems like it has a very enjoyable gameplay loop. But yeah, normally you're trying to min-max the stagger bar there. One of the things you actually want to do is get hit by those lightning bolts during its purple phase, and then use Cyclone right after to get the massively reduced cooldown, but I kind of didn't have it accessible, so I couldn't do it. That's why I said, oh, I can just use it here, and then I'm like, wait, no, I can't use Cyclone here. So that's an unfortunate thing.
You let her die.
Alright, so we're going to head in here. The cool thing about this is the ignition will get refunded immediately. So...
With me.
If we limit as soon as this guy pushes us back, it'll set up so that immediately gives us the counter there. We don't want to put down the lightning rod just yet. We're still trying to carry that over to the next phase, like we did earlier. And now we have Flames of Rebirth. We just want to wait for everybody to spawn in here. There we go. That'll clear the room. So Flames of Rebirth is a very cheeky room clear, but we have to be careful with how we do it, or else we'll miss enemies. Alright, now we got to deal with a couple of ninjas. They're technically assassins, but I like calling them ninjas because it's cooler. That's not going to work out too well. Poison Mist is very good if you can actually get them to Poison Mist the rod. Oh, could you get over here, bruh? Fine. Okay, that'll actually work out. Oh, they're giving me such trouble right now. Oh, come on! I can't afford to use my limit here because I actually need it for the boss, so we're gonna have to just hang out and bang out.
Farewell.
Video? I mean, it depends on, like, are you using mobile or are you using PC? Because I don't have that issue on mobile platforms. Alright, so we want to hold out on our strength tonics for this guy. I'm going to be honest, Kupka's a freeform fight. Outside of this initial attack that I'm going to try and get, the rest of it's, I don't know what I'm doing. Good. Alright, I think I can do the rest of this. if Kupka wasn't... Okay. We're gonna do this, and we're actually gonna use Flames of Rebirth here. I want to back up here with a lightning rod, because if I actually hit him with the rod, he'll push the phase in a weird way, where he'll try and do a counterattack at the very end of the lightning, or with the edge of the lightning. It's basically just min-maxing damage there. That very first move was the only thing I was looking for. That specific set of inputs, Phoenix into slash cancel into thrust, should consistently give you a parry here, but it's very hard to get the timing to the point where it's like a high-risk, high-reward type thing. But getting that was a huge time save. Made that fight a lot easier than it normally is. Desktop. Maybe it's your browser, then, if I had to guess. So, maybe if you use a different browser, it might work. I don't know, Twitch has changed so many things in recent history. It's hard to tell what's supposed to work and what won't. So there's only two things I know to do here. Number one, we're hitting him with Cyclone immediately. Number two, I'm going to put down a Lightning Rod. And then from there, we're just trying to wail away at his HP and push him into his final phase so that we avoid staggering just altogether and we just keep doing damage to him until we hit the HP lock. Drop the lightning rod here, then make him spawn on it. I love it. So this is what I was talking about with like being annoyed about lightning rod getting targeted. It causes things like this to happen. Alright, he should be locked in at this point. Alright, we'll fire a couple potions. I'm not going to play this too risky. I hate it. Okay, we're going to back up here. This. Limit cancel. I hate when that happens. Not like it wasn't my fault. Okay. Huh? Unfortunate. Alright, good enough. AU 79. Yeah, I guess that is another thing. So we can upgrade our sword here a little bit by putting the Earthshaker on, by using the Titan's Shard here. But it's only an extra 5 points, an extra 5 stagger. So the whole time I've been kind of alluding to like the stats on the weapon, stats on the weapon, stats on the weapon. Every weapon technically has two separate stats. The amount of stagger damage it does and the amount of like actual attack it has. Functionally, for almost all of the weapons in the game, that number is the same. I believe the Enhancer, I want to say the Rune Edge and the Tonberry Knife are the only ones that actually have different values for one or the other. Pretty much every other weapon, it's just the same exact number on both sides.
Storeroom was it?
So we just ran into mid here, and we're going to have to spend a lot of time talking with mid and doing some investigation stuff. Mid is probably one of the biggest culprits to, like, bloating the game and just completely derailing the action. Unfortunately, we're going to spend a lot of time wandering around talking to people, asking them to do stuff for mid instead of mid doing it herself. And then later on, we're going to have to go find a lot of random garbage around the map so mid can upgrade the engines on the boats. Alright, so... You telegate. I mean, that's the life. Working with RPG Limit Break, I know exactly what that's like. I'm not worried about buying the extra 2 potions here. It won't be that big of a deal. I guess I'll throw in the Earth Shaker just for the lulz. Just so you guys can see the different weapons. Hello? You know what? No, fine. Fine, I guess we're not doing that. Thanks, game. We're not having any fun here. Earthshaker really would not make that much of a difference in damage. So, here's the really annoying part. That side quest I was talking about earlier that had the Badge of Might +1 is down here, which is part of the reason why it takes so much time. But, you may notice there's a lock on the side quest. Yes, yes, yes. The devs, in their infinite wisdom, lock the side quest every single time we come down here, to the point where any time it would be efficient to pick up the side quest and then just do it later, we don't have access to it. It's probably one of the most frustrating parts of the game, actually. Luckily, you don't have to ride the elevator down twice, though, because there is the auto turn-in, so it wouldn't be that big of an issue. I don't have any strength potions, but I can buy some later. Oh, wait, I don't even want to leave here. I want to... Well, I mean, that's not exactly faster either. So we gotta go help the carpenter out again. Oh, I do have strength potions. Huh? Oh, I refilled them. I'm being a goober.
Come on.
Oh, yeah, the potion vendor, or the potion upgrade guy is nice, but oh my gosh, he's so far out of the way. Alright, well, I guess I'm taking the gazelle with me. There you go, buddy. Go be with your people. I just needed a little bit of a speed boost, sorry. Yeah, so this is the movement with Ambrosia. This is what it looks like when you're not in an extremely tight corridor that has outcroppings of rocks every quarter of an inch. It's kind of cool. I like it. Alright, so we gotta help out the bridge builder again here. So he wants to go see his parents' home. So that's what we're headed over to right now.
This shouldn't take long.
Alright, we're gonna grab this guy with us, and then I'm going to sick with Torgal here to try and group all the enemies with me here so that they all... Ah, don't do that. Maybe we'll actually get the guy to hit it this time. Oh, you know what? You know what? I give up. Replace. Flames of Rebirth. What in the heck? He flew! Who knew? Well, I guess we'll use all our limit then. That's super cursed.
It's over.
So, normally, you would just get the stagger there. But because of the way the timing worked out, is I started the Flames of Rebirth just as he was jumping away. So instead of keeping the worm stun locked, it got away from me. Yeah, the Carpenter somehow manages to be just impressively far away every single time you need him.
The little ones have been up to their old tricks again.
Luckily, the next dungeon only has a pair of mini-bosses. There's no main boss. Yeah, we're not... Oh, I almost talked to the Moogle and I was gonna get really mad. Yeah, I covered this earlier, but I absolutely am infuriated by the fact that the only, like, movement option you have, jump, is bound to the same button as talk. And it's not even just because jumping through town's faster. It's because while you're jumping, you might accidentally talk to somebody. And on the flip side, you could want to talk to a character and then just jump at them for a few seconds while you're trying to jump at them. It'll be faster to walk back to the infirmary instead of warp. So the Undertaker is going to be one of the mini-bosses, and this is going to be the one where I was talking about with the Kamehameha thing, that I'm just going to have him pretty much rip his own HP to shreds. Oh yeah, if we're going to go to the shelves, then I'm just going to warp.
Jill looked white as a sheet.
Well, we're not getting Earthshaker. Fun was canceled. Earthshaker does look pretty nice. That's the frustrating part about it. I do really appreciate its design. A lot of the iconic blades have very striking designs that look very cool. But unfortunately, like, we don't need all the extra damage that they offer. Because it's like 2% more damage.
The little ones
I mean,
have been up to their old tricks again.
the funny part is like, this is just unironically faster. Jumping through town with Clive saves time. And it's just awful. I really wish I could just, like, not pay attention. Yeah, but yeah, we're a hop, skip, and a jump away from having fun. Hello? The unfortunate part is, like, the Ambrosia movement's really cool, but if we could just thrust, all I'd have to do is just mash square and X until my finger hurt. But no, they had to make me get the bird. The reason Ambrosia, like, time save initially was so middling was because you have to go so far out of your way to do the side quest, but turns out if you actually do the movement good and you're not bad like me, burb go fast. Alright, I think we have, like, one more. Yeah, it's this, and then we go down. So we're almost done. Almost done. Kind of. Not really. Now we have to go to Velcroy Desert, and, we finally got access to Titan, after beating Kupka. Titan, the iconic ability on Titan is fairly interesting. You can use it to block attacks, and if you perfect block, you can do some counter punches as well. It also gives you the wind-up and upheaval ability, which are both very good. The tertiary ability, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's not bad either. The actual iconic ability, unfortunately, the ultimate has garbage damage, takes forever to recover, and hits once. So
Many years ago, when you were just a boy,
I made a mistake there. I shouldn't have gotten up in that fight. There we go.
On a scouting expedition to Drake's Bay.
So luckily the brown chocobos won't aggro here, so we can just kick to our heart's
It was just
content.
before Joshua was born. You were so
Oh, I also need to... We'll pop the Titan update here, so I'm not thrown off by it. Okay. We're gonna swap out Rama for Titan. It's better for groups of enemies, because Upheaval gives us another... Don't do it. Don't do it.
from the saddle.
Damn
I shall
game.
never forget how Elwyn fussed over you as you sat in the sand, bawling like a babe.
Does... Actually, thinking about it, does anything Ultros adjacent even show up in this game? No, I don't think it does.
There she is.
That's
The
unfortunate.
good old Dalamil Inn. Do you know, this heat has given me quite a thirst. Quick drink before we press on?
Alright, so we gotta go clear the inn here of these low-life ruffians. So I say fire them. Out of cannon! Whee! Oh, that's not gonna be good. So we're gonna do something interesting here. Upheaval has a very interesting gimmick. If you use Upheaval from a certain height in the air, it will act as if it were the fully charged version and hit harder. There are other ways to do it, but wind up into Upheaval is a really neat tech that unfortunately doesn't get to see as much as you would think. As much use as you would think, but it is a cool one. We're actually, the next time we use it, ideally we're going to just climb with Garuda grabs. Yeah, so we're all friends here. Until we're not. Oof. So we're about the mid-game now. Luckily, we have a lot more options than we did before. The only thing we're suffering for is AP to upgrade every single thing we could want. Upgrading Lightning Rod doesn't actually upgrade the damage, it just upgrades the area of the Lightning Bolt explosion. Wind Up and Upheaval are good ones that we could upgrade as well, but those just make it easier to charge because the timing window actually just expands. It does allow you to use Wind Up just a little bit sooner, but it's not that big of a deal. Most of the time it really doesn't matter. So right now we're just kind of saving up for big things and then getting the little things as we want them.
Only as far as I think.
Okay. Okay, good. We need to kill a couple of those enemies there to clear this room. Or to spawn the next wave. Winter is coming. Time for more video games, yeah. Winter for me is cooking for presents. Nothing but cooking. I was making sugar cookie dough the other day, and after this I'll probably make some, what is it? I think today we're going to be making the... No! We're going to be making the gingerbread dough. Yeah, Titan's powers are pun accepted. They're very handy. Wind Up is not only extremely high damage, but it builds a lot of limit. So there's going to be some places where, like, I'm going to charge a Wind Up where it seems like that's slower, but it's for making sure I clear the fight and building limit off it. You can basically build one full bar off of a Wind Up if you line it up properly with just one or two enemies. Use Ignition there, it's a little bit faster. Also auto cancels once we get in town, so I don't have to worry about canceling out the slash. Got to talk to a few townspeople here. We're investigating an illegal crystal trading ring to get the support of Lubor so that he'll let us through to the sanctuary of Drake's Head so we can go confront Kuka, who still survived our fight. We just disarmed him.
He'll probably be back at the inn by now.
Yes, I did make that pun, and you're gonna have to deal with it. For those who don't know, we cut off both of Koopa's hands before he got away. Just to put that in perspective, that was a very intentional pun. Ugh. Alright. Unfortunately, we have quite a bit to go here, so it'll be quicker to actually just warp back into town here. And it puts us back on the bottom floor.
Why is the tavern shut?
We kind of have to go to the other side of this desert here, so we're going to grab ambrosia. He's armless. It's like, you cannot continue with H in parentheses. He's armless. Alright, there we go. Let's go! Theoretically, it's a bit faster to trigger some of these fights so that we get hyper kicks. But it also increases the chances of accidentally kicking the wrong direction. Okay, sure. I mean, I didn't really want to kick the bird in the face, but I'm not going to complain. So this next fight's a little bit of a puzzle. The enemies spawn at either end of these rooms, so what I want to do is take out the initial enemies right in front of us with the ignition, and then I want to clean the next phase out with Flames of Rebirth, but I need to position myself in the right spot so that it clears both of the enemies. Alright, that should be good. Gonna fire off Limit here to get a little bit of a damage bonus. That's annoying. Right. We want to face this direction to make sure they all spawn behind me here. Whatever. Alright. Unarmed, then how does he still fight? So, like, unironically, the answer to that question is he turns into a Titan and then just regenerates his arms. There's actually a pretty funny cutscene where, like, the guy that saved him gave him, like, brass hands, and they're non-ambulatory, and he's, like, trying to eat soup with them, and gets, like, pissed off and destroys the table. If Kupka wasn't such an arse, I wouldn't laugh, but it's hilarious. Because he's been such a awful person. He got mad because we killed Garuda, who was trying to kill us, and blamed Sid for it, and destroyed our old hideout and all the innocent civilians that were in there. So, like, us, Kupka and us have had bad blood for a while. So there is an accessory here I could buy that would theoretically power up Lightning Rod. Most of the accessories have two functions. There's one that increases damage, and one that increases or decreases cooldown. The cooldown one for Lightning Rod doesn't actually reduce its cooldown, which we would buy it if that were the case. It actually only increases the amount of time it can stay on the field before it dissipates. Which, it's normally 30 seconds, and I think it adds 5 more seconds. But it actually won't increase the amount of damage, because it takes the same number of hits, so it's not worth getting. It would just make it so that it can stay up for 35 seconds out of 55, or until you hit the 30 maximum hits on it. I believe the other relic does increase the damage, but I can't remember where it is. It's nestled in a side quest somewhere that's way out of reach. I don't know if Sid sent her head to Kupka. I think that was somebody else that was trying to initiate a conflict between us. Because, like, Sid is a dick, but I don't think he's that big of a dick. Yeah, it was Barnabas. Yeah. That's what I thought that's what it was. It was Barnabas trying to manipulate things behind the scenes. We're in a dungeon! I get to play the game! Woo! So, this is going to be our first dungeon with Titan. Titan's really good for enemies, but not mini-bosses. So, we'll be using Titan for these first few rooms, and then toggling back and forth between Titan and Rama. Oh. Alright. So I want to push these enemies back, but not too far, so I want to make sure I just thrust normally here. The one thing is that one orc is... There we go, we're good. GG. So you would probably think, why not just use Wind Up like you did in the other couple of fights? I actually want Wind Up for this fight. We're going to do a really cute thing here, where we get aerial off of grabbing enemies with Garuda and then jumping off of them to get the full power Wind Up. It's super cool. Assuming I do it right, though. Alright. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to... We'll try. There! Ah. Unfortunate. You can get high enough. I was just a little bit too low. The thing is you slightly gain height each time you Garuda grab the enemies, as long as you do it at the right time, so it's kind of hard to make it work. I want to get this guy off the top and grab you again. Can we just not? You want to make sure you're not locked on when you use ignition, or else the camera will really, really fight you and make it super hard to not get your camera just goes berserk, honestly. We're gonna wait for this last guy to spawn in. Strength tonic for the extra damage, limit for the extra damage. It's gonna take, what? Okay, did you just die? Well, that's cruddy. I'm gonna lose my strength tonic on the Orcish Warlord. Unfortunately, those 3 usually survive because they're too far to the edge, so they get pushed out of Flames of Rebirth. It's kind of annoying, but it is what it is. Alright, so I need to remember to put Flame Wings on over 4 and Rama over Titan.
Stairs. This must be the way out.
Okay, grab you guys. Yeah, that happens sometimes, so I usually pre-charge a fire. Alright. And... Rama. Okay. Normally I would upgrade Wind Up there, but I don't need that upgrade just yet, so we're not worried about it. A little bit of fucking phlegm in my throat, excuse me. Oh, that's not right. That's gonna make my life really hard. We're gonna want to do it from this side so that... Okay. We got it in one stagger. That's really all I was worried about. I wanted to throw down Lightning Rod first, but I either miss input or ate my inputs. I really couldn't tell you which. This isn't a cutscene. What am I doing? So, we really need to min-max our strength tonics and lightning, or limit here. Both the Orcish Warlord and the Undertaker can be done very efficiently, but are really hard to do as such. Especially since, this dingus... Oh, wait a minute. We're gonna take our sweet time getting over there. Because I threw down the lightning rod a little bit later, I was kind of worried it wouldn't be refreshed in time. Looks like it was fine. I didn't need to worry about it that much. So this is going to be the first victim of messing himself up. Alright, that's unfortunate. Okay, that's going to screw with my damage a little bit. Alright. I'm gonna be honest, Torgal is a big part of your DPS, and if you don't... What the heck? Huh? Whatever, man. So, we didn't really get as much damage as we needed off that lightning rod, so we were kind of struggling by the end of it. Luckily, we get an accessory here that does an extra 10% on Thunderstorm. We'll be using that at the end of the game. Most runners don't bother equipping it, but I do, because I'm bad. I'm bad. Alright, we want to try and get these guys over here. I don't know why it always insists on trying to grab that guy. Alright. What is even happening here? Is it just that one dude? Yeah, we can deal with it this way then. Alright. A lot of these rooms take a very particular order of operations, and if you kind of get out of the skill loop, your life can be very frustrating. If I really wanted to, I could be healing with Torgal just to keep him still so he doesn't knock enemies away, which is a big problem. Right. Ignition. Nice. Alright, that's pretty good. Those rooms normally go kind of sideways in a really weird way.
First orcs, now these nightmares.
Yeah, Spirits Within being a Final Fantasy movie is... I would not say that, no. Could you... This is really annoying. Fine. Alright. Oh, no, you don't. Okay. I can't use any Phoenix Shifts here because the Lightning Rod's still up. I will equip Flames of Rebirth here, and hopefully I won't have another senior moment where I decide to fire off Flames of Rebirth on a single enemy. The first wave is better to take care of on our own, so what I'm going to be doing is Garudaing most of them, and then just kind of killing as many as possible with the Ignition here. And then if I have to clean any of them up, I'm needing to use Wheel and Cyclone. And then we're going to Flames of Rebirth the remainder of the enemies, ideally. You could Flames of Rebirth the first one, but you're just in the same position. The only difference here is that you can just get right next to the door. If you do it the other way. Okay, that's annoying. Alright, well. I mean, yeah, sometimes the innovation just doesn't work out. So, that is that. Now we go straight into an Eikon fight with Titan, and you guys are about to see how bad I am at doing Eikon fights, because this fight... It's 100% feast or famine for me here. I'm either going to struggle like this is a casual playthrough, or I'm absolutely going to dominate. But yeah, as you notice, he is missing a pair of hands. I would give him an applause for this trick, but I think he can give it to himself. Hey, PX. Good to see you, good to see you. Once again, everybody, I appreciate you coming out and checking out 16. It doesn't really get as much attention as it normally does, but it does have a lot of very interesting parts for the run that I feel are worth showcasing. But yeah, doing the Eikon fights right saves a lot of time, but it takes too much time to practice, so nah. We're going to want to do some precision dodges here. Want to do a partial combo instead, so that I can get airborne like this. Excuse me? Whatever. Alright. Okay. No. Alright, that worked out really good, actually. You'd actually think I knew what I was doing there for a second. Alright, we don't want to keep hitting here, because his HP is locked. I want to avoid staggering the next phase if possible, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to do any damage. I'll just be waiting for the stagger to dissipate. Oh no! One thing we do start getting at a certain point that I really didn't mention before is we actually start every Eikon fight from here on out with 6 firelights. They're more or less potions. You You can use them, but if you're using firelights, it probably means the fight has gone wrong.
You can do it.
So at the beginning of this next phase, I'm gonna go take a quick break, grab a bathroom break, some ice, etc., because it takes a while to get through. So I'll probably dip as soon as we get done with this phase, and I'll be back by the beginning of the next one. The way that you want to do this is we're just going to ignore the stone here and just kind of hop through it. And we're going to try and get to the end of the room so that as Titan jumps down on us, we use the brimstone move instead of using it here.
Let's give this a try.
Damn it. I'm going to miss if I do it that way. That's super annoying. I got a little bit greedy with that. There we go. Landed it late, but better than never. Alright, we're pretty close to the right amount of damage. Might be able to push. Oh no, get off me! There we go. Alright. See you guys on the other side. Oh, wow. I had a little bit more time than I thought I did. Not much, though. I expected to already be yeeted out of the cave by now. Turns out... Ugh. Setting a few things up in the background for myself. Make my life easier later since there's this massively long cutscene here.
Found to help me.
Luckily this part's pretty straightforward too. All I have to do is spam triangle and then move over to the right a little bit, so that I don't hit the rock that's going to fall in front of me. And then move back to the left. And we're good to go. Now I literally don't have to do anything again. Time to attack on Titan. You know, I never thought about it like that. Alright, so this is like phase 2 of Titan, where this is basically, we don't have, except good fun, yeah. Oof. Oof. So yeah, Titan is kind of split into 3 phases. There's this phase, really what you want to do is just, oops. You want to dodge without holding any direction, because you'll just slide through this without the special animation. Or you can just face tank it It's a little bit faster to slide through the things rather than get hit, because I think it stops you moving forward for a few seconds. But basically, we're going to have to use our charged magic here to do a majority of the stagger damage that we want. Because we're going to be stuck on a platform very far away from Titan Lost, and that's going to be basically our easiest and fastest repeatable source of stagger damage. All we're not really even looking for damage. We're looking to get enough stagger so that he drops his arm so that we can hit the damage threshold to push into the next phase. And we're going to do that 3 different times. Oh, what do you know? One punch was not enough. Hashtag not Saitama. Well, don't you love it when you drop something? Okay. Oh, yeah. We're gonna disarm him again. Taking his hands wasn't enough. We're gonna disarm him again.
I've got you now.
You are going to be an armless individual, sir, and there's nothing you can do about it. So a lot of this fight is just optimally firing fireballs and dodging this kind of stuff. Oh, unfortunate. You want to go for the full charge there. I should have just gone for the regular hit there. Okay, normally, you do want to jump when you're firing fireballs to make sure they land, but considering my attack button's on square, my magic button's on triangle, and my X button is jump, it's kind of hard to do that without, like, claw gripping my controller. And I only really like claw gripping my controller if I'm, like, mashing dialogue on triangle and circle or something like that. I do have an edge controller, which has the buttons on the bottom, that I could use if I really wanted to. But I find, for whatever reason with this game, it's inconsistent. 3. Ugh. Dude, trying to get the finisher on aerial combos is so annoying. Here we go. Don't have a third hand. Oh my god. I was watching The Boys the other day. And I got to, like, season 2 when they're, like, in the mental hospital of people that they were, like, experimenting on. I think you know if you know. Anything else risks spoiling it a bit too much. Yeah, we got it! Yeah, we're at, like, HP gate here. We're just trying to do the right amount of stagger. That's... I disagree. Nice. We have to, like, hit him as soon as he comes to, like, a rest, so... Getting the right timing is not as easy as it would seem. So, that's 2 out of 3 done here. Actually, There's only 2 phases where we're on the rocks, now that I'm thinking about it. There'll be a 3rd phase in a second where we somehow take this tentacle and... Oh, yeah. And we're working on that 4th arm. Pyromaniac over here, just all the fireballs. So, I did mention it earlier, but to anybody, like, interested in playing this, those MASH segments don't have to be done fast. You have infinite amount of time to do the inputs. So, if you really wanted to, you could do one input, like, a minute, and you would still succeed. You don't have to, like, mash as quickly as I am. The only reason I'm doing it like that is so it's faster, you know what I mean? Alright, so this phase is a little bit weird. We have to wait a bit until one of the extra tentacles appear. And I'm gonna want to, like, charge a fireball and try and, like, pre-shoot it so that it hits the tentacle as it comes in before the lock-on happens. We're getting to that phase, so... Oh my gosh, I hate this so much. It's really annoying to hit. It doesn't need to be as hard as it is, but it is. That one's really weird. Like, you can pre-charge the fire, but if you don't shoot it in the right spot, or shoot it at the right time, you whiff. Luckily, some of these have mercifully low amount of inputs. Dive kick is the superior fighting game! Alright, now we've got phase 3. Basically a rematch with Titan, but we're tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. Yeah, you're supposed to not be able to fly, but you can. It's really weird. That was not correct. He got me during the aerial burst. What? Get back here. What? Oh my god, I hate this game sometimes. I mucho disagreeo. Oh, I'm gonna end up getting the stagger. Crap. I forgot there's an HP lock there. That's my fault. What? Why are you so far away, dude? We're so boned. We're getting the extra stagger here. No way in hell we're not. Actually, we're fine. I can avoid stagger as long as I do this properly. Damn it! Because my frickin' brimstone missed like 69 times. So we're just stuck on this HP right here. The hitboxes here just stink. They just stink so much. I'm gonna miss this one on purpose, since I'm gonna get grabbed either way. That way I don't have to bother with the animation of, punching him. Yeah, I know, we're up to 4 arms. Right now, if we get 2 more, I think we can call ourselves Gilgamesh, right? We will become Greg in a game that needs Greg so dearly. Hack and slash? I mean, 15 had some action elements. Remake also was action-based as well, and then Rebirth was launched. Right. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is another good example, too. They've been doing action RPGs for quite a few years now. I think this is, like, the first one where they went, like, full into a Devil May Cry route, though. Because, like, Kingdom Hearts used your standard magic system, whereas this uses the cooldown-based system, which is a little bit closer to, like, MMORPGs. Crystal Chronicles. I wanted to do a Crystal Chronicles show with Palmer, but I can't get him to contact me. Like, there's so many things I want to do on random encounters, and I just can't get Palmer to contact me. I actually have to work on that after this. I've been sandbagging, dealing with it for so long. I gotta do it after this show. Start working on getting random encounters set up, because I don't have anything in the books yet. This is why I like planning months ahead. Well, that and the autism. Definitely doesn't help. Alright, so now we're gonna be doing a lot of meandering from place to place. If you have any questions, comments, things you want to discuss, now is the time, because I got like 20 minutes of kind of mindless going back and forth. Dead inside? Oh, that's a little bit too... I think that's a bit too on the nose. So here's the funny part. It's actually faster to just warp here again than take the elevator. Funny, huh? Alright. So we could upgrade our weapon still with Earthshaker here if we wanted to. There's also another upgrade we can get. I can't remember what it is off the top of our head. The area we're heading to actually has the Ancient Sword and one of the hidden chests. And it is, like, 12 points stronger than the strongest weapon we can forge right now. So we're going to go out of our way to grab that, and it's going to help us for quite a while as well. It's going to take care of helping us out in the first segment of the capital. See, here's the funny thing, Ann. Like, I had a similar conversation with HSG about action RPGs. At some point, I was like, I really like Kingdom Hearts, but for some reason, I thought I hated action RPGs. Oh, also, this is the other weapon I was talking about. The Enhancer has slightly more attack than Stagger. So that's the one I was referring to. There's one other one that has higher Stagger, just a little bit, than attack. And then there's a hidden weapon in the DLC for doing side quests, the Tonberry Knife, that has, like, half the attack of everything else, but, like, double the stagger value. It's really good at staggering, but its damage is trash. It's really interesting, though. I probably should have just worked back at this point. Yeah, the PS2 is a retro console. No! I'm too old! Don't make me confront my age! Ah!
I'm telling you, it's true. I heard it from Otto's own
Oh,
lips.
no. Why? I feel like I'm gonna turn to ash now that you guys are talking about how long it's been. Oh, yeah, we gotta go talk to Mid again. Oh, boy, this is the Mid segment. Yeah. So this is everybody's favorite segment, and by that I mean literally everybody hates that. It's old enough to drink. Yeah.
It might need
Yeah, that is a good measurement. It's old enough to go to war, drink alcohol, and smoke cigarettes. Alright. We got to warp back here. It's gonna be a lot easier to get to Blackthorn that way. Trying to walk anywhere from Sid's or Mid's dungeon is a waste. I'm trying to, like, press the jump button while taking a sip of water. So, these are glorified side quests, and the reason that I know that is you can use the auto-return function once you finish these fights. Can't drink yet? I guess it can drink illegally. So, you would think it doesn't matter which one you take, and functionally it doesn't matter which character you take at the end of it, but it's slightly faster to take Gav and Taraj. Or Tarja. Hello? I'm trying to skip a cutscene that doesn't exist. What a shock. Dude, this just reminds me how long I've blown off going back to Mega Man X3. I really want to get back to it, and I just never have the drive. Back to my original point. It doesn't really, like, have to be specifically with this game, but, initially I thought I hated, action RPGs, because, like, I very much did not like 13, and I did not enjoy it. I loved Kingdom Hearts, though. I need to go back and play it. I've tried a few different times. The problem is the fact that you don't get guard immediately turns me off with Kingdom Hearts. That's interesting. Where is it? But initially, I thought I didn't like it. And turns out that's all I speedrun is action RPGs.
So this is...
Yeah, wandering around the desert.
It just looks like black sand to me.
These are not cutscenes, dude! Stop! You did this last run. Stop doing it! My brain is in a right state right now. Well, we didn't try and skip this one. Up, up. 90, 91, 92. Oh, I doubt you'll all care, but remember how I mentioned one of my dogs can open the door? That same dog will bark every time I turn off my Super Nintendo or turn it back on with a click. So whenever I'm, like, practicing FB seeds with Sonny, my dog just goes, and then he starts barking in my ear, and I hate it. Completely unrelated, but I figured you guys would enjoy something like that. You can't skip the cutscene because it's inside a dream. But this is how I know it's a side quest. They added auto turn-in to this. And this is, like, a lot of the major complaint for people is that these auto... it takes forever to turn these in. Luckily, the auto turn-in saves a huge chunk of time here. Because normally we have to go talk to this person. We'd have to go talk to Blackthorn. And then go all the way back to Mid's dungeon. Then come all the way back up here. Luckily, we can just wait and do auto turn-in. The only downside of this is that was the only time you went on the right side of the new hideout. Which, it's kind of a shame we don't go over there anymore, but eh. I don't know, maybe in the next patch. Because auto turn-in took so long to get, it's kind of wild. Alright, so this area, we're gonna go through Lost Wing again. Last time I came here unintentionally and I was supposed to use the other warp point. We're actually gonna come through Lost Wing on purpose because there's a monster we have to kill at the top of the hill here. But this is gonna show like how much better Ambrosia movement is compared to normal movement. Because you saw us come through here earlier. Really all we had was like air dashes and Phoenix Shift. But at this point, we have a lot more movement options with Ambrosia, so this will go a lot quicker. That's slack. Got it. Alright. Yep, speed kicks. This just feels good, to be honest. We're gonna take you with us. Those are some hyper kicks. It's nice, because you can't normally set that up. That's unfortunate, since it went in the wrong spot. I'm gonna have to kind of overshoot the NPC here to get that combat ended. I also have to be careful with the movement here. If I jump immediately, I'll just talk to her again. The only annoying part about this is a monster spawns on the other side of the room, so we just have to go... Whee! Yep. Nope. If an enemy gets out a stagger, that means I did the combo line wrong. But as long as I kill the enemy before they start moving again, I really don't care. Yeah. This one is weird, because, like, the positioning of the characters is kind of important. So it speeds some things up. Oh, 13, yeah. 13 is a game that, like, I enjoy in a casual sense, but the fact that, like, you have to understand the combat in a very specific way to have full control over it is just not for me. I'm not a big fan of, like, game design where you, to some extent, understanding how things function is obtuse. That's why, even with Rebirth and Remake, I do not like the AI for the NPCs. It's okay, like, on a casual level, but the NPCs will do a lot of stuff that you don't want them to. 6 through 10? Yeah, I think 4 is a good one. The thing with 4 is I like the game on its face level, but, like, the vanilla SNES release I really don't have a lot of fun with, just because it's a bit slower. But it has some good parts. The funny thing is, I think 4, especially its randomizer, is so good because... that is not what I wanted to do. Oops. I'll pull up my PlayStation menu every once in a while to check the battery life on my controller. Since I'm using an Edge, I only have 4 hours of battery on it. Versus, like, the 8 that any other controller would have. Oops. Go this way.
Need to stock up on
Yeah, there was actually one of my chat members consistently is a very, 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 very big 7 fan. And I was like, nah, I think 6 is probably the best Final Fantasy. Just, like, system-wise. And he's like, I don't understand. Why would that be the case? So it was, like, really hard to, like, explain. I'm like, well, just, like, outside of the desperation attacks kind of being jank, I think 16 just has better tooling in general. Like, being able to permanently learn the abilities without having to hold on to the materia. The summons being a one-and-done real quick, so they don't become pervasive through the gameplay. They both have their ups and downs. I think they're both extremely good games, honestly. I think they're, in my opinion, the peak. 9 is very good. 8 suffers from having a very odd play style, so not a lot of people can enjoy it. But it's not a bad game once you understand how the game expects you to play it, rather than the way that you're, like, normally going to want to play it. Yeah. The thing is, like, with modern action RPGs, enemy AI is... party AI is bad, in my opinion. It's serviceable at, like, a casual level, but partner AI in modern games is and always will be bad, and you're gonna have a hard time convincing me otherwise, because I can point out specific examples with the problems with the AI, unfortunately. The reason I like 12 so much is because you can program the AI with the gambits. Even if it's a very shallow system, if you really want to go that far, and a little bit time-consuming, being able to, like, set conditional activations for the AI is super important. The speed... I really want to say, like, the speedruns for Remake and Rebirth could probably be faster if we could control the AI, rather than having to go out of our way to do everything so fast the AI doesn't get a chance to act. Like, Remake, we can actually chain spells in such a way that we stun lock the AI into just casting over and over again. But you have to be really, really good to maintain that. Otherwise, the AI can put you in a really rough spot. Gonna want to get a stagger off rip. Oh, God, I don't have limit. I'm supposed to save some limit for this guy. Oops.
And Torgal helped too. Thingy boy.
Alright, dialogue should finish.
This used to be a trade route for merchants crossing the Scars. Till the Republic laid a new road wide enough to let wagons pass.
Yeah, I mean, even if it was just as simple as, like, a less aggressive, more aggressive setting, that would be fine. That would get us where we need to go.
Outlaws on the trail today.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Fine. Oh, I'm not even getting limit out of it. Lame! Alright, it's fine, because I don't want to start with,
They have a hideaway of their own.
We'll start with Ignition here to build some limit. Ugh. That's gonna be a bit unfortunate. Do this. Limit break. Ignition. Good. Yeah. I feel like the problem is the developers are not really understanding, because the truth is, the reason the AI is the way it is in Remake is they want to incentivize you to use all of the characters and switch between them actively in combat. And here's the thing, I'll spoil it for you, not everybody wants to do that. In a speedrun, we really don't need to do that much. But, like, you know, nobody really wants to play that way. And trying to force players to play the way you intend them to versus the way they want to is just going to lead to people not liking the game. So, like, I very much understand the intent behind it, but, you know, sometimes the developer's wrong and the player's right, you know what I mean? It's one of those the customer's always right situations. Except they're not, but you know what I mean. That's the implication, in my opinion. Good grief, it's already 11? Well...
The Boklab markets are to the north. We just need to hug the coast.
Can't believe we already started this this deep in. I'm gonna be honest, for like a marathon run, I expected to like mess up more, but apparently all the practice I did right before has helped quite a bit. Though, to be fair to myself, things are not going to get easier. They only get harder from here on out. Matter of fact, the next dungeon has another dragon in it, and that one is even worse than the Akashic dragon we were messing with earlier. The white dragon in the next dungeon is basically the boss, in my opinion. The rest of the, like, boss-like enemies are way easier than the Akashic, or the white dragon. Magic the Gathering, yeah. So this town has a lot of NPCs, so I want to bounce off of them if possible to get a, like, preset stun walk that he's getting. You see kind of how, like, Clive is speeding up a little bit, because that animation is set to play at a certain speed, so It's a nice way to save some time in here, but it really is only easy to do in, like, crowded areas. Yeah. Well, that's funny, because I make a similar joke about that. Like, when Clive is young in the very, very early part of the game, he can actually thrust over and over again, and that's a very nice movement tech. But oh, that's right, I'm supposed to just do this. But they changed it for some reason, and in the full game, you still can thrust in that early portion, but you can't chain thrusts once he becomes an adult, which is, you know, weird. I don't know why they designed it that way, but they did. So at least myself, I don't know if others, but like my joke is like he got arthritis or something, so like he can't keep doing all those thrusts. Luckily, Ambrosia offers some very fast movement because of all that tech. We gotta walk back and forth and do a little bit of talking to a bunch of different people, so... The only goal here is to minimize the amount of people that we talk to. We have to talk to 2 civvies here, and then we gotta go find this kid that stole Goots's trader pass. There's a bunch of kids we're supposed to talk to, but we really don't need to talk to any of them. So we're just going to turn around here and go back to the opening this area. All we have to do is talk to this one girl. Alright. Hippity hop, hippity hop.
That's that then.
She must have meant the refugee camp.
Let's hope he's still nearby.
There are no crystals here. We have to keep...
Alright, we finally found the kid that stole it, but he's gonna run away here real quick, so we have to backtrack. Once again, we can talk to a bunch of NPCs here if we want, to try and find where the kid is. But if you know where he is, you can just go. Same thing like we did earlier with Uncle. We just kind of said, okay, I know exactly where he is, and then just proceeded to go there immediately. A lot of these is like paring down the flags that you have to interact with and figure out which ones are important, which ones aren't. Alright. Gotta start the quest from Theodore here. So we do have some combat coming up here. I'm gonna want to be careful by the end of the last fight. I would like to leave with some limit if possible, so I can optimize the very first fight in the next dungeon. Let's see here. We degrade Wind Up, which I didn't upgrade. Master Lightning Rod Thunderstorm, equip Ancient. Thunderstorm, slot 1 Garuda. Rama over Titan. And Wind Up over Thunderstorm. Okay. This is the one really weird one, because we do a lot of optimizing. And throughout the course of the game, we kind of cycle around our abilities. So one of the very important parts is being aware of what those ability orders look like the entire time, so that you avoid messing things up. Alright, we're going to use Flames of Rebirth on the final fight, so we got to deal with these guys normally. Should have just used that.
I doubt these were the ringleaders, but at least we know we're on the right track.
So this is technically not necessary, but there's the Ancient Sword up here. Which would be a nice 12-point stat bonus over the other weapon we could have crafted. Okay. So we go, sheesh. No, it's 32. Let's see here. Master, upgrade and master. The nice thing about this is it'll upgrade the range Lightning Rod reaches to. So Thunderstorm and Titan. No, it's Wind Up over this, yeah? Lightning Rod, okay. Little bit of a brain fart there, but it could be worse. So we're going to use Flames of Rebirth a little bit in the next area. There's a lot of large rooms with a bunch of enemies. So optimally going with Flames of Rebirth is going to save us some time. Alright, so we're going to limit here even though we don't need it just to get to the other side a little bit quicker. We'll get the limit back anyway by using Ignition right here. Or at least most of it.
More foot soldiers.
Fewer now.
We're going to go for a limit right off the bat so that I can hopefully get this stagger to be a little bit more efficient. Or at least once we get in the fight.
Fuck. It's that guard from Buckland. Kill him. Kill them all.
Oh, that's annoying. Alright, fine. Alright, we're gonna get knocked over here, but that's fine. Wind up. Ignition. I should have used Thunderstorm a bit earlier there, but it's fine. Ideally use Thunderstorm earlier, so it's like the lightning's raining down while you're using one of the other attacks, but it's fine as long as the fight goes more or less as planned. Alright, so we're gonna do an auto return here. Okay. Couple of cutscenes to skip here. And then we gotta go talk to Goots after this one. Now we have our trader pass, we can progress. We're trying to head into the Crystalline Dominion, which is one of the other lands. Like I've been saying, the whole game, we've been trying to eliminate the crystals, which are both the source of magic in this world, and they're also slowly but surely destroying the land and making it uninhabitable. Also, it should remove people's ability to use magic, so those that can use magic that have been used as slaves at the cost of their own life will actually have a chance at a normal life. Because magic slowly eats away at you and will kill you eventually, crystallize you. So that's why they're usually slaves or mages for war, because it slowly but surely kills you. So nobody in their right mind would really be using magic. Even for icons, it seems to kill them. But I may not be 100% correct. May not be 100% correct about that one. I think it may just affect Clive because he's absorbing multiple icons and it's slowly eroding his body. Because just like everyone else, he's human. He's nothing special. If anything, he's more of an aberration than anything. So we could be upgrading our limit. There are some places it would make our lives a little bit easier.
Those were Imperial dragoons.
Well, that's always what I thought too, but no, the slaves take it because I guess their magic isn't strong enough to use it offensively. So they're more used for like chores, drawing water, getting just basically turning them into life conveniences. Alright, so we want to limit here so that we can get through that room real quick. Okay, that's kind of my fault. Okay. I want to ignition immediately here. Oops. I guess semi-immediately here. Because I'm going to need that in the next room anyway. I should have ravaged with Torgal there. I was being lazy. Dude, I don't know what's happening in Slack, but there's a conversation happening right now. I'm kind of getting annoyed by it. Alright. So, we do want to have Flames of Rebirth back, and it's not going to take us 2 minutes to get to the next area. So we're actually going to reload here after the quick save from killing these enemies. And then that will reset Flames of Rebirth so that it's actually fully recharged by the time we need it. We're going to fire off Ignition again here because it's going to take us more than 22 seconds to get where we need it again. So just a little bit of min-maxing. This also isn't a cutscene, and it is very easy to be like, I want to skip this.
Right. Let's go.
Yeah, a lot of the side quests do expand the story, but the problem is they're hidden through so many other side quests that people just check out of the story by getting there. I believe that's the case, but I'm not 100% certain. Seriously. Unfortunate. Normally, you should be able to just pull them in towards this little gateway and then just go under immediately, but unfortunately they split up in a weird way. We're going to be using Limit here again to make sure that our damage is high enough to clear the room immediately, since it's a renewable resource. There we go. We'll just get some heat here to push the damage up a little bit higher. Normally I could just use Ignition on the worm, but sometimes these two guys survive, so... Cyclone, upgrade, let's go. So Cyclone has a fairly decent DPS and stagger ratio, so we're going to be using that over Wing for the next little bit. That, and because we got a lot of like groups of enemies that we're trying to clean up.
In the name of His Highness.
So we got one more room, and then we have the White Dragon, and I am not a fan of the dragon. Not at all. Dragon is one of my biggest foes. It's very hard because we're trying to get Dragon to do two specific things, and we're gonna need to like plow on the gas pedal as well as let off of it at the same time. It's super weird. Okay, fine. What? Okay, what are you doing, dude? Come here. Why are... Okay, I'm getting annoyed here. Great. That's super frustrating. Alright, that should not have been anywhere near as bad as it was. Why are you not... Okay. That's so ridiculous. Everything hit me instead of the lightning rod. If I wasn't so mad, I'd actually be impressed. Alright.
Enemies on the ramparts! Kill them!
Alright, well, I'm gonna have to focus here, because this guy is not easy. Let's go. What do you... This is so bad. Well, the fight is completely off script now.
I think it has something in store for us.
Get ready to move.
Okay, we're doing this the weird way then. I'm gonna have to stagger right after this then. Ooh. I am completely unsure of what I'm gonna do here. Okay. That was wrong. Alright, just do Dragon Drive, dude. Alright, that is not even close to how this fight's supposed to go, and I have no idea what happened. Please just die. That was catastrophic. The fact that I didn't die there was impressive. So I got pushed out of the setup in phase 1. I got pushed back out of the boss's body. And it resulted in me not being able to do enough stagger or damage to cause the initial stagger that I needed to keep the rest of the fight on track. And that's why I ended up having to, like, do nearly half of a friggin' stagger bar with magic attacks. Ideally, what happens there is you set it up and you get the magic attack in, and you really only, at worst case, you only have to, like, get... What am I doing? Crafts. Sword... And then reinforce.
That's 10 times better than it
This
was
is
before.
rough. Thankfully, I keep my potions topped off.
Is there else you need?
Should just be as simple as doing this. All right. Well, now you know why I don't like the white dragon, because things like that can happen very easily. I never made it to that part of the story. That's interesting to note. I guess it makes sense, yeah.
Can you feel that, Clive?
Ether.
With the bears and stuff. Okay.
Just what we need.
So we're just going to clean up this whole room with Flames of Rebirth. A couple of the enemies are going to survive with just a bit of HP. So we're going to deal with this guy here, and then ignition to this one over here. Wow. See you later. And then we switch back to Cyclone. A lot of these rooms could be one-shot with Flames of Rebirth, but they're just not worth the turning off, turning on, turning off, turning on, turning off, turning on. Gonna want to use ignition here, so I want to make sure. Okay, now I need to whatever, grab, and then use ignition. All right, there we go. We're back on cycle. I just need to chillax. That white dragon fight was pretty awful. Why am I down to 1 strength tonic already? Oh boy. Well, I mean, I usually don't remember to use both strength tonics on the enemy anyway. That's unfortunate. This is why I don't really like using Ravage, because it's on the same button as my strength tonic. So sometimes I can absent-mindedly fire off strength tonics, and that is not a good position to be in late game. Luckily, it's not too bad here. It can definitely be a lot worse.
What was that?
He'll kill us all.
I see what you're saying, but can you, like, reword that a little bit differently? Sub is a little bit too aggressive.
And so should we.
Alright, we're going to... What? No. This is super annoying. Oh my gosh. I very much dislike thrust sometimes. Kind of does whatever it wants. Alright, hello? Why are you still alive? But no, I mean, the wording does make sense. Alright, let's... So this room, we finally have our Flames of Rebirth back, so we can clear this room pretty quickly, too. The big thing has been juggling these mini-bosses with a bunch of other enemies to the point where it's very frustrating. What am I doing? This is bad. Okay, I might be able to do this. Ah, yes! If possible, we really like to make sure to put enemies into a stagger state. Okay, good wheel, and Flames of Rebirth. This will get me the rest of my limit back so that this next boss won't be too awful. Thunderstorm. See you later, dude. Alright. Rising Flame and Cyclone. Alright, so if you thought the Wicked White Dragon was dangerous, the Necrophobe is a little bit harder. Necrophobe here, I need to be on my toes. I want to get a bunch of parry attacks here. I'm trying to do a very set amount of damage so that I can push the phase, but also don't stagger the boss. So my life is not going to get much easier in the next few seconds. I'm going to have to work for my keep. Alright, let's go. Excuse me. Oh, that's bad. No. Oh, that's so frustrating. I'm gonna have to go for the other one normally. What do you... Okay, we get Elemental Dissonance here, that's fine. Alright, we're gonna have to go for this all natural. Ah, that's a bummer. Might be enough. Please stop. Alright, I need to let off the gas here and see if... Please let that be enough. Okay, good. That worked out. All according to Cake.
I don't want to know what that is. We have to end this right now.
Alright, good. Drop this. Limit. Ignition. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm not going to have enough gas to chew through this. This will be enough to kill, though, I think. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Enough.
Okay, we managed to make it through there. Yeah, auto mod is a little bit touch and go. So I'm erring on the side of caution. Normally I don't do much moderating on this channel at all, if I can avoid it. Like people to be able to speak their mind more or less. Post. Do I still... No, okay. I almost missed something important here. That would have been really rough. Wicked Wheel, there we go. Okay, Wicked Wheel is upgraded.
Through the building.
That'd make my life really awful if it wasn't. So ideally, you one-shot the boss as soon as you get the stagger. Problem was, my damage was very bad in the first 2 phases because I didn't get the parries that I wanted. So it really ate a lot of the damage that normally you're able to get. Alright, so now we're moving into a 20-minute fight with the Hammett. So the first phase here, we're trying to chew through enough HP to push the phase. We also want to miss these on purpose too, because it's much faster. We're trying to chew through the HP to push into the next phase. But we also are trying to avoid staggering the boss. The funny thing is even though with how bad that went, this still could be like a 740 something. Pretty easily, as a matter of fact. We're gonna miss this one on purpose too. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick while we're waiting for the flower to open. Yeah, when you got a 7.5 hour run, you gotta min-max real hard. To be honest, like, the Titan fights and the Bahamut fights are cool, like, the first time. They're just a little bit frustrating the second time, where it's like, why am I still doing this? Excuse me, that's my fault. Oh, that's definitely my fault. Alright, there we go. Or you could just eat the end of the combo, that's cool. Please don't change phases yet. I might be able to make this work. Honestly, even with, like, the recommended graphics cards, I think this thing can still run. You just have to, like, tweak the settings and use, like, a patch to make it work better. Problem is like, this game, they really went all in on the graphics mode, and it looks beautiful when you're playing it on graphics. But it requires a lot of gas power, and the fact that it's only 30 frames is a killer for a speedrun. Personally, I didn't care. The only problem is that with a lot of games like this, it only takes inputs every on the frames. It's drawing stuff. So at 60 frames, you get a lot more a lot easier to miss inputs, or have it eat inputs rather. All right, this needs to be a single fire route, or my life is gonna stink. It's not going to be either. What? Alright, whatever. Alright, bad Bahamut fight, but it wouldn't be the first time, and it won't be the last either. Alright. There is a spot where it does look like it's gonna crash after we go to the... Oh, 5 years old? Fair. I mean, like, because of the COVID stuff, a lot of people couldn't afford to update their graphics card, so I feel you. That's rough. Sorry to hear that. That's the one thing, is like, that's why I stick with consoles, because then I never have that much of an issue. But then again, it's also like a $500 luxury to play games without having to fiddle with settings. Meanwhile, you can just pay for the computer and at least argue that you use it the whole time anyway. They do have PCs now that have integrated graphics cards in the processor. I don't know if those are anywhere near strong enough unless you're running multiple processors. So this fight is more or less glorified rail shooter. One thing you may notice is my damage number is kind of like fluctuating a bit. You actually get a damage bonus if you hit an enemy's weak point. For the most part, you don't really need to deal with that. Outside of like maybe the dragons, because the head takes much more damage than the body. And otherwise, the dragons are just too hard to get a hold of. It's part of the reason why that fight was such a spiral with the white dragon. But yeah, we're gonna hit a hard HP lock. And we already have. It's 3 stages of this, 4 stages of this. Integrated graphics cards. Yeah. I know a lot of them integrate the graphics cards now, or at least there are some, but I wasn't sure about like what their power level is in comparison. So we have a couple of different ways to do this. We can either hold our attack or magic button either to do the charged flame here, or we can just do lock-ons over and over again, like this. Really doesn't matter. As long as we hit the damage lock, that's all we care about. Yeah. Yeah, that's why my specialty at Limit Break isn't technology, it's camera operations. Oh yeah, this is a good fight casually. It's very good, honestly. This game's a pretty solid game overall casually. I did enjoy it. Although I ended up being more interested in the combat than the story. But it does have a really good story, too. It was just more so the pacing gave it some problems, because I was playing it with somebody else, and we were, you know, obviously, like, watching the story as well. The Radiant weapons? You mean, like, the top-tier ones? A lot of the craftable weapons are locked behind the side quest, a lot of side quest chains with, oh, wait, you're talking about the New Game Plus stuff? There are, some, like, tiered weapons where, like, when you recraft them in New Game Plus, in harder modes, they become Radiant, I think is what it's called. I can't remember off the top of my head. But those, are New Game Plus, yeah. Well, I mean, if there was something, like, some way to unlock them, I'd give you a hint, but it's basically, once you start it up, you'll see. It's just the same thing as the regular system. There's nothing special about them. I did Final Fantasy mode as well. It's pretty fun. I wanted to 100% Rebirth, but I gave up once we got to the freaking Crunch minigame. I'm like, you know what? I think I'd rather rip my hands off than throw them into a freaking piranha-infested waters. Hello? So these kind of work in a really weird way where they close into the spot of the one you destroy. So if you know which direction they're going to move, you can kind of, like, min-max Alright, this... I'm playing pretty poorly here. Oosh. Well, whatever. So, the Endgame is basically what's coming up from here. Don't have a PS5. That's fair. I hope they launch Rebirth on PC soon. But it hasn't been a year yet, so it's not surprising. Though I heard their, you know, whatever was only like 6 months, not a year, but... The thing is I kind of grouped 16 Remake and Rebirth into the same, same set. Because they all kind of have a similar action combat. Yeah, I was out here with Wody, finished while he was running Rebirth yesterday. Unfortunately, Wodie's route's a little bit different than mine, so I got stun locked a few times, which caused him to get stun locked. It was a bit unfortunate. Ideally, we just do enough damage to push this phase immediately. We don't actually want to stagger. Trying not to lower the stagger bar here. So I'm just trying to avoid additional attacks. Yeah, supposedly mine can handle 16, but when I talked to Moonblaze Wolf about it, I was like, do you know if this runs slower or faster? Moonblaze Wolf told me he lost... like, it seems like it loses a bunch of time, and I'm like, nope, don't care. I have the demo on my PC, so I could check it at some point and see how it works. I upgraded mine somewhat recently, so I'm not surprised. It's like one step under the processor that's recommended. Oh yeah, I should probably... Ugh. I hope this does enough damage. No! Oh. Alright. Now, if you'll notice, the HP is more or less locked here, so... That's frustrating. Sag. Alright, I'm gonna go refill my ice real quick, because this takes a while. Oh my gosh. First. I sometimes wonder how much time Turbo would save on those. Africa and the Middle East? Huh. That's interesting. I've heard of some games get... Oh, I guess maybe it might be the M rating. That's usually what I hear is the problem. I may do some more 16 runs. LGBTQ. Yeah, do you know what? I was saying this, earlier. Oh, wait, that's actually a cutscene. I'm being dumb. I was saying this earlier, but honestly, like, Dion is one of my favorite characters in this game. And mainly because he's just a well-written character. And he's less about, like, his sexuality and traits like they are in some games, and more that he's just a good character. I was like, because I'll be honest, like, at the initial part, I was like, oh, they're gonna talk about his sexuality, rolls eyes. And then I made it through the whole game, and I'm like, holy oh, that was stupid. You really don't need to do that. I think this might actually make my life harder. This additional damage isn't super necessary, and I think it puts you in a weird part of the cycle. You're supposed to miss it. Well.
How can we hope to match such power? By trusting in our own.
Yeah, let's go. Gonna have to cancel that. Let's go! Yeah. I did too at one point. So if I do this fight properly, we should be able to avoid the purple beam charge phase. Just trying to wedge some extra stagger in there. Donald died doing a Zeta flare. Well, yes, but no. That's not right. Alright, we're aiming to get the stagger here, so I don't really care about the min-max on the damage. I just want to make sure to try and push the stagger ASAP. Damn it! Did I just... I did that shit to myself. I'm an idiot. Could have avoided that very easily, but I got greedy. Oh boy. Well, we avoided one flashy move and got hit by a different one. Yeah, honestly, like, with some of these fights, I'm kind of going off instinct. Oh, the hunt quests. I honestly do like the hunts for the monsters. The one thing I dislike about them is that they just, like, give you a very general area. And I feel like, I mean, it may be more of holding your hand, but I really wish they'd give you, like, a very clear area of where you're supposed to check with, like, a little red circle or something. If you, like, have the quest pinned. But, yeah, S ranking can be kind of frustrating, too. So I'm actually going to do this in a different way. Normally you have to save all of Northreach, Martha's Rest, and Damamill Inn. I'm actually going to start with Martha's Rest instead, because it saves me a save load from the, from having to recharge my Flames of Rebirth. Because it'll take long enough that, it'll fully recharge when I get done with Martha's Rest before I start up Damamil Inn. Alright. Yeah, I think hunts are an interesting thing, and having, like, buffed monsters is cool. The idea, though, of... Really? I find, that the Phoenix abilities are some of the best. Cyclone is very good at hitting enemies. If you get hit before you use Cyclone, and it doesn't knock you off your feet, it massively reduces the cooldown. So your Cyclone will only take, like, 12 seconds to recharge instead of 33. Or, no, 30, excuse me. Heat Wave is nice if you block a ranged attack with it. It hits like a truck. The thing with the regular move, Phoenix Wing, is probably one of the... It is the quickest charging move outside of, like, one other one, I think. So it ends up doing a lot of damage, surprisingly.
Relax.
Oh, yeah, Bahamut has some of the strongest moves, too. Giga Flare is just unironically broken. I'm glad they didn't weaken it in any of the patches. That would have been so annoying if they had debuffed. Barnabas, I think. Yep. Yeah, not sure where you are in the story, but you do have a fight with him. I don't need any strength tonics. I don't need a sword either. Brightburn is going to be like 5 points, so there's no reason to pick that up. Yeah. Shiva's an interesting one. Working with Shiva is a pretty high skill check. Because you can actually use her ability to freeze stuff. Oops. Barnabas. Yeah, that fight is a real head scratcher. 'Cause you, yeah, if you stagger an enemy and freeze them, it'll, keep their... it'll stop the stagger from progressing. It's more or less stop from other things. Garuda is good for the half stagger or pulling in enemies to make your fights easier. So that's why we use Garuda for most of the game. We keep Phoenix because Flames of Rebirth is really strong. It's a good way to, like, wipe out multiple enemies. Oh, no, wait, this says no warp, so I can't warp here. Flames of Rebirth is very good at clearing out rooms super fast. And then Wing is really good for, like, solo one-on-one fights. So once again, we could go down there and do that side quest, but we'd have to take the elevator down, then go clean up a few enemies, and then use the auto-warp back. The downside is that, like, it's so late at this point, the extra 6 damage is not going to be that big of a deal. It would be nice, but it's just not going to happen. Oh, actually, I want to go Martha's Rest first. I was thinking of going the other way.
This man's gonna die if we don't get him to a heal.
Yeah, Shiva's skills are kind of bad, unfortunately. I did play around with Rhyme after they busted it, but... or, not busted it, buffed it, excuse me. And it just never really clicked.
There were as many as Martha says.
Honestly, from what I can tell, Leviathan is, like, the next big one. Odin is super nice, but you have to understand that the iconic feat is what makes Odin strong, not the actual individual abilities. Odin's individual abilities are trash. Like, actual garbage. I might want to buy some potions under this case. That should be everything. Yep. Yeah, basically. The problem is I've seen people say Odin's icon is just garbage, and it's because they don't understand that you're supposed to be using his iconic feat along with it. Slip. Yeah, I've heard Slip is really good. No, I don't want to save. I want to load. So we're gonna load here quite a few times to refill my potions. Or not refill my potions, refill my cooldowns. Excuse me. I'll refill my potions once I get to Northreach. I could go buy some strength potions there, but I'm not gonna bother. I won't need them, rather. I'll say that with actual authority. This fight is one of the more annoying ones, because I have to deal with this friggin' turtle. This turtle is one of the few enemies that can, like, cancel your attacks and put it on cooldown if you're not careful with it. You bonk off the shell. Nope, that's bad. Dude, stop! What the heck is going on here, bruh? I don't know, man. Okay, we're just gonna... Okay, that's... Okay. Flames of Rebirth. Limit.
It's over.
Rough. You're supposed to lock onto the turtle, thunderstorm, and then, like, chase it, and use its spit to trigger the lightning rod, and then follow up with ignition. But the game just straight up did not want to... Oh, that's annoying. Did not want to let me lock on to the turtle for whatever reason. I couldn't tell you why. But it was dead set on locking onto anything but the turtle. Alright. So, one of the annoying things that happened there is, I activated the summon animation for... Actually, let me just do it again here. Alright. Whenever I save load now, this won't be a pain in my butt. Yeah, Leviathan... I've watched a New Game Plus run of the DLC that Moonblaze Wolf did. Leviathan does actually have some good tech. The cool thing is since we have access to, like, multiple shortcuts now, we can make a lot more efficient setup that is for very specific things. And Leviathan is one of those that is good for very specific things. What? Excuse me? That's annoying. You have like 1 HP, just die, dude. Just do it this way. Maybe the reason we do it in that order is to get a level up, actually.
Apologies, my lord.
Ruins the game? I mean, I guess that's fair. If you dislike the balancing from it, it's a reasonable take. What is going on here? Just stagger, please. Okay, that's... I'm not really dying for limit at this point, so... Okay. Yeah. If anything, my balancing issue is with the final icon they give you after Leviathan. I'm not going to talk about it too much to try and avoid spoilers, because I think Leviathan is obviously, yeah, we were going to get the icon. But the bonus one they give you at the end is kind of weird. luckily, some of the stuff I would have thought was more centralizing really isn't as bad. So we have to help each one of the cities here. Martha's Rest is the longest. We have to clear out each one of the... Yeah, there's an exclusive one you get for clearing the DLC. Not necessarily a New Game Plus. I've just seen a New Game Plus run which had access to all the icons to start with, where it was like DLC.
Suppose we just follow shouting.
So the easier way to clear it was just to have a New Game Plus file. Okay. Because the other thing is some of the fights are longer in the DLC, since they're trying to teach you how Leviathan works. But if you go back through it, it like allows you to have access to all your abilities instead of just Leviathan. So yeah, this should take about 2 minutes to get done, so my Flames of Rebirth will be fully recharged by the time I'm done doing all the movement here.
Picture it, Conrad. Then let us band together.
Excuse me? Okay, game. I don't know how that happened, but whatever.
My shop.
If I had my pickaxe, I would...
The only downside here is I can't check to see if my thing is fully recovered, but there's no way that I haven't. You know what? Fine, come here, Torgal. Good dog. What? Said pet the dog, dude. Thank you. Bruh. Good pupper. I would have pet Torgal on the elevator rides down, but the game was just like, does not let you do that because that's too much fun. Kind of annoying, actually. Alright. Alright. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. Gonna need to grab everybody together here. Do this. We're gonna do this really goofy thing where we drop a lightning rod here. So that we can just hit everybody. Okay. Yeah, as far as icons go, when you're in New Game Plus, you just get access to all of them immediately. Basically, whatever skills you have purchased. Lightning Rod, yeah. So in that case, I think Lightning Rod was close enough so that the Thunderstorm hit the enemy, but the Thunderstorm did target Lightning Rod, which is a really annoying feature. That when you're not hard locked onto something, the game, like, 100% is like, yeah, lightning rod's what you want to hit, right? Sorry, the answer is no, no, and never. A lightning rod is really only a good target when you're doing, like, dancing steel. We are saving a little bit of time here by getting the potions here instead of buying extra ones anywhere else. It's right here on the path.
I saw it with my own eyes.
Part of the reason we route it this way is so that we don't have to load as often to avoid having to load to refund the cooldown on Flames of Rebirth. We'll actually be very aggressively reloading in the final dungeon to get our Flames of Rebirth back, because the rooms are just so much easier to handle with Flames of Rebirth versus trying to figure out how to do it in some other significant way. We're actually rapidly approaching Endgame, and I'd say this is the point where the rubber meets the road, and you really can't afford to mess up anything. Considering how the White Dragon went, it's a very good example of how bad things can go. Because that was total off the back foot responding. Oh, that's annoying. I was trying to bonk off the NPC there, but whatever. We will get a nice long ride with Ambrosia here. There was a point where there was some discussion about there's an extra warp point at the very end of the field that's much closer to the village.
At least we have an idea.
And there was some discussion about picking that up at some point when we weren't getting Ambrosia or when Ambrosia was just slightly faster. But now that Ambrosia, you can do like speed kicks with Ambrosia, it's just not even worth discussing. Excuse me? This is why I hate the drifting, because you have to hold the brake in to get the Chocobo to drift, and if you try to brake too soon, you do that a bunch. Unfortunately, no matter how efficiently we kick here, I don't believe we can make it all the way with one boost. So I'm gonna have to re-dash at some point. But we can try and make it and see. Yep, there it is. Fell off the last second. We're gonna pull the enemies in here to make this more consistent. Okay, this is gonna be kind of annoying.
Should I try?
Save your strength.
I'm gonna do the same thing we did in the previous fight, drop a lightning rod. Or Jill's just gonna solo these idiots for me. That's fine too. There we go. Yeah, but Ambrosia's very fast here. This is like one of the places where Ambrosia saves a ton of time. I'll see if I can turn around and show you what I was talking about. Because there is... Oh, it takes me into town. Never mind. Sorry. But yeah, there is a warp point if you go a little bit further to the right side after that wolf encounter. At the edge of the map. Probably like 5-10 second walk. There's a warp point over there. Alright, now we have saved everybody, and we're basically headed into the end game here. The rest of this stuff is going to be heading over to Canver, and then making landfall on Waylood, and then from there, we will be mainly focusing on Barnabas, and being good at Barnabas. Barnabas is a really tough couple of fights. Very strong enemy. Hits like a truck, and can cancel your moves. So Barnabas can go bad very easily. And a lot of the fight, if not done correctly, will just lead to you having a bad day. We do have one more segment where we've got to do some world travel here. And that'll be that. Pretty much from that, we're just going to be going into Waylood, which is the final continent, and zapping through. There are a couple of enemies over here, so I actually have to be careful about how I do the Ambrosia movement so I don't get sucked into them. Ideally, starting at combat with Ambrosia is beneficial because you can get hyper kicks instead of just speed kicks, but that doesn't account for getting turned around when you try to attack an enemy and going the opposite direction.
We can use the ruins to cross the ravine.
Okay. Let's try and get a drift here. Alright, we're gonna take this guy across with us, it's whatever. Keep the hyper kicks going. Alright, now hopefully... There we go. This is what you're looking for in most fights, but in Waylood, you'll see what I'm talking about. There's a really good chance that Ambrosia's gonna turn around in the final area and start kicking the wrong direction. What is... Huh? I feel like something weird happened there. But yeah, we gotta cover a lot of the maps here, just kind of all over the place.
They're everywhere now.
We can't go around it.
Then we'll just have to be careful.
I'm gonna commit some Chocobo on Gazelle violence here. Don't worry, he'll survive. Don't worry about it. He's just gonna need therapy. Chocobo is like one of the few things where like getting in a fight unironically speeds you up because of the hyper kicks.
Where now, Joshua?
With Clive, it almost unilaterally slows you down because you can't thrust and you can't Phoenix shift without going towards the enemies. Dagnabbit. So we lost a little bit of time there by opening the map too soon because there's going to be other map pins later. Alright. So the first couple of rooms here is going to be the important part. There are going to be a few enemies that start right in front of us, and we'll just run them over with ignition and move on with our day. The next two rooms are the problem. The ninja or the assassin that's in front of us is going to be the bulk of our concern. But we want to make it all the way to the door, because no matter what, we have to take out those guys and then the next fight too. And we can get them to come all the way to the door without much of a problem. So we want to move them to that side, but the downside is, like, we got to kind of figure out where the ninja is in the group of enemies that we ran away from. And then we also need to look for him to come in and try and fireball me with Katon. And then I use the lightning rod to make him pretty much melt his own life bar. And then I Flames of Rebirth the rest of the room. So that, it's a GG easy situation. Last couple of runs, that has not been how that's happened, and it's not that big of a deal, so we'll see if we can get lucky.
Then let us be rid of them.
The one thing that's really weird is, like, between the speed kicks and the hyper kicks, the hyper kicks really distort my, like, sense of speed and make me feel like my speed boost ran off, or ran out. So we are entering one of the last dungeon areas from here. There will not be much overworld travel for the rest of this run. As long as my Ravenrit wall doesn't go too bad, which is coming up in quite a bit later, I'll go for the Odin movement, because I think it's pretty cool. It would be faster to take the Chocobo. If things go poorly, I'll just take the Chocobo. If things go well, then I'll show off the Odin movement then. But for now, we still got to get Shiva.
They don't stand a chance against those things.
So the boss of the area here is Sleipnir. And if you're not aware, that is the pony. That is Odin's pony. So we're going to be dealing with a horse here. Now this is the fight I was talking about. These guys, I need to be very careful how I deal with them. Gonna whistle a few times to bait them into coming after me. And then I also want to get up to this fight ASAP. What are you... Okay, that's just me being bad. That's you. Alright, we should be fine here. Oh, that's gonna be a little bit annoying. No! Dagnabbit, Torgal!
What happened to them?
That was almost perfect! Alright, I gotta be careful here, because it's gonna take a while to dissipate.
There's nothing but monsters.
It should be dissipating soon, though. Mr. Head have 8 legs? Something like that. Oops. Alright, so we're gonna leave here with a little bit of limit, which is kind of nice, but not necessary. Alright, don't care anymore. Oh, no, you don't. I see him. He's trying to rush me down. We get the Thunderstorm in there because it's gonna recharge by the time we get to this room. Okay, wind up. Okay. Come here. We want to save ignition for the next room, so we don't want to bother firing it off here. Fighting a horse. Yeah, you know, I know what you're talking about. It's just... I don't know how many people actually remember Mr. Ed exists. Alright, that's wrong. Come here. Whatever. Give me doggo. Okay, is that it? Nobody else? Alright, Cyclone. Damn it, Torgal! Good. Alright, we need to degrade Cyclone here, and then we need to upgrade the Giga Chad Flare. Alright, we get rid of this for Bahamut, Bahamut onto Giga Flare, and then Rising Flame. There we go.
This is the Agora. The city's leaders gather.
So yeah, the commentary is dying out a little bit because, like, unfortunately, we're just in a very tense state where, like, everything has to go right. But luckily, hopefully, the gameplay is. Wait. No, it doesn't matter. Hold on. Actually, I think it does. Let me. Yeah, I'm supposed to equip Bahamut over Titan. That's my bad. Alright. So it's Bahamut over Titan. Right there, the problem was is I couldn't pull the enemies to me with Garuda, which really isn't the issue. It's more so that, like, the abilities that I had on Garuda I need. So that was a really weird mistake, but it could have been worse. Good thing I caught it before the boss. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to redo a few rooms because of it, but... Oh, damn it! That's another issue. Well, I guess we'll have to reload this a couple times, then. Alright. Final try. Is that your final answer? No. I need Wing for the boss as well. What am I doing, dude? Alright. Let's try that again. Round 3. The game is fun, yeah. I'm just playing very weirdly right now.
Where are they?
Okay. Excuse me? Locking onto the enemies here in the game is not having any of it. Alright, let's try this again. There we go. As intended.
Where is your master? What does he want?
Actually, we'll go wrap over these guys. Alright.
Or not.
Ah, that's super frustrating. That's gonna limit my damage here a lot. Yeah, we can shrink Chronic then to supplement. Okay. M2 for the PS5? Yeah, I got one a while ago. So normally you want to counterattack and then use a parry, or get the Giga Flare to hit him during parry, which will increase the damage it does. Unfortunately, when he comes straight at you like that, it's a lot harder to set up the timing for your slash to instantly stagger there, so I had to do the fight in a little bit different way. If he comes from the sides, I can usually jump buffer the slash, and it's a lot easier to counter, but honestly, that counter is very hard to do. Especially when you need your limit later on in that phase. Alright, this is going to be a little bit scuffed, but I can make it work. Yep, he'll more or less stagger himself. Our damage was a little bit low there because I did not do that phase exactly right, but it's fine. Potion once. Get ready. Dodge one. Dodge two. Whatever. Unfortunately, we're gonna use... Oh, we didn't lose the lightning rod. Nice. He survived by one hit. So, the fight went well after I got my setup correct. That was a very odd way to mess that up. At least I didn't get into this fight. If I hadn't noticed immediately that I had misequipped there, that fight would have been horrendously impossible. So we do have one more side quest chain we have to do here. We gotta head back to find the plans. So far, a lot of the side quests we were doing were to find items for mid to upgrade these engines and actually make them functional. I also gotta grab some AP here too. Let's see here. I gotta pick up an upgrade on this as well. Because now we have enough points to... Actually, I'm wrong?
Come to claim your just desserts?
Yeah, I'm wrong.
Best of
Okay.
luck out there, Sid.
Oops. Alright, so I need to buy strength tonics. What a shock. Master wind-up, degrade wheel. Degrade wheel. Okay, wing. Wind up over wheel here. And FOR.
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone, then do you think Mid's ship will ever sail?
The only thing I'm missing right now is buying some strength tonics, which we'll get when I go to the other portion of the ship. I need to check out some things here, and then turns out Sid had made plans for how to upgrade these things, or at least enough of a plan so that Mid can figure out how to finish upgrading these. He made some sort of thing that we end up finding in the jukebox, or they call it orchestron. I absolutely have to get these strength tonics though, because the strength tonic is needed in two different spots. One for Barnabas to make my life easier, and then another one for the very beginning of this ship fight, because there's a lot of enemies spread across the ship, but without a limit, using limit to bonus my damage and a strength potion, it won't one-shot everything on the ship, so I'd have to go around shooting like charged magic at half the enemies. Be super awful. I could also grab Brightburn or any of the other ones if I wanted, but we're not bothering with that. We're gonna go... We'll grab the strength tonics, because there's not really a bunch to get on the ship, or the HP regular potions. There is also the stone skin, which gives you... which gives you a 10% defense increase. But honestly, face tanking is not something we prefer to do if we can avoid it. But yeah, there's going to be a fairly long cutscene once we finish up the boat segment here. So don't expect things to go very fast. I will grab the limit if I can. I don't think I have the points, though. Nope.
Waste here.
So it's 1,000 for limit upgrade, and I won't have that until after we do this segment. The additional limit would be nice, though. I might pick it up if I see 1,000 to make some of this a little bit easier. Hard start with Flames of Rebirth. This room has like a weird thing where a couple of these guys always survive for some reason. Couldn't tell you why, don't know why. But they do survive most of the time. Alright, so we got an Axeman coming up. Ideally, I counter him with my limit, but I have a hard time doing that for whatever reason. Or I can just hit it, you know, make it seem like it's not that hard. Get off the strength potion before I accidentally use them. Good fight! Just shipped. Kmart. Oh my god, Kmart! This guy. So, we do want some limit as soon as we start on the ship here. So I'm just gonna build a little bit of limit with ignition here. Killing these enemies actually does nothing, but I'm interested in limit gain. Otherwise, I'm just gonna run around in a circle and not do anything. Alright, there we go.
How long are we meant to keep this up?
As long as it takes.
As long as it takes.
Well, I've already killed at least 5 of the bastards.
So yeah, this room is purely on a timer, so you don't have to do anything. We're going to be coming up to a segment where it's... Once we get done with the boat segment, it's pretty much all gas, no brakes. Outside of a little bit of an excursion to the final set of areas. This one fight here, that the boss fight that we're actually going to be doing with Barnabas is actually based on thresholds. Once we do enough physical damage, Barnabas will start charging his special move with in the purple mode. And if you do enough damage, you'll make him start the countdown immediately. And that's really all we're aiming to do. Hit him hard enough to push him into the purple phase nearly immediately, and then hitting that purple phase hard enough to start the countdown immediately, which is functionally the start. So we are almost... once we fight Barnabas round 2, we're about an hour away. I think this is about 90 minutes away from the end game. I can't really remember off the top of my head. I know Barnabas 1 is like an hour out. So yeah, we have a fairly long cutscene here. That's just nothing we can do. This is one of the weird things decision-wise. This is a cutscene that takes place in combat, so we can't skip it. And then there's going to be another one at the end of this boss fight that is like literally 6 minutes. I'm not even being hyperbolic. It is 6 minutes. So I'm going to go take a bathroom break, do a couple other things, refill my ice water, and then continue from there. So I'll be gone for a little bit during this cutscene with Barnabas coming up. So there's no reason to just sit here and wait. This isn't a cutscene yet. The weird thing is, like, the whole cutscene is, like, takes place after combat, and the reason it's unskippable is you have to wait for the, like, win animation, but it literally is like, oh, by the way, you lost, so you have to sit there for 6 minutes in service of the game laughing at you for losing a fight you can't win. Alright, so we are at the beginning of the end. Honestly, I do like this ship. There's a lot of skill checks in here that can make your life pretty rough. Yeah, it's a weird one. Some of these just shouldn't be actual, like, unskippables. Uh-huh. Pop a strength tonic, limit break to cancel. We need the extra damage with a limit break. And no matter when I cancel it, it's gonna, you know, cut off. You're gonna... Oh, that's great. He's just out of range with the lightning rod. Alright, that was unfortunate. He knocked, the ninja knocked himself out of range of the lightning rod, which is frustrating. You normally want him to get a couple hits, because when an enemy triggers lightning rod on their own, it does a lot more damage than you. Excuse me? Excuse me? Thunderstorm. We'll just ignition here, whatever. Positioning was a little bit too perfect. Normally you have to, like, finesse that a little bit more. Alright, so we got Flames of Rebirth back, which means the whole ship took us about 2 minutes. Alright, Garuda. 1, 2, 3. Ignition it in. Seriously? Alright, Mega Flare dodge, limit cancel, thunder, then swing and orb FOR. There we go. Alright, we're gonna let this play out. Unfortunately, I could have gone for a faster version where you push the HP and avoid Lord's Measure altogether. But I wasn't 100% confident that it would happen, and there we go. Break time. See you guys in a bit.
You've been given. And thus is the light of hope severed. You would yield so soon.
down, dragging you ever further from your purpose.
And what is my purpose?
Mythos. Who are we? What are the dominants? The breath of the Creator still warm on our lips. We carry his light that we might guide the masses in his name.
Oh boy. So we got a little bit of time left.
We are more than that.
I'll be honest, like, I kind of wish this was skippable, but, you know, at the end of the day, the fact that I get a break is very nice.
And yet every time we draw
It is,
it wears
very
away
helpful.
at our very being.
Especially when you're, like, hours into a run.
It unmakes us.
Finally get a short break is,
aspect might reveal
Dosh
itself.
send.
The Eikon. It is too much for even his chosen few.
Plus, it gives me a chance to take a couple bites out of my pizza. So, not gonna
Apart
complain.
from you, Mythos. You wield the might of many, yet your body does not answer for its avarice.
What are you saying?
What I am saying.
Ooh, what am I saying? You're
is
a pee-pee
that
poo-poo,
we
that's what you're
dominants
saying.
are a means to an end. We were created for you, that you might drink deep of our strength and thereby fulfill your divine purpose.
Which is?
To feed. As you would know, could you only look beyond the walls of your prison of self-regard. As long as you choose to ignore this, you shall never penetrate my defenses. Still, you may take solace in the fact that you are not alone in your plight. The chains of volition shackle all of mankind, but there is yet cause to rejoice. For the Lord, in his mercy, has taken pity on his flawed creations, and shall see them restored to their proper forms.
And what exactly would that be?
Why, loyal servants to God.
No.
Manners, Lord Rossfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
You mean to
Alright,
turn
it's a good thing I
everyone
plugged
against
that in. The battery would have died before I finished the run.
Turn, Mythos. Turn back. For too long has mankind been led astray by their clamorous wills.
If anybody's just listening, that buffering wasn't you,
They
it was
return
me.
to a world of quiet equality, where they might
I
once
opened up the
more
PlayStation
know
menu real quick to
Salvation.
make sure my
And abandon everything we hold dear.
controller battery was gonna last.
We'll save ourselves, and we'll do it on our own terms.
Yeah.
Not yours.
I just tapped it really quick because I realized I hadn't plugged my controller in a while, and I was like, oh no, how close is this to dying?
tighter the chains of consciousness become.
Because that's kind of the downside of going through this
Maybe put to use.
for so long. You kind of forget to do that. But if you're like wanting to do segments like this and walk away, you need to use your controller wirelessly. You can't have it plugged in.
The faster it binds you to the remaining dominance, the stronger your hunger will become. Until it leads you back to the only answer.
The funny thing is, Heroic Spirits Gamer, I think, is the next staff, or the next restream tech. And he still hasn't finished 16, so he managed to dodge the game again. Yeah, time for a bath, indeed.
You're in no fit state.
Probably not, but I can try.
Yeah, but as far as I can tell, so like using magic eventually erodes and turns you into a crystal, basically killing you. It doesn't seem to really happen with any of the other iconic characters besides... Well, besides Joshua and Clive, but I think Joshua is, like, dying for a different reason. Because he was spent... the reason we were able to survive as long as we were is he actually has been hunting down Ultimas, the boss that we've been looking for, and actually sealed one of them within himself to keep him from coming after Clive. It does happen to the other two? Okay. I wasn't sure because, like, he's the only one that makes the direct... Him and Joshua are, like, the only two that directly show it. Actually, you're right. Now I remember that. That's... Sid was starting to become stoned, too. You're right. I forgot about that since I've been skipping cutscenes so far and so long. Alright, so this time I'm actually going to go turn in the Renown, because I actually have enough. I'm going to be upgrading my limit here over some of my other choices. We're going to go one limit, one wheel, because we're going to actually use wheel for a few fights here.
Is everything we've received?
So having the additional damage is not something I'm going to turn my nose up to. Uh-huh. We could get the Ice Brand, but I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to buy the armor. Alright, so we want to put wheel here, I believe. And that should be it, yeah. Oops. We could pick up the Ice Brand here, but I'm actually going to go get the Masamune. Which a lot of runners don't do, because it actually loses quite a bit of time. Yeah, this game is a lot darker. Way darker and a lot more serious in tone than the previous games. To the point where, like, if you gave somebody a description over the main character is trying to upturn the world by abolishing slavery, but, like, that's not a Final Fantasy game. What? You hear that description and you're like, the fuck? Like, yeah, that's Final Fantasy 16. What are you talking about? Literally, what are you talking about? So we're gonna go grab some more strength tonics. We don't need them for anything but Barnabas. So we're gonna hold them dearly and close to our heart. Yeah, you do end up killing God, but, you end up killing God to free the slaves this time. It sounds so unhinged. Oh, wait. I want to get the new belt.
Still alive,
yeah. So I could, get the belt from the forge. But if I did, I'd have to... Well, I was also over there. I'd probably pick up Ice Brand. But we're not going to bother with that.
I have no reason.
Yeah, it's either a god, somebody with godlike powers, or God itself. That always seems to be how this game goes, or Final Fantasy goes. Because, like, Kefka is the #1 example of godlike powers. Cool. I almost made it the entire game without opening the journal.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can stay.
Yeah. The entire... This whole story is just out of this world. Like... They've told this story before, but this is, like, the first time where it's, like... So, yeah, God is an alien, too. Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying, is, like, Final Fantasy games usually end up with you killing God, or somebody with godlike powers. Zeramus, Kefka, an entity with godlike powers, you know... X-Death. Yeah, your estranged cousin became God. That's actually a good one. Isn't Zeramus an alien? He's a moon person? So he's definitely an alien, right? Well, I mean, I guess how you describe alien. Because, like, the difference is... Like, Cecil and Golbez and Fuso are humanoid. But I would say they're still aliens. Even if the moon, you know... Orbits. Hello? Hello? Seriously? That's cute. Alright, I gotta do the movement well here, or things are gonna get really bad. I can actually skip this fight if I do it properly. Hopefully, kicking a sign for 25 seconds won't be a problem. It shouldn't, though. Alright, if this goes right, all I have to do is kill these two. No. Don't do it. It's because he got pushed to the right side, so it re-triggered combat. Yeah. If you get lucky, sometimes the save will stay in that spot. That's super annoying. This isn't a very hard skip, but that stuff is also frustrating. I'm not really sure why I have an issue killing that guy. Like, almost nobody I've seen has an issue with it. I mean, maybe it's the Shiva? I think I've put on Ice Brand before, and it's not made much of a difference. Alright, cut me some slack here, game. I would really not like to do that too many times. So that's what it looks like if you're bad and it fails. Hopefully I can show you what it looks like when you do it right this time. Damn it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you can skip this fight, but, normally I would just use Flames of Rebirth here, but it's not enough to clear this whole area, because the enemies are pretty far away, so you're better off just trying it twice. That's very unfortunate, because that's not normally an issue. Though, luckily, we're ahead of schedule, and my estimate is like 20 minutes less, even in a worst-case scenario than my initial estimate, so we should be doing fine. 750 is free. Hopefully we're looking for... I want to see like a 740 mid, or a 48 max. That'd be really nice, but you never know. We're going to ignition here for a bit, since I gotta wait for this dialogue to clear anyway. Now, I'm gonna go out of my way here to pick up the Masamune over... Yeah, well, but you do fight him in, like, Pandemonium, which is... Hello? Which is, like, some super turbo undead land or something? I don't know. 2's story is kind of weird.
This place reeks like a mobile's arsehole.
Get a Final Fantasy II speedrunner in here, maybe they'll help me. Alright. Took over hell. Yeah, that's what it was. Alright, so hopefully we don't have to deal with these birds. Most likely we will, though. Fine. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this in a really weird way. Actually, I'm not 100% sure, but we're gonna make a save here real quick. Normally, I would just auto-load, but I'm not 100% certain that if I do it like this, I'll get back to town and my Flames of Rebirth will be fully recharged. Alright, we're gonna get down here. What? Oh, that's freaking super annoying. That's an accidental limit that I was talking about earlier. Okay, we do have the right skills on, though. You know what might help is equipping the Masamune. Alright, I just gotta remember. Because right now, if I go into the menu, I think my freaking movement's gonna get all funky. Don't do it. Sometimes Ambrosia just turns 180 to kick enemies. Ah, there we go. Hey! I got to do the thing I was not wanting to do. Oh, nice. I'm glad I could trip over a stump. Please? No, what do you... Why? Who? How? What? Walla walla bing bang. What is... I hate this so much. I don't know why it does that, and I really wish I did, so I could stop causing it. Though, as far as I know, the game is just cursed.
That must be Estla.
I just don't know what was going on there, to be honest. That was really cursed. We're gonna heal with Torgal here to keep him from hitting this guy right there. Alright, now this is gonna look like way overkill, but trust me, this is worth. We're gonna have it back in time for the big enemy we want to kill anyway. And we want to make sure to kill at least 3 of these guys. Or kill all but 1, and that'll push us into the next wave. Wait for everything to spawn. Flames of Rebirth. Now we can go straight into phase 3. Okay. Oh, that's not what I was thinking, but that works. Where are you? Okay, 1, 2, fine. What the heck? That should spawn the last wave. Oh, come on. There's always a guy with 1 HP. Oh. So we're looking for one of those worms. There it is. Okay. Alright, I wanted to move the lightning rod there so it didn't dissipate. If you hit the rod too many times, it'll dissipate, or if it passes like 35 seconds, it'll dissipate. And I want to use it on this phase, so... If I set this up properly, I can actually kill the dogs with this guy. Actually... And you'll understand what I mean in a second here. Okay. There we go. This is why I lured him to the center, so I could hit all the dogs with this. Sure. The fact that Flames of Rebirth cooled down means the fight went very poorly. And it took more than 2 minutes. You want to finish that fight when you have, like, 3/4 of it refilled. I mean, as long as we're not considering spirits within a Final Fantasy game, I'm good.
Maybe there's something here we can use. I thought we got them all.
So did I.
Dang nabbit. I think Legends and Saga and, like, series of the Mana series, like, all get intertwined because of the Legends. I can't remember. Yeah, I mean, like, at the end of the day, unless it was, like, just had... Honestly, like, Final Fantasy is a series that's kind of disparate and, like, they're all detached. And only loosely associated with one another, to be honest. So... Alright. If you thought the Chocobo movement was cursed on the way here, it's not going to get any cooler. This area can be very fast or the worst thing you've ever experienced in your existence. What the heck? What happened to my speed boost? Don't do it! What are you... Like I said, at least we haven't had a turnaround yet. Okay. That was definitely going to cause a turnaround if I didn't stop. Yeah, unless your name is Greg, yeah. Good old Gregamesh. Then you find your way through every universe, and the remake of one of the games in the series actually gives you canonical universe wandering powers. GOG? Nah, that's not good old games. That's good old Greg. Alright, so we did a couple of upgrades here. We grabbed the Masa, which is 10 more damage over Shiva, over the Ice Brand. And, like, honestly, I really need the gasoline. As you can tell, if fights go sideways, you need that. You usually want that extra damage. And in the endgame, a lot of these fights are so tightly wound that a single miss input can kind of unwind the entire thing. See? Yeah, I'm kind of surprised too, yeah. So, we're gonna Flames of Rebirth these guys, but we're actually gonna use our limit here to make sure it kills. Excuse me? I hate everything. I turned it off too soon because I was being greedy with limit again. Always punished, never rewarded. Yeah, we want to swap you out for... No, no, yes. It is one of the more recent releases. I don't want to spoil it if you haven't seen it yet. But no, it's one of the more recent games. I wouldn't be surprised if Type 0 was one of the games that canoned that out. Oh, that's nice. Okay. What am I doing? Brain freeze! Yeah. Huh. They really have just enough HP to survive that, huh? Type 0 is one of the offshoot games for the PSP. It has a, PS3 release. Alright, we're gonna have to do this. What? No, you don't. Okay, this is gonna be super annoying. You come over here. Okay, I guess you instead. Oh, fine! That was really rough. Normally you want to grab one of those bombs so that you can get them both done in the same Giga Flare, but the game decided the one that I wanted to grab was too far away because Torgal was doing too good of a job, and the other one that I wanted to grab had like 3 other things next to it, so the game was like, yeah, let's grab everything else. Lightning Rod being targetable was just a mistake. And you cannot prove to me otherwise that it was the worst design choice. Uh-huh. What? I'm being dumb. Excuse me? Oh, you piece of shite. Case in point. What the fudge-aside? I'm so unimpressed. I'm pushing myself in a disassociative state. I'm so mad right now. Wing over FOR, which is not correct. It's wing over wind up over wheel. And then we're going to take wheel off. So we're not going to be using that anymore, which means I can also upgrade my limits. I can also upgrade you. There, now I don't need to worry about that for the rest of the thing. Oh, wait, no. It's, okay. Flames of Rebirth. I got that backwards. I need Flames of Rebirth for this. It's after Slime. I was looking at the after Soul Taker one. Or before Soul Taker one.
Where would I be? The top. So I could look down on the world. Help me, boy.
Getting that fat 750. I'm glad that I PB'd right before this, or else I'd be in such a foul mood. Would you jump, please? So I want to do this room where I'm close enough, but I also need to be far enough away so that I can keep the bombs from spawning in a weird spot, so that I can just do this. Then that way I can just turn it off early. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, that's neat. I think... I can't remember if... Yeah, no, wait. This pushes me immediately into Soul Taker, so yeah, I needed to do it that way. This, wind up. How else are you supposed to hit Lightning Rod? I don't know, by putting it in front of you when you're attacking. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, this is fine. Not being on Garuda to off rip is alright. Wind up is on triangle. This fight's a little bit jank. We're gonna have to fight a Soul Taker here. So if we set this up properly, we can get him to laser beam himself into oblivion with a lightning rod setup. First, though, I gotta get a stagger on him. What? Oh, that's annoying. We're gonna have to do it this way then. Great. What are you... Just use your beam attack, dude! Oh. I'm in a very bad mood right now. You have to parry that first hit, or else your damage is garbage. I should have just stuck with the limit until I saw that, and then gained it on the rebound. This is why it's such a good thing to have the additional limit bars, because if I hadn't, I probably wouldn't have even had enough limit to do that fight. Yeesh. I'm getting rolled here. And it ain't... And it's 100% my fault. Okay, we got a little bit of limit off rip here, so things aren't going to be too bad. So these next couple of fights, the first one here with the orb, I can use everything but Giga Flare. I cannot use Giga Flare because it will not recharge quickly enough. So we gotta save that for this next enemy. Hopefully we do have a good Barnabas so I can show you guys what peak combat looks like instead of clown car combat. Alright, this is a cutscene, so we're just going to go directly into the fight. I'm gonna go for all levels of limit here. This will speed things up a little bit. Mega Flare saving me again. You normally only need, like, level 1 Mega Flare for all this. Ideally, you hit Mega Flare, and then you chew through the enemy's HP bar before you need higher levels of it. Hopefully, we're gonna get some Lightning Rod damage in here. Nice. Actually. Oh, that's funny. This'll kill. I'm prioritizing min-maxing my limit here. I want to go into Bahamut with as much limit as possible, because that'll give me the max amount of, like, options on everything. I don't know if this is that's not necessary. I didn't realize my heal was so high. We don't need ignition in this, so we're just gonna fire it off for better movement. Mega Flare, use, Thunder, cancel, limit, counter, wing, wind up.
If you think your will the stronger, prove it. By this day's end, you shall know truth.
So the limit was solely used for getting some extra leniency on those staggers. That's why I turned it on and off. If I had done it right, I wouldn't have wasted that extra bar, but it's fine. So we can counter a lot of Barnabas's moves, and right off rip, Barnabas likes to take swings at you. So ideally what we do there is wait for the warp, counter it, wait for the warp, counter it, and then since we hit a parry, it will increase your damage an additional amount and increase your stagger damage. And that kind of helps because we hit a half stagger, which helps hold Barnabas still because he's still in the half stun animation, if you want to call it that. This phase right here, Barnabas is going to start by using a move that wipes the whole field with just DPS, and we're gonna go to try and get a Mega Flare or two out of it, but we're also gonna set it up so that we dash forward and then drop a Lightning Rod, and the positioning for that will be perfect, that he just absolutely hammers that Lightning Rod, which will allow us to clip through most of his HP. I'm gonna use my limit, and I'm gonna... The reason I want to do that is because limit gives me super armor, so I won't get hit by the wave of attacks, but I will be able to activate Giga Flare or Mega Flare, and I'll be able to get a couple of those extra hits in, which should help with this phase. Because I have a very hard time getting the second half of the stagger here and not fiddling around too much. Because you really need to get to a certain... You really need to min-max your damage in this phase, so that phase 3 doesn't last too long, because you want to avoid another attack where Barnabas does a lot of heavy hits and it takes forever to clear.
Perhaps you still require a stage.
Okay. That's unfortunate. I wanted to do... Oh, wait. Sure. Unfortunately, we didn't get any thunders there, so that really didn't do much damage. That is more or less what you'd like to see from Barnabas. What you're supposed to do after he mauls his own HP with the lightning rod counter hits. We want to throw down a thunder like I did, and then get another counter slash. Unfortunately, what I did instead was Giga Flare, which is what you want to do while he's downed, because it does a lot more damage while he's staggered. And it's also very good at hitting that, pushing the multiplier during stagger up, as well as giving you a nice long amount of damage, because Giga Flare slows the passage of time, so it functionally extends the stagger, as well as gives you a chance to recharge your moves during that slowed time passage, because your cooldown for the abilities more or less progresses normally during that situation. So we should be, I want to say we're like an hour out from the end of the game here, give or take. So we should have a little bit over an hour left, assuming things go well. If things go horrendously bad, it might be like 80 minutes. I will say I'm pretty happy with how things have gone so far. Some of the fights did not go as planned, but it's very hard to have everything execute perfectly over the course of 7.5 hours plus. A good run can go sub 7. For me right now, my PB, I set it not yesterday, but the day before yesterday, 744 XX. The third place runner, I think, is 733 right now. Might be fourth, I'm not sure. But, like, even getting it down to 7 hours and 44 minutes is extremely hard. You have to spend a lot of time just getting used to things, and you have to really practice your fights to make sure that you're not losing a bunch of time in them. Because, like, Barnabas is a very feast or famine fight. You either, like, do the first couple of phases properly, or you're struggling for damage the entire time.
You dare!
I do have a couple of strength potions, so I'm going to pop one here to make this a little bit easier.
Could it be you have made a weapon of
I haven't used one yet. Normally I use one on phase 2, but I kind of forgot, so... Normally I'd try and go for some Mega Flares, but it just takes too long to do it this way, so you're better off just using Limit to get staggers, and then wailing on the boss from there.
Don't tell me you are
This phase, we're going to do the same thing as we did with the early phase. We're going to be using limits to get staggers here, or to get parries, so we can increase the damage of our attacks.
Joy that I have not known for generations!
Sorry, buddy, but you're going down. Barnabas is, in my opinion, like one of the hardest bosses, though. There's a lot of bosses that are actually very difficult and challenging for different reasons, but it's hard to say which one's like the hardest. Probably Barnabas, but ah, that's annoying. You want to try and skip this if possible. Oh, that's my fault.
What proof have you? Your mere existence is proof.
Alright.
Then you will never know this power.
Yeah, Barnabas hits like a truck, given the specific timings. Do I want to bother using my potion? Maybe. So we're not really worried about dodging all these, because our Mega Flare is gonna full dodge anyway, or full fill anyway. So we'll just let him knock me out of my state a few different times, because it doesn't matter. Should Circulus Malleus. Got it. Easy peasy. Whoops. This is not skippable. This is oh, so many not a cutscene moments. Good fight. Good fight. If you do enough damage, you can avoid the Malleus attack or whatever it is, where he was using the like big beams and the super long sword. Considering all the other stuff that went well, it's good. Pod's biggest sin. I shouldn't be laughing at that.
It was his.
That shouldn't be that funny. Yeah, it was a good fight. Thanks for the compliment. I appreciate it. Ugh. So from here on out, we have enough gasoline and AP to just about just railroad everything in front of us. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to take off our limit for a bit here. We need to get a little bit more AP so that we can set up this next fight in a more efficient manner. Since everything's going pretty well, I'll probably show off the movement after Ravenwrit Walls, as long as things don't go completely sideways. Yeah, out of all that, that's what kills him, the scratch? Okay. Alright, so if I remember this right, it's Arms of Darkness and FR over Wings, so... This... Alright, so I think I have to downgrade... I have to downgrade something. Because I'm going to be 250 short. Not really sure why this always happens on my route, but it's every time. Garuda, Odin, Thunderstorm, Gungnir, Wind Up. Yep.
When Barnabas fell, his magic died with us. The road to stone here is barred to us no longer.
I will need to upgrade Wing again later. That's my fault. You almost forgot there was a 16. Yeah! That is a statement that a lot of people have made in the... Hello? There we go. So I could grab that strength tonic, but there's really no value to it. By his zealotry. So this is gonna look really funny, but getting ambrosia for both halves of this is faster.
You are right.
Well, assuming it's not me driving.
Run like the wind.
Did you not? Also, one of the last side quests. See you later, buddy. The door baskets for like the bar barrier is kind of funny, actually. Yeah. All right, so this would be the one time we're gonna use Zentetsuken. We gotta deal with like 2 or 3 waves of pretty bulky enemies here. So Zan's just a good way to clean it up. Otherwise, trying to build up to level 5 Zentetsuken, which is a very consistent screen clear, is just not consistent. So, yeah, we're gonna do it here. Gonna come around the outside here, and then start taunting them to follow. So I can get them all down to the bottom, so we can do this in one go.
Made nothing easy so far.
Okay, I think this is good enough. This should clear. Yep, we're good to go. Alright, now for the hard part of the fight. And this may not seem like it's hard, but it is. We want this dingus to cast fire on the lightning rod. Hello? Okay, now I'm getting it. No, you don't. Why? Okay, we're gonna have to just use the limit here, I think. I'm gonna lose my freaking thing! I hate this guy. Please tell me it stayed. Please tell me it stayed. You want to keep that lightning rod in between these 2 phases, but I'll be darned if it's not hard. If you don't get, like, caught on immediately, that fight stinks. Good. Alright, got lucky.
This one's bigger than that.
Don't need to be good when you're bad. Good. Oh, this fight usually can go very sideways, I'm gonna be honest. It can be very frustrating to deal with. Okay. So since that went so well, I'm actually gonna do the Odin movement here at the end of this area. It's not optimal. It's much faster to just get Ambrosia. but I like it enough that it's like, I want to show this off. I'll give it a reward to myself for getting lucky. I'm gonna use ignition here. Cancel it early.
Don't worry.
Head through the door. Nope. Nope. Try again. So, Odin has a very interesting angle. Oops. When you attack with it on a slanted slope, you can get very fast movement this way.
No villages. No knights. Not even any bodies.
This isn't necessarily faster, but it's so much fun. Alright, summon Ambrosia here, and then I'll take a look at my notes. Unlearn, Master Limit, Master Thrust, Shiva over Odin. Okay, I know exactly what I want to do here. Oop. Unlearn this. Upgrade you. Twice. Thrust. And I guess this is something I could upgrade. Don't know if I'll use it, but... this, I want to put Shiva on, and Thunderstorm. Oops. We don't want to get in the fight with this enemy here, even though I could get hyper kicks. Because this fight right here is actually a hunt. So it'll start a cutscene if we get too close. Gonna try and activate these bombs by getting too close. And then I'll just do that. Yep. No, dude! Will you at least pick a direction, you dang bird? You burb, dang it! This is why I don't like riding Ambrosia, because Ambrosia just makes me look like an idiot all the time. Though secretly it's my own fault. I'll still blame Ambrosia.
Does it bother you that we haven't heard a single human?
Yeah, it's not the burb's fault. The only time it really is, like, Ambrosia's fault is when she's just turning around for no reason. But for the most part, that's not the case. So I'll show you off a little bit different movement here, too. I've been told this is faster, but it's much harder to execute. If I go into Shiva, dash with Shiva, and then cancel it, and then dash as Phoenix, you could just run in a straight line. It's much slower to just run in a straight line, unfortunately. The little speed boost and the kicking is actually faster. So, like, getting close to the enemies makes my kick go about a little bit further. So this is technically optimal movement. It's just not very easy to do. Oh! That's an interesting mistake. Okay, I know what I could have done there. That's unfortunate. I guess we'll stick with that since we... Flames... No, I'm supposed to have Flames of Rebirth anyway, so... Nah, we'll do it with... yeah. We'll put FOR after this fight. It's fine. Okay. So yeah, I'm supposed to have Flames of Rebirth for that bridge fight, but I put on Wing a little bit soon there. I was gonna take it off because you can have FOR in this fight and you're just not supposed to use it, but I opted to just keep the Wing so that I can do some extra damage. So just in case things go sideways, I'm good.
Desperate times. Clive, no. Trust me.
Because if I had missed some of my hits on the first phase, I would have supplemented it with wing. So Behemoth has a pretty big time save here, and we'll see after this one.
I think this might be a job for
If right. So right now I'm on Phoenix, so I actually need to cycle my icons the moment I start, and then use Thunderstorm. Come on. Yeah, this part's really deceptive. You would think that's a mashing thing, but it's not. Waiting for it.
That wasn't too bad. That was just the beginning.
Okay, now if I set this up properly, I need to wait for Behemoth to take a swing here. Then I'm going to freeze him 3, 4, 5. 5 should be enough. No, of course not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there. Alright, come on, buddy. Meteor. Thank you! At this point, we're looking to get that meteor early. Unfortunately, I kind of messed it up at the start there and had to freeze him an additional time, but it is what it is. I gotta remember to take off Wing here and put Flames of Rebirth back on. We would and could use Ignition to get up the stairs here, but it's going to make setting up these fights a lot easier. Because I need to kill at least 6 of the enemies here to get the phase to progress. Alright, should be fine. And there we go. Shoot. Why is there an enemy that far away? Joshua, please. Oh my gosh. That was Joshua's fault. Big as anything. Oh. And now I have to move back across the entire room because of that. Thanks, Joshua. Dingus. We actually can't use Ignition here either, because I need it to start this room up. What the heck? Dude, the enemy positioning is so off today. What the heck? I'm really frustrated now. These fights should not have been that difficult. Joshua shoving that one enemy in the corner was awful. I went to use Thunder, but he was too far away for it to even auto-target. And then this one right here, one of the dogs was just in a position I've never seen before. This room, however, we don't need to recover in. This room is fine because we have a little mini boss here that I need to deal with. Dude, these enemies barely surviving is killing me. This is an epically bad spine.
Once we step onto that bridge, we'll be easy.
Well, I guess it could be worse. I could actually die in these fights somehow.
Then we better move quickly.
Oh, that's not right.
What are you waiting for?
Oh. It died to that? Interesting.
Through the castle, then. I don't see any other way.
So we're going to be getting a new weapon at the end of this area. We're going to be picking up the last upgrade from the vending machine that's possible. Unfortunate. If I had gotten into a different spot, I'd have been able to be further up the stairs. Okay.
Ultima's corruption knows no bounds. We cannot allow it to spread further.
Seriously? You're like... Ooh, you're so close to the edge of getting murdered. Should have limited first. So, Ignition has like a weird gimmick where like it doesn't kill until the final hit. Yeah, that's not gonna be done. Gonna ignition down the stairs. One of the things I do actually pay attention to every time I go to load is I'm actually making sure the save icon is lit up, which means combat has been cleared. Because you can load during a fight, which is a big thing we need to, like, make sure that we're not creating an... What am I doing?
So many. Focus, Joshua. We're not done yet.
Get him.
Should be enough. Of course, there's at least 2 up there that are still alive. Okay. What? Alright, we need to save our Flames of Rebirth and Ignition for specific parts of this next phase, so we're just gonna hard drop the Lightning Rod here and Giga Flare. The only other stuff we have is Thunder and Wind Up for these ninjas. So I'm gonna drop the Rod immediately here, and then limit and follow up with Giga Flare. Getting towards the end of the game, we have almost closer to 30 minutes left now. Anything else? What the heck? That's not good. It's so frustrating. Gonna fiddle around on purpose here to make sure that my ignition is fully charged. Alright, I should be able to get the rest of this as I'm going across the room.
So I should let the burden fall to you? Yes, you should. Save your strength for the Mother Crystal.
What is... Dude, I hate this. There's like a spawn limit, but I don't know what it triggers it. Okay. Alright, this is the last fight. Everything else after this is bosses, and bosses only. Only bosses, if you will. What? That is not what I wanted to do. Forget about it. What? I hate this game so much. Fine, bro. Oh, excuse me. Oh! As usual, this fight turns into a complete choke fiesta. Oh boy, I'm having a blast. Well, that's the last silly enemy that can get out of control. Okay. Buy the defender here. We can't upgrade it yet, so we're not going to bother. Grab a Ionic. We are going to finally get rid of this for the Thunderstorm damage bonus. We're going to switch Shiva out for Rama here, and then we're also going to be grabbing this. Alright, I need to get rid of this. Okay, that's super annoying. Are you kidding me? Gimme. Okay. Wing. This needs to be Thunderstorm. This needs to be Judgment Bolt. That's actually not correct either. Should still be on Shiva. Yeah. So we're not going to master Mega Flare here. It's fine. I was trying to set up for the final boss a little bit too early there. Oh, I need to buy Clutch Mimes, too. Shoot. That's fine, I can buy them in town. So, Ultima is always going to start these first two phases with his little laser attack. Which means if I do this correctly, I can just put Thunder Rod in the lasers, and he will just absolutely shred his own HP pool. It's a little bit of a give and take on phase 2. It's not always consistent that your Thunder Rod will be back immediately, but the setup aims to do that. Hello? Thanks, game. But yeah, a lot of these phases, we're gonna need to I'm gonna need to micromanage my limit, and I'm gonna need to micromanage my stagger so that I don't stagger the enemy or the final boss too much, and also my cooldowns. All right. The only downside is I don't know which freaking which icon I'm on right now. Normally, I use Judgment Bolt for the final boss because the final boss has cutscenes that are so long in between phases that it'll fully recharge before it's an issue. So that's why I was fiddling around with the setup for a second there. Actually, let me... Okay, yeah. Wanted to make sure that I didn't overwrite any of Garuda's things. Alright, what do we got?
Bow down, offenders.
Yes, it is. That's cool. Yep. So right there, we're just kind of buying some time for Thunder Rod to come back. This phase is a lot more annoying because he starts Event Horizon at nearly the beginning, so it's gonna mess with the way that I have to do things.
Oh, wretched mortals, incapable even of contrition.
Ooh, I am very mad at myself right now. I'm gonna have to burn all my limit here because I messed this up. Drop potions. Alright. I'm gonna have to be very careful with my limit here.
And still you would
I wanted to thunder before Event Horizon, but I'm supposed to thunder after Event Horizon, so it got canceled, which really screwed up my damage, and then that kind of got me in a pattern where I was being a little bit weird about it. You're supposed to slip through Event Horizon, but I got caught by it instead, which is frustrating.
Let's make it his last.
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us.
What? Okay. Well, that's one less dingus down. Unfortunately, not really an optimal Ultima. That explains why I had to undo Mega Flare, because I was doing the next menu a little bit early. But we got a few things we have to do before the end game. We get sent back to the hideaway one more time, and we have to tell everybody, hey, we're going on a no-return trip. I only bought a plane ride one way to go kill the final boss. So, see you later. And we're giving everybody a chance to make peace with that. But we're also getting rid of the last crystal here so that we're going to finally be free of magic from this world.
I need to tell everyone.
All I need to do is Rama.
What happened to Jake's spine? And I'm going to need Otto's help.
There's something about it. I feel like it's...
Hello. There we go. This will bring us over to the bar. Then we gotta go talk to Joshua, who goes outside after this. Goody, goody, goody. Go, go, go.
Joshua seemed upset.
But yeah. This is gonna be like a 7:50 at the latest. I'm not actively looking at the time, but honestly, I'm not too familiar with all like the pushes. I can tell when we're about 10 minutes out.
I only hope she understands.
Okay. Let's see here. We're gonna buy some clutch mines here. We need 40 total to get the upgrades that I need. I also am gonna grab a couple more potions so I can spam like a madman. Strength tonic here. Now we're gonna go upgrade our defender.
I'm not much bothered either way.
Yeah, I'll let you know when I'm to that final boss phase. Blah, 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 blah. Need to reinforce.
My best work, but it'll do.
If I wasn't, like, somewhat pleased with the run, I'd probably go fine. You know, I'd find something to fiddle around with. Make some, do some interesting stuff. Worst case scenario, I can go pull off one of the side quests chains before the very end of the game. Fortunately, that will be that for this. Actually, here's what we'll do. Just in case they want me to fill time, I'll make a save here. And then that way, I can actually do some side quests or something, or talking to some of the other characters, rather than skipping everything. But we're gonna head over here. So Judgment Bolt is quite a bit overkill, but there's no good kill like overkill. The final boss here is a pretty bulky Deutemarino, but it is extremely long. The first phase is pretty easy to get through. The Ifrit phase is pretty easy, and then once we get there, I'll let you know that we're getting kind of close to the finale. I'm gonna go take a quick stretch because my legs are killing me. And this phase doesn't mean much of anything. No matter what happens here, nothing changes. Like we're about halfway through.
Move aside, Phoenix!
Sorry about that. Left the door open so I could leave my perspective of sarcasm a bit while I was gone. Luckily, timing is pretty easy to get on this game. The final boss, you yeet your sword at him, and then you punch him in the face as hard as you can, and then that's time. Won't be for a little bit yet, so don't worry about it. We have still the first phase, and then we have a very long Eikon fight in the middle. Wow, I see you rats in Discord making fun of me. Alright, so we gotta mash out a little bit here. Delta Flare. Or rather, try Disaster, excuse me. Alright, so normally my split time is when I start here and drop out once we make landfall. So the very first phase of Ultima is pretty straightforward. Ultima can start with one of two things. Ultima either tries to rush me down immediately, and this is a better strat, or Ultima flies up and away. If Ultima flies up and away, I need to release my Giga Flare, because it's going to be hitting nothing, and then replace Lightning Rod, so that when he lands on his Lightning Rod and more or less ends the phase himself. If he doesn't do it that way and decides to charge me, we'll just throw a Thunder off and use Wing as well to get some extra damage. Should we stop? Ideally, we're just kind of trying to build a little bit of extra limit so that we have it all for the final phase. And maybe a little bit of extra damage on phase 2, because going through the entire HP bar isn't extremely easy. Alright, we're almost into the final fight, though.
That light, so cold, so empty.
Right, I trust that I did it right.
Seems that way. But I don't want
so the final cutscene is going to be coming up here shortly. And then we're all out of skip juice. Heidi, let's go. One last boss to do. Oh, yeah, I lied. There's another cutscene to skip here. Unfortunate. Actually, that's wrong. Oops. I need to start this phase with Thunder, but it's fine, because I gotta wait for him to warp anyway. The jump phase there kind of stinks, unfortunately. You really want him to try and rush you down. Makes that phase a lot easier. Ugh. I'll probably try and show off a few things after this when we're done, since I seem to be so far ahead. Unfortunately, my estimate of 810 when I first submitted this was extremely reasonable, and I proceeded to PB my way down to 744. So, there's really not much I could do here. Oh, excuse me? Okay, well, I guess we're doing it this way then. I didn't get Judgment Bolt. Big dum-dum. Oh, that's... Okay, this kind of stinks. Well, we're going to be doing this the OG way because I didn't put Judgment Bolt on.
I sense more here than mere will. Is this Logos? Have you truly become free?
Luckily, wind-up's not that bad. It's just slow. Actually, if you actually look at the damage numbers, wind-up and Judgment Bolt are more or less on the same level. The only problem with wind-up is you can get interrupted while charging it. And, unfortunately, I assumed it would switch Rama back to the two things that I had equipped on it, but I guess it takes priority on any mastered abilities that can be applied to it. And then it goes to the abilities on that icon. It's a good thing I noticed it at least, because that would have been really weird.
But we are no longer yours.
I'm gonna have to use a lot of limit though to make sure I can land the wind-ups. Whew. Alright, so this phase I have absolutely no route for, and the next phase I have absolutely no route for, so let's get casual with it. Okay, that's fine, I guess. The problem is like, practicing these just takes forever. Spit flare here. Alright. Nah, I don't think I'll be getting hit by the Rapture. No, you don't. Hold still. Alright, I'm pretty sure that stagger is going to carry over. I ended the split flare a little bit early. That's right. God dang it. I'm trying to dodge this. Let's see, the problem is that if you dodge a little bit like that, you just end up jumping back into it. No, I don't think so. Probably. Something like that. Oh, come on. Fine. Where'd he go? Hello? Alright, sure. Alright, so we're headed into the final phase here. There's gonna be about 10 minutes of chicanery, but I'll let you know once we get into the final phase. Considering I don't have Judgment Bolt, I'm gonna have to wing this more than usual. But by the raw numbers, Judgment Bolt and Wind Up more or less hit at the same level. The only difference is Judgment Bolt is fire it done. Where Wind Up, I need to charge it to make it land. And because I can easily be knocked out of it, I need to get my, I have to use my limit to make sure I get it.
And realized we had the potential to be more than you could ever
So I'm gonna need to be very reactive here.
You're back on the world, like the coward you are.
You think you know me? You know nothing.
Logos. Log off? Nothing. Whoa, wait a minute. Can't be saying that, man. That's fucked up. Oops. It's an M-rated game. Sorry, it finally got to me. It only took like 7.5 hours. Parlez-vous français, as they say. I love how I unpointed a bunch of stuff just so I could learn Judgment Bolt and then forgot to equip it. Yeah, I know, right? They're gonna charge me an extra registration fee or something. Hold on, buddy. You can't be getting away with that. You gotta register twice now.
Bathed in light, I stand above you, my rebirth complete. And you, for your defiance, shall pay the proper price. An eternity of anguish.
Anguish. Pain. Suffering. You have known none of these. But we have. So we know what they grant. They bring us together. And that makes us strong. Thunder roar!
This is the move I wanted in phase 1.
My will be done.
That's phase 1 down, 2 more to go. So we have to do a little bit of mashing in between each of these phases. 3 apiece for the first 2. And this is him using each one of the icons to try and best us, and us whomping him at every single one. Because we're better. We are just built different. Ideally, we can do enough damage to avoid staggering here, but I don't think that's possible. Considering he's sitting at a hefty 3rd stagger left. But it's whatever. I'm gonna try and hold on to Lightning Rod for the stagger, though, so I can min-max my damage and limit gain off of it. That should be all 3 of those.
You cannot have this power. It is not yours to take.
What do you... This is why I dislike that kind of stuff. Unfortunate. Alright, we have one more phase. You'll be able to tell that it's pretty much the end because Ultimus is just gonna immediately fall on the ground in the final phase. And then from there, it's just a matter of doing enough damage, which won't be that hard. I'll just Giga Flare. Normally, I would just Judgment Bolt, which would pretty much one-shot him, but unfortunately, without Judgment Bolt, it's gonna be a little bit scuffed. So this phase, we're just gonna go Gutso, I think, and limit into it. I feel very silly for forgetting the Judgment Bolt when that's like the one thing I do in this route because I like it. You really can't do that on the first one because there's not long enough cutscenes between the phases. You basically only ever get one shot of Judgment Bolt, period, with that fight. Maybe two if you like fire it off immediately, which you probably shouldn't because you want to get the lightning rod stuff.
And yet still you cannot see. You are no better than us. We are one and the same. We are not the same.
That's super annoying. That's super annoying as well. Put that down there. Alright. From here on out, the final boss phase is going to be coming up real quick. And timing will be when I get done punching. So as soon as the square stops appearing on the screen for mashing, if you really want to be consistent, you can wait for the 9,999 to show up as well. But I'll call it out when it's time to. I kind of like have a love-hate relationship with this ending because it's so epic, but at the same time, man, I just want to end the run at this point. Who chose?
So you shunned the one thing that could have made you stronger. Pushed away the hands that could have raised you higher.
So since we're so far ahead, I'll do a little bit of yapping once we finish up here. And kind of get my overall thoughts of 16. Try and sell anybody on it that's interested.
I carry with me the hopes and dreams of my brothers, my sisters. And it is they who will give me the strength to end your reign.
I appreciate it, thank you. We're just gonna try and finish this up with Giga Flare. Oh, that's gonna take way too long. Forget it. Up close and personal. Alright. Those splits. Alright. So we have to mash to get through the ending here. We gotta punch the heck out of Ultima here. I had kind of like a weird experience with the ending here where like I just had too much power. That and like I spent a lot of time messing around with like Zentetsuken. So like this fight was extra obnoxious because I was trying to build up Odin meter. But yeah, the run overall has been pretty good. There's been a few spots where I wasn't happy. Time's coming up. Now, 99,999. So we're gonna live speak a little bit of his piece here. Before we started this fight, he actually killed Joshua, so we absorbed the last icon and went in this with all of our strength. So Clive has just done nothing but loss throughout the course of this game, unfortunately. It's very sad. He's been collecting the other icons and basically slowly but surely becoming the vessel that Ultima wanted to take over. But Ultima, being so full of himself, he's just assumed that Clive can handle all this power, which that's not the case. Clive very much can barely handle all the strength that's being forced through him right now.
Precious freedom.
It's similar to, like, you know, running a lot of electricity through one line. It'll hold on for a while, but it'll overheat and burst eventually.
That you fought so fiercely? Why?
So,
it's who we are.
If you haven't played the DLC or still want to, or trying to avoid story spoilers, we do also get an additional 2 icons from the DLC. The first DLC is basically an additional dungeon with a few extra items. There's a lot of interesting accessories that modify the way combat goes, rather than just up and up in big number go big. There's a lot of little things like that that, like, modify your dodging, counterattacks, even one that increases your stagger multiplier to 2.0 instead of 1.5 max, which is really interesting. The second one comes with 2 different icons. The Leviathan that's talked about through the course of the story, and the other one I'm not going to, like, outright talk about, just in case somebody still wants to play it. I don't want to spoil it. Honestly, if you haven't played this game, I can't suggest it strongly enough. It is definitely worth at least one playthrough. I would probably play it on arcade mode, so you guys can enjoy it. And then that way, the gameplay is nice, honestly. It has very strong action-based combat. I really do like it. The DLC, if it's like below $20, I'd buy both of them, but it's not worth more than that, unfortunately. The game itself is really solid, though. But if you're having a hard time, like, with the story or whatever, and it's starting to annoy you, just skip it. Don't worry about it. At the very least, play through the game once, unless the combat is grating on you. It's a really cool speedrun, but it's a much longer one, so it's kind of hard to suggest it. But there are plenty of people in this community that are willing to teach and help. I mainly will be running Remake Rebirth in the near future. 16 might crop back up if I get into another event, but I might do 16 depending on how I feel. I think I could push my PB lower, but I'm not 100% certain. But yeah, a lot of the route is really interesting and focuses on maintaining cooldown and stuff. But the thing is like, the gameplay between Remake, Rebirth, and 16 all offer different things, even though you'd think Remake and Rebirth offer the same thing. And the story in this game is fairly good. I usually speedrun pretty frequently, depending on how much I'm practicing. I'm probably going to go back to Rebirth Easy, and then I'm going to start routing New Game Plus Hard, because I think that was one of the coolest categories in Remake. I might start relearning New Game Plus Hard for Remake as well. Yeah, Rebirth is so good. Honestly, I was halfway through learning this, and Rebirth killed it. I came back and finished learning this for the Final Fantasy Relay, which is actually kind of funny. I submitted Rebirth and 16 for the Relay. They put me in the Final Fantasy 16 category, and I was like, I just got done learning Rebirth. Can you at least let me submit my times? And the mods were like, yeah, sure, why not? And then I went back, relearned 16, finished it, started doing runs, and then they're like, yeah, I think you have to do Rebirth. So, like, the whole reason I'm running this is because of the Relay, and I'm glad that I can show this off to everybody. because it's a very long category, so very few people have the time for it. But being able to show this game at, like, a higher level shows how intricate and well thought out the combat is. And it's just a great game. But, is there anything else I want to say? I will say there is... I think we'll get to the beach, and then we'll let it go. I'm not quite sure how long it is, but this is just like Clive reliving his past and kind of remembering why Joshua was so important to him. This whole game has been Clive trying to get revenge for his brother without knowing that his brother was still alive. And not only that, but the first time Ultima tried to take Clive's body, when we were in that, I think it was like Drake's Fang with Sid, Joshua actually stepped up and sealed one of the avatars of Ultima in his body, which is why he's been so weak and sickly the entire game, because he's literally been containing a fraction of God in his chest, without knowing that Ultima is more Legion than he is a singular entity. Unfortunately, I practice so hard, my PB is a lot of it faster, so we're just gonna let this play out a little bit, so that we don't get too far ahead, because it'll make it much harder for the other runners. We're not going to be able to sit through the entire credits because they're too long. Oh, yeah, sorry, that's my side. I put the timer up so I could keep track of what was going on. Let me get rid of that. My bad. That's what I use for my normal runs. I pulled it up so that I didn't sandbag too long. The real interesting part here is there's no direct confirmation that this actually revives Joshua until you stay through the entire credits. And at the very end of the game, there's a credit segment with a couple of children and their mother out in a cottage in the middle of nowhere, starting a fire manually rather than with magic, and commenting how it would be so cool if they could use magic. And then they go outside and play, and it reveals a book on the table called Final Fantasy, written by Joshua. As to say, like, this is the birth of the story of Final Fantasy. It's a very nice they said the thing moment. And it shows that, like, what Clive did wasn't actually had value, and it did free people from the burden of magic and the prejudices with it. But it's a long story about, you know, about giving. I gotta say, I got a little caught up in my throat with this. It's so nice. So now we've broken the crystal, and this is the last source. These crystals have been a blight on the land, quite frankly. They've actually been sucking the life out of the planet, similar to Final Fantasy VII style. It basically has been eating the life out of the land to create these crystals that can use magic. The whole point was so Ultima could just take over, because their original planet was destroyed, and then they went to a bunch of other places to find an inhabitable planet, and then came here. And they had to wait for certain factors to be right. Yeah, somebody told me that when you beat the DLC, you get a different ending. And I beat the whole game again after doing the DLC, just hoping that was the case, and I got tricked. I was bamboozled. So Clive here has his fingers start turning to stone. After using all of that magic to destroy the final crystal, it's finally taken its toll on his body, and he's dying. On a beach. Alone. That's the saddest part of the whole thing. Clive worked so far, went so far, and ends up dying on a beach alone. Rip John Final Fantasy. After playing, like, this and Rebirth, one of my family members that I play a lot of, I've been playing a lot of games with recently, said they actually hated this ending, and I'm like, what? Why? It's like, oh, he died. I'm like, I could see that. It's a very sad moment, and considering they can't really do this without being past M rating. Luckily, we saved a woman in that initial village, actually, and Gav is over here cooing over her, and she was pregnant, so the child's about to be born.
Aren't you the most beautiful?
Yeah.
He is, isn't he? What are you gonna call him?
Let me see, let me
If I actually had a save file with any of the, like, DLC stuff, I would show off one of the bosses, but somehow I managed to beat both the DLCs without making a save file. So I have to do that again at some point. I wish... I hope that's the case, too. It's rough to think that he went all this distance just to die. Oh, that's also something that's been there the entire time. That's like an additional star that came with him becoming Ifrit. And the indication that that star's light went out is that Clive is dead.
If you need a rest, I can take
So
I'll hold you to that.
they're all like slowly realizing the reality of it. Not only their leader, but, you know, their best friend, their lover, has passed away.
Yours to do with as you please. That's what Sid wanted. That's what they both wanted.
One of the runners of this game does actually have contact with Ben Starr, so hopefully if we do get this into the main limit break, we can get a call-in commentary or something, because I really love to see what Ben Starr thinks of the run.